Chapter 1. Heavenly Spirit World, Eastern Wilderness Continent, Way Country Town, Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Night, a midsummer night. In the starry sky, the sound of insects, the cool breeze, and the occasional meteor that streaked across the starry sky were like fireworks, gorgeous but short. The night was even more tranquil, and all the impetuousness of summer slowly calmed down like the black night. When a firefly flapped its wings and flew past Chu Yang, he finally believed in a bizarre matter. The karma of previous lives, I shall speak now. He recalled the memories of his previous life. He was not a person of this world, but 16 years after crossing over, on this midsummer night, it was as if he had just woken up from a dream. He suddenly remembered the memories of his previous life, but it was a pity that this was no longer Earth. The heavenly spirit world was a world of martial spirits, and also a world of martial arts. Based on martial spirits, martial artists could split mountains, move mountains, fill seas, pluck stars, and seize moons, compete with the heavens, and snatch lives from the heavens. Chu Yang's current identity was the second son of the deacon of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, Chu Yunlong. His cultivation was average, and his talent was poor. He was only at the third level of the origin martial realm, and with his age, his cultivation could not be any worse. The awakening of martial spirits was not difficult, and most of them would automatically awaken. After the awakening, one would start at the first level of the origin martial realm and continue up until the 9th level of the origin martial realm. Above the origin martial realm was the Chi Soul realm and the ascending soul realm. Chu Yang did not know much about the Chi Soul realm. After all, the dean of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution was only at the 3rd level of the Chi Soul realm. However, this was not rare, and it was a miracle for such a small town to have such a martial institution. The Coiling Dragon Martial Institution was one of the most inconspicuous martial institutions of the Five Elements sect. Many of the martial institutions were used by the Five Elements sect to recruit talents. So, it could be said that the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution was not so much a martial institution, but a small sect in the outermost region of the Five Elements sect. The division of martial institutions was no different from that of sections. They were divided into outer, inner, and core disciples. After reaching the core disciple level, they could go to the Five Elements sect's main sect to participate in the assessment. Those who passed the assessment could truly enter the Five Elements sect. Before the 3rd level of the primitive martial realm was the outer sect, the 3rd to 6th level was the inner sect, and the 7th level was the core sect. Chu Yang was already 16 years old this year, but his cultivation had only just reached the late stage of the 3rd level. Under such circumstances, Chu Yang naturally did not receive much attention, but he would not be bullied either. He had a father, an older brother, and an older sister. His older brother and older sister were all geniuses, especially his older brother. Generally speaking, Chu Yang would accept his fate and give up on himself. I'm too weak in this life. I've already given up on myself. Chu Yang himself was speechless. His temperament was simply hopeless. Fortunately, after awakening his past memories, he would definitely not be like this again. Who's going to compete with who? I don't believe in this evil. Chu Yang immediately closed his eyes and began to cultivate the Mahamayuri Sutra. Shortly after, he was stunned as 2 martial spirits suddenly appeared in his consciousness. The 2 martial spirits were exactly the same, but their expressions were different. He seemed to have become a movie emperor playing 2 roles. One was overflowing with talent, elegant and elegant, knowing the heavens above and the earth below. His whole body was flickering with the light of wisdom. The other one had a dull look in his eyes and was stupefied. He hung a big flatbread around his neck, as if he only knew how to eat the front part and not the back part. His previous sword martial spirit was in the middle of the 2, like a natural moat, separating the 2 martial spirits. What martial spirit is this? He should have been ecstatic. After all, he had 2 more martial spirits. However, Chu Yang was now stunned. In the heavenly spirit world, everyone's cultivation was based on martial spirits. Only by using martial spirits could one absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth and then carry out various kinds of cultivation. Without martial spirits, everything was just empty talk. The more martial spirits, the more yuan qi of heaven and earth one could absorb. Of course, cultivation would also be twice the result with half the effort. Basically, those who had many martial spirits were considered geniuses. However, these two martial spirits were somewhat peculiar. Destiny twin martial spirits. After searching in his mind, Chu Yang finally found a match. His two martial spirits seemed to be the legendary Destiny twin martial spirits. His current state should be the most basic form of the Destiny twin. Martial spirits did not have ranks at the very beginning, only strong and weak, good and bad. For example, between the dragon martial spirit and the insect martial spirit, it went without saying that the dragon martial spirit was much better. Of course, the rank of the martial spirit could be increased, but that was the third realm after the chi spirit realm, the ascending spirit realm. At that time, what kind of changes will the Destiny twin martial spirits undergo? Chu Yang was looking forward to it, but soon after, he was a little confused. Genius and idiot. How exactly should he use his Destiny twin martial spirits? I'll know after I try. Chu Yang used his idiot martial spirit, and immediately his consciousness became fuzzy, as if he was an idiot. His mind was not clear, and his intelligence was incurable. He laughed foolishly a few times, then fell to the ground and fell asleep. Not long after, he started snoring. Chapter 2. The night passed, the rooster crowed, and the sky turned white. In the blink of an eye, it was daybreak. The early morning mist was hazy, and dewdrops hung from the tips of the grass. They were suffused with light, appearing sparkling and translucent, yet somewhat dreamy. When Chu Yang woke up, he was almost sluggish. This is the use of the full martial spirit. It is almost equivalent to sleeping pills. He was speechless for a while. He felt that his martial spirit was absolutely not so useless. At once, he carefully sensed it, and soon after, he could not help but be stunned. In his Dantian Chi Sea, there was already a faintly discernible fourth multicolored cloud condensing. The fourth stage of the Hotian realm I've been bitterly cultivating for several years, but I was still unable to break through the fourth stage. After sleeping, I almost broke through. Sleeping is equivalent to cultivating. Chu Yang's entire body shook. This was too inconceivable. He was simply about to explode. Sleeping was even more effective than exhausting himself before. He was somewhat stupefied because he cultivated the Mahamayuri scripture. This was an extremely profound technique. His understanding was not very thorough. Therefore, every time he advanced to the next stage of the origin martial realm, it was incomparably difficult. Apart from this, Chu Yang also discovered that after waking up, not only was his Zhun Qi and physical strength abundant, but his spirit was also quite full. All three had increased. My full martial spirit, not only can it cultivate independently, it can also increase physical strength and spirit. There was nothing more heaven-defying. Chu Yang was still somewhat in disbelief. It was just a full martial spirit. In the past, even if he risked his life, he could not catch up to it. He could not even eat dirt. Damn, this time it really exploded. The full martial spirit has such heaven-defying effects. I wonder how amazing the genius martial spirit of the Destiny twins will be. Chu Yang excitedly tried it. Once he used the genius martial spirit, in an instant, he seemed to have been enlightened. He suddenly felt that his entire body had stepped into a whole new world. It was as if his brain had been changed. Every thought flickered with brilliance, as if every thought was a star in the night sky. At this moment, his brain seemed to be a cluster of galaxies formed by trillions of stars. The trajectories of those stars were like the brain's gullies. Every star was flickering, as if his brain cells were unceasingly operating. Every star was his brain cells. His brain cells were constantly operating, never stopping. Once they stopped, his entire body would immediately die and fall into endless darkness. The brain of the universe. Under the effect of the genius martial spirit, Chu Yang instantly understood everything. It was as if the science in his previous life had said his brain was 100% awakened, and he could control his body with his special ability. As he breathed, he felt as if every cell in his body was cheering excitedly. All the brain cells in his brain were flashing with electric light, as if countless optical computers were operating at full power. At this moment, the profoundness of Chu Yang and the Destiny Twins' martial spirits became clearer and clearer. Mahamayuri, which he couldn't understand in the past, became easier to understand at this moment. He could even deduce many things from one example. That's what I heard. With the influx of comprehension, his consciousness instantly glowed with golden light. A gigantic golden Buddha that was tens of thousands of feet tall sat upright within a golden treasured lotus. Behind him, countless peacock feathers that were tens of thousands of feet long opened up like a folding fan. It was resplendent, majestic, solemn, and awe-inspiring. This was the Dharma form of the peacock bright monarch. Sometimes it was angry, sometimes it was smiling, and when it was angry, it had 3 faces and 8 arms. The peacock feathers on its back spread out, and each of its 8 arms formed a seal. TSK, Moyu Li, Emperor Jilin, Suapahi. Chu Yang recited the mantra, and the genuine qi in his body vibrated. It began to circulate in a completely different path from before. In his dantian, a gigantic Buddha sat on a peacock. The peacock spread its wings and flew away. The gigantic Buddha was also reciting the mantra, TSK, Moyu Li, Emperor Jilin, Suapahi. Buzz. The genuine qi in his dantian surged through his ribs like the construction of ditches in the irrigation works. Many meridians in his ribs were opened up, and the genuine qi seemed to be about to break out of his body. At this moment, at his ribs, the air surged, forming the shape of arms. On the arms, there seemed to be 5 fingers jumping and forming seals. The seals were constantly changing. Boom! Chu Yang's body shook. He withdrew from that wonderful state in an instant. Everything receded like a tide. Endless exhaustion surged up at the same time. He sensed a little and couldn't help but be alarmed. The real qi in his dantian was already empty. His spirit was also abnormally exhausted. It seemed as if he hadn't slept or rested for 3 days and 3 nights. Physical exhaustion. His genuine qi was completely exhausted. He racked his brains. It could be said that he was physically and mentally exhausted. By using the genius martial spirit, although my wisdom has been increased by a huge realm, and it is easy to deduce martial arts, it still consumes physical strength, genuine qi, and spirit. Moreover, the consumption rate is extremely terrifying. Chu Yang understood the reason, and his heart was still very happy. The Mahamayuri Sutra that he had just deduced was branded in his mind. At this moment, the genuine qi in his body was slowly recovering, and the circulation path was even more complicated and mysterious. He could imagine, if this Mahamayuri Sutra was cultivated to perfection, he would be like the furious Mahamayuri, with 3 heads and 6 arms. In addition to his own 2 arms, he could form 8 seals at the same time. At that time, what kind of scene would it be? The Destiny Twins' martial spirits each had their own uses, and they were extremely heaven-defying. Unfortunately, using the genius martial spirit consumed too much energy. Chu Yang felt that his eyelids were fighting, and he could not help but fall asleep. If a moment ago his brain was compared to a computer, then just now he was performing millions of calculations per second, and the speed of his thoughts was at least 10 times faster. Geniuses work hard and are born to work hard. Fools are ignorant and don't care if the sky falls and the earth sinks. Chapter 3. After this sleep, Chu Yang opened his eyes again, and it was already dark. After waking up, all the exhaustion in his body had disappeared. He was full of spirit, full of physical strength, full of Zhen Qi. The 3 5-colored clouds in his dantian had impressively turned into 3 5-colored lotus platforms. His realm did not advance, but instead regressed to the 3rd level of the origin martial realm. However, What he condensed were not five-colored clouds, but five-colored lotus platforms. The Mahamudra Sutra was already operating according to the new route. Although his realm did not advance and even regressed, but in fact his strength had increased a lot. He could fight with a fourth level of the origin martial realm. Chuyang only slightly sensed that not only had many new meridians opened up in his body, the total amount of Zhen Qi had increased, and the quality had also increased by at least one level. This Mahamudra Sutra was originally extraordinary. Now that it has been deduced by my genius martial spirit, it has become even more mysterious. Chuyang could not help but laugh. The Destiny Twins' martial spirit is really as exquisite as the legends say. It's like yin and yang complementing each other. It's just around the corner for me to soar into the sky. Soon after, he frowned. He did not need to worry about the full martial spirit, but the consumption of the genius martial spirit was too great. With his current cultivation, he could not support it for long. I can use Dawn to support it. The divine accumulation pill recovered spirit. The Qi-generating pill increased Zhen Qi, and the body-nourishing pill maintained physical strength. According to reason, as long as there were enough Dawn, he could support using the genius martial spirit. However, with the consumption of the genius martial spirit, the consumption of these 3 Dawn was probably very terrifying. Chuyang only slightly thought about it, and could not help but have his scalp tingle because these 3 Dawn were not cheap. Let's go back first. I haven't been home for a day and a night. I reckon my father will think that I and Housie have gone somewhere wild. Maybe I'll be scolded again. Chuyang had just arrived at the door when he heard footsteps. A middle-aged man with a gloomy face came out. This person was Chu Yang's father in this world, Chu Yunlong. Father, your complexion is not good. Did someone anger you again? Where have you been for a day and a night? Chu Yunlong's face darkened. This sentence was like a bolt of lightning striking down. It was truly like the wrath of a thunderbolt. Yesterday, the scenery was very good. I want to take a look. Chuyang curled his lips. There was no trace of fear on his face. Chu Yunlong couldn't help but be stunned. His youngest son seemed to have changed. Before he could get angry, he heard her say with a mischievous smile, I also thought about life. Kneel. With a thunderous roar, Chu Yunlong exploded. In an instant, Chuyang could not help but complain. The reason was that in the past, he had given up on himself. Now, he was all smiles and had no sense of shame. He was evolving into a hoodlum and a scoundrel. It would be strange if his father was not angry. Little Yang. In Chu Yang's imagination, what he heard was Chu Yang's heavy voice, which made Chuyang feel uncomfortable. How long do you think your brother and sister can protect you? How long are you going to rely on them? He had to admit that if it wasn't for his elder brother Chu Fei and elder sister Chu Na, Chuyang would have been bullied in the coiling dragon martial institution, especially his elder brother, who seemed to have reached the upper echelons of the 5 Elements sect. If he was willing, he could pull his elder brother's tiger skin at any time and get a group of younger brothers to help him do evil. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. To put it bluntly, the only person you can rely on in this world is yourself. Little Yang, do you understand? Life is your own. This was the general meaning. There was also anxiety. The rest was probably hatred for iron for not becoming steel. Chuyang couldn't refute. His performance in the past was too bad. He was completely treated as an insensible brat. He had no choice but to change his father's impression of him from now on. I understand, Chuyang said. Father, can you not make such a scene? Is your youngest son so disappointing? Come, take a look. I will let you know what a genius is. He was really going all out. In order to prove that he wasn't a brat, Chuyang even showed his ribs. Chu Yunlong even had the thought of kicking him away. But when he sensed it, he couldn't help but be stunned. He immediately said angrily, Who allowed you to open up your meridians randomly? Opening up meridians randomly was almost equivalent to self-mutilation. If he wasn't careful, it would lead to extremely serious consequences. Father, are you slanting your eyes today? This is your youngest son's comprehension of the Mahamudra Sutra. What do you mean by opening up meridians randomly? Pay attention to your words. Chuyang circulated his true Qi. His true chi was faintly about to break out of his body in these open meridians. Chu Yunlong was immediately stunned. How come I didn't know that Mahamayuri's sutra had such hidden changes? After that, he nodded his head in approval of Chu Yang. Immediately, Chu Yang asked for elixirs with a cheeky smile. Father, I see that your son is not bad. Just give me some. Give me a bottle of soul-accumulating pill, chi-generating pill, and body-nourishing pill. I guarantee that I will become a core disciple of the Martial Arts Academy in a month. If I have 3 bottles of each, I will directly send you to the 5 Elements sect. 3 bottles? Do you think that elixirs like soul-accumulating pill are dung? You are asking for too much. Father, your son is now at the critical stage of the Mahamayuri Sutra. I strongly request for your full support. Only 1 bottle of each. I don't have any more. For a moment, Chu Yunlong was really not used to the change in his youngest son. He suddenly became warm and clingy, which made him feel awkward. He threw the elixirs over and turned to leave. Father, you will enjoy immortal blessings forever and live as long as the heavens. Don't fall down when you walk. This shameless flattery made Chu Yunlong's heart itch. The last sentence was suddenly reversed, causing him to stagger and almost fall down. Fortunately, his daughter on the side spoke and covered up his embarrassment. Little brother, your best friend said that tomorrow the tiger will go down the mountain. Chu Yang suddenly felt a toothache. How's he? Is this how you spread the news? Don't you know that I, your father, skipped class? Dead-faced martial master Li is a tiger, and my sister is even more of a big tiger. Sister, you are becoming more and more beautiful. I haven't seen you for a day. Your mouth is getting sweeter and sweeter. Chuna made up her mind to teach him a lesson. She clenched her fists and made cracking sounds. Sister, it is not good for a girl to have violent tendencies. Little sheep, you know a lot. As soon as Chu Yang's nickname came out, he knew that it was time for him to be beaten. Sure enough, he let out a miserable scream. Sister, you are really ugly today. Chapter 4. The next day, Chu Yang went to sleep with his full martial spirit. When he woke up in the morning, the 4th 5-colored lotus throne had already condensed in his dantian. 4th level of Origin Martial Realm. I finally reached it. Chu Yang's face bloomed with a smile. Before this, he simply couldn't imagine it. But now, he was able to do it while sleeping. Moreover, it was the deduced Mahamayuri scripture. Next, it's time to choose a martial technique. Inner force cultivation techniques were the most important. Before reaching the 4th level of the Origin Martial Realm, Chu Yang's father, Chu Yunlong, strictly forbade Chu Yang from cultivating martial techniques. According to the rules of the Coiling Dragon Martial Academy, only after reaching the 4th level of the martial realm could he enter the Martial Academy's library and choose a martial technique. The first book was free, but if he wanted to learn any martial arts in the future, he would have to exchange it with points. It was almost the same as the rules of the sect. Points were usually exchanged with various kinds of merits, heavenly treasures, or contribution points. The first martial technique, I have to choose carefully. The cultivation of martial techniques was divided into 5 stages: beginner, small success, beginner, perfection, and greater perfection. From the beginning to the end, it would take an average person 1 or 2 years to reach the greater perfection stage. Even if it was just a beginner martial technique, even a genius would need half a year to reach the greater perfection stage. Therefore, choosing to cultivate multiple martial techniques would often lead to biting off more than one could chew. Moreover, every martial technique that was cultivated to the greater perfection stage was not to be underestimated. It would be easier to comprehend other martial techniques by analogy, and it would be easier to cultivate other martial techniques in the future. If a martial technique was continuously cultivated before reaching the greater perfection stage, in the end, it would be like digging a well everywhere but having no water to drink. Therefore, the choice of the first martial technique was very important. After breakfast, Chu Yang went straight to the library of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. The library was one of the most important places in the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution because the secret manuals were the heritage and inheritance of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Uncle Lee, you are reading indecent books again. The library seemed to have never changed. Every day, there would always be a red-haired, middle-aged man lying on a rocking chair at the entrance with a book in his hand. He was leisurely and very comfortable. This middle-aged man was Li Yu, the guardian of the library. Don't think that this guy didn't have any authority. He had a lot of authority in the martial courtyard. Li Yu had a good relationship with her father, and most of the people in the martial institution had a good relationship with Chu Yunlong. Of course, there was an exception, which was Deacon Zhao of the martial institution Zhao clan. The Zhao clan was the local tyrant of Coiling Dragon Town, and Chu Yunlong had a conflict with the Zhao clan. Li Yu looked up and narrowed her eyes. Seeing that it was Chu Yang, she raised her hand and hit him on the head. Little sheep, Uncle Li, you dare to tease me now? Isn't it because Uncle Li is very interesting? Li Yu was a little surprised. Chu Yang was not like this in the past. When she looked up again, she immediately understood. This kid had broken through, so he was showing off. He instantly understood what Chu Yang's goal was. Scram! Chu Yang was directly kicked into the library. The book collection pavilion had 5 floors. The first floor was filled with all sorts of miscellaneous books. The second and third floors were filled with martial arts of the Origin Martial Realm. The martial arts of the Origin Martial Realm were divided into 3 grades. The fourth floor was filled with martial arts of the Origin Martial Realm. The martial arts of the Origin Martial Realm were also divided into 3 grades. There were many books in the library. Fist arts, palm arts, leg arts. Chu Yang wandered around the library. He was not satisfied on the second and third floor. Immediately, he used his genius martial spirit to observe the fourth and fifth floor. Then, he directly rushed up to the fourth floor, but immediately encountered an invisible barrier. He could only go up to the third floor. The invisible barrier was a kind of test. It was also to prevent disciples who were not strong enough from breaking through, just like Chu Yang. However, with the help of his genius martial spirit, he found a flaw. This time, not only did he break through the fourth floor, he directly rushed up to the fifth floor. Little sheep, Li Yu instantly found out. However, Chu Yang did not care. His eyes quickly searched and found a unique book, Great Thousand Leaf Hands. It's related to Buddhism. It's compatible with my Mahamayuri. It should be the most suitable book. Chu Yang used his genius martial spirit and quickly flipped through the books. He immediately determined that the Great Thousand Leaf Hands was the most suitable book. Little sheep, are you rebelling? Uncle Li, I will choose this book. Li Yu's face turned ugly. No, the fourth stage of Origin Martial Realm is not qualified to cultivate the fifth floor's martial arts. Uncle Li, I relied on my own ability to come up here. That's still not enough. If you cultivate the Great Thousand Leaf Hands, you will be blind. Li Yu was very surprised. Chu Yang's aptitude was ordinary. He still did not understand how this kid came up here. According to the rules of the Martial Institute, I have the right to choose this unique book. Pa! Chu Yang immediately received a slap on his head. Li Yu lectured, bullshit rules. I am the rules here. If your father knew that I let you choose this book, he would probably kill me. Since the establishment of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institute, no one has ever learned the Great Thousand Leaf Hands. Don't be ignorant. There is such a thing. Chapter 5. Today's little sheep did not seem to be the little sheep of the past. He no longer behaved like an obedient child. Not only did he know how to laugh and joke, but he was also unusually arrogant. Something was off. Li Yu looked at him with his hand behind his back, but he could not see anything. He pondered for a while. If he could learn it with just a glance, then something was off. Hence, he immediately agreed to Little Sheep's challenge. The first move of the Great Thousand Leaf Hands, Indiscernible Leaves. Han Fizi, Elder Yu. The Song people used elephants as their leaves and mastered it in 3 years. Abundant killing stem kuo, hair light flourishing. Among the chaotic cuckoo leaves, there is no other. It was impossible to distinguish between real and fake. Naturally, the 1,000 hands and 1,000 arms could not all be real. There must be some fake ones. The complicated and slender meridian diagram on his arm appeared in Chu Yang's mind instantly. Apparently, he was going to open up many meridians on his hand and arm and use his true energy to form illusions. There were indeed many similarities with Mahamayuri. Boom! The genuine chi in his body surged to his arm and opened up his meridians. In an instant, strands of genuine chi flowed out of his pores. With a snap, he swung his arm like a whip, forming an illusionary arm. Then it exploded into 10 leaves that danced like butterflies. The great thousand-leaf hands, beginner's view. Li suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning. His body trembled as if an electric current had passed through him. In the blink of an eye, Little Sheep's great thousand-leaf hands as beginner's view. This was impossible. How is this possible? Liu felt like he'd been hit hard. His head was dizzy and buzzing, and his pupils were trembling. Generally, it would take at least half a month to reach beginner's view, but Little Sheep had only done it for a short period of time. Moreover, it was the great thousand-leaf hands that no one could learn. No. The great thousand-leaf hands is related to Buddhism. If this means that it has nothing to do with Buddhism, then it can also be considered as Buddhism's truth and falsehood. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. All forms are emptiness. All is emptiness. All is impermanence. The body is just a stinky skin. The body is fake. The hands are fake. And the 1,000 arms are fake. Formless, untraceable. Don't be limited by the body. Don't be limited by the fixed ideas. Snap! Chu Yang once again used indistinguishable Chu Ye's move. Immediately, 10 arms appeared. The great thousand-leaf hands had reached the pinnacle. Novice, minor accomplishment, higher mastery, pure passion, and greater mastery. These 5 realms had instantly reached the greater mastery. With a bang, Liu staggered and fell to the ground. Her eyes were almost dull. She said to herself, "Did I see a ghost?" He rubbed his eyes, but nothing had changed. The sky was still the same sky, and the earth was still the same. Furthermore, he could hear Chu Yang's voice. The great thousand-leaf hands contains 2 different cultivation methods. It's easy to confuse people. If you can't tell the difference, it won't be strange if you can't cultivate it. So it's like that. Li Yu's heart, which was about to jump out of her chest, calmed down. If there were 2 types of cultivation methods, that meant that the sheep was only at the beginner level of the second type of cultivation method, the great thousand-leaf hands. You scare me to death. Li was almost scared out of her wits just now. No, I have to stay calm. I can't make a fuss over nothing. Otherwise, this little sheep will laugh to death. After Li Yu recovered, he stole a glance at Chu Yang and found that Chu Yang wasn't paying attention to him at all. He let out a long sigh and said to himself, "Thank goodness, or I would have been completely embarrassed." Li Yu, I've seen all kinds of storms in my life. It would be a joke if I was scared to death by this little sheep. His attention quickly returned to Chu Yang. 1 leaf blinding the eye. Chu Yang was already deducing the second move. There are 1-leaf blinding eyes, and there are 2-leaf blinding eyes. This means that Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. This should be the meaning of the great thousand-leaf hands. Chu Yang stretched out his hand, and an illusory arm appeared in an instant. Then, with a snap, another hand appeared. It was as if there was another person cooperating with Chu Yang to attack the enemy. A second hand appeared, and then a third, a fourth, and a 5th hand. It seemed as if he was really going to evolve into 1,000 hands and 1,000 arms. In fact, the number of arms was endless. Fortunately, a 6th hand didn't appear, or Li Yu's heart would have broken down. It hadn't been long since he had reached the beginner level of the great thousand-leaf hands, but he had already cultivated it to a higher level. This speed was terrifying. From the perspective of Buddhism, this move can be understood in this way. 1 leaf blinding eyes, unable to see Mount Taishan. 2 beans blocking ears, unable to hear thunder. It's like a leaf blocking one's eyes, causing one to be confused by local phenomena, unable to see the overall situation or the whole. In other words, one can't see what's real and what's fake. It can be understood as a Buddhist demonic barrier. The second method of the Great Thousand Leaf Hands should be to attack the opponent's mind. Pop! Chu Yang performed the second method of the Great Thousand Leaf Hands, and 10 illusory arms appeared in an instant. Just as he said, Liyu's mind was affected. Liyu was so shocked that he even felt like he was going to fall into a thick fog. He was so shocked that his mind shook and all the fog was broken. Everything returned to normal, shifting roots and connecting leaves. However, at this time, Chu Yang was already deducing the third method of the Great Thousand Leaf Hands, shifting roots and connecting leaves. I'll be the matchmaker. Shifting roots and connecting leaves, I'll plant a lot of twin head lotuses. Shifting roots and connecting leaves was generally the work of a matchmaker. It was a good thing to act as a middleman to bring a man and a woman together. If it was used in martial arts, it would be to receive the opponent's attack and then connect the attack with the opponent to form a twin head lotus. Stellar transposition. Holy shit! Chu Yang exclaimed. Liyu, who was in a daze, jumped up in fright. As for the other method of practicing the Great Thousand Leaf Hands, it should be the Buddhist way of redeeming one's self and others. Damn, this is the rhythm of making the enemy become monks. My Great Thousand Leaf Hands is amazing. One move after another, Liu was already dumbfounded. If it had only happened once or twice, it could have been considered a coincidence. However, Chu Yang was obviously not like that. Chu Yang was now analyzing and deducing the fifth move of the Great Thousand Leaf Hands, Brahma Book Palms. Chu Yang had only deduced one way to practice this move. Brahma Book Palms referred to Buddhist scriptures. Buddhist scriptures were originally written in Sanskrit on the leaves of Bithara. When he made a move, an illusory arm appeared. The arm turned into 10 leaves, and the 10 leaves turned into 100 Buddhist scriptures. After that, 10,000 leaves returned to their roots. This was the sixth move. Chu Yang's deductions were extremely fast. Liu, who was beside him, realized that he could no longer keep up with Chu Yang's speed. When the leaves fall, they return to their roots. The leaves grew from the roots. After they fell, they would return to the roots in the end. It was a metaphor that things would always return to a certain place. It referred to the karma of Buddha. This move only had one meaning and one way to practice it. 10,000 leaves returned to their roots. Chu Yang shouted excitedly. It's just an illusory arm that turns into 10 leaves and hits them all in one place. If this move is used to slap faces, it will definitely be very brutal. The scene is too beautiful. I really don't dare to look. Chapter 6. Liyu's Memoir. This is the day I doubt my life. Uncle Li, give me some divine accumulation pills, chi-generating pills, and body-nourishing pills. This Great Thousand Leaf Hands is simply eating me. My spirit, Zhen Qi, and physical strength are a bit overwhelmed. Liu almost unconsciously took out 3 bottles of each of the 3 kinds of pills from his storage ring and threw them to Chu Yang. Uncle, it's not enough. Liu took out the pills again and again, but in the end, he didn't have any. Suddenly, he was shocked and looked at Chu Yang with a dumbfounded expression. Just now, he took out at least 10 bottles of each of the 3 kinds of pills. Each bottle had at least 10 pills. Swallowing so many pills, not to mention the 4th level of the primitive martial realm, even the 7th or 8th level of the primitive martial realm would explode. However, the little sheep was not injured at all, and even felt that it was far from enough. A demon has appeared. A demon has appeared. Quickly come and catch the demon. Liu almost screamed out loud. The Buddhist body is a stinky skin bag. The body is fake. Since it is fake, the hands can be the feet and the body. The Great Thousand Leaf Hands can become the Great Thousand Leaf Legs and the Great Thousand Leaf Body. After a fierce deduction, Chu Yang opened up the small meridians on his legs. Zhen Qi overflowed from his pores, and he suddenly kicked out, which immediately transformed into a leg. It was not over yet. This Great Thousand Leaf Legs should be used in footwork, the Great Thousand Leaf Steps. Chu Yang continued to experiment and evolve. After a while, his feet drew out layers upon layers of afterimages. When he took a step forward, the afterimages of his legs would appear in all directions. Moreover, they were extremely fast. It was impossible to know where he was going. He really did it. Liu couldn't make any sound. At this moment, his breathing seemed to have stopped. Great thousand-leaf legs and great thousand-leaf steps can be used, then there should be no problem with the great thousand-leaf body. Chu Yang mumbled for a while, and then a shadow appeared from his body. But halfway through, he suddenly hugged his head and shouted, "Damn it, my brain is going to be eaten. I swallowed more than 30 bottles of pills, and I couldn't even hold on for a moment." He had indeed reached his limit. He had never imagined that the great Kiliakosm leaf palms would be so draining. While he was wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf, he stole a glance at Liu. Seeing that she wasn't reacting, he let out a strange cry. "Who made this great Kiliakosm leaf palms? It's too difficult. I'm going back to sleep." Shua. As he spoke, he immediately fled. Chu Yang was truly afraid that Liu would ask for a debt. Regardless of whether it was the divine accumulation pill, the chi-generating pill, or the body-nourishing pill, all of them were of great use to origin martial realm martial artists. They were also of great use to chi-soul realm martial artists. Just one pill alone could allow an ordinary family to live without worry for at least a year. How much did he eat just now? Right now, he was simply a millionaire, but he couldn't care about that. After escaping, extreme fatigue rushed over him. He couldn't hold on at all. He used his full martial soul and fell to the ground, directly falling asleep. After a while, Liu's angry roar came from the library. "Difficult, difficult as hell, little sheep. Pervert, you little bastard, you're the pervert. Your whole family is perverts." After venting for a while, Liu finally calmed down. Thinking back to the scene just now, she couldn't help but be shocked. Let's not talk about anything else. If the great Kiliakosm leaf palms transformed into the great Kiliakosm leaf palms and cultivated to the peak, one move could create 1,000 illusions. What kind of scene would that be? Origin martial realm martial arts, absolutely impossible. Chi-soul realm martial arts, absolutely impossible. Ascending soul realm martial arts, probably not just ascending soul realm martial arts. In other words, the little sheep had at least created an ascending soul realm martial arts. Hiss! Liu couldn't help but gasp. Ascending soul realm martial arts, the coiling dragon martial arts institution almost didn't have. He only had one on him, and the little sheep had actually created it. The coiling dragon martial arts institution had a monster, a great monster, a super great monster. Shua! His figure moved. He originally wanted to inform the martial arts institution, but after thinking for a while, he stopped. Even if I tell them, no one will believe me. This is a little too ridiculous. Anyway, the martial arts institution competition is about to start. When the time comes, I will bet with those guys from the martial arts institution and make a fortune. Hee hee, little sheep. You didn't expect this, right? Your Uncle Li is going to be rich. Li was very proud. Soon after, he saw the great Kiliakosm leaf palms on the shelf and couldn't help but feel a burst of passion. It contained ascending soul realm martial arts. He immediately started to study it, but after a while, he became irritated. With his cultivation level, he actually couldn't find the right way. He tried a few times, but the results were not good. He was instantly enraged and threw the great Kiliakosm leaf palms to the ground. I can't even compare to a strand of wool from a little sheep. He was flustered and exasperated. In the end, he suddenly thought of Chu Yang crazily swallowing alchemical pills and couldn't help but have a crazy idea. He muttered, could it be that he needs to swallow the accumulation spirit pill, chi-generating pill, and body-nourishing pill? Liu was a little bewitched. He actually stretched out his hand to take the alchemical pills, but suddenly found that they were empty. Only then did he remember that Chu Yang had swallowed all of them. He couldn't help but cry out with heartache, "My alchemical pills, damn little sheep." Chapter 7. When Chu Yang woke up again, he was full of energy and vigor. The sky was dark again, so he went home and showed his face before starting to practice the Great Thousand Leaf Hands. The Great Thousand Leaf Hands had been analyzed and imprinted in his mind. Chu Yang started to practice it. He was extremely familiar with it. as if he had practiced it thousands of times. The great thousand-leaf hands was executed smoothly, as if he had practiced it thousands of times. Indistinguishable leaves. One leaf blinding the eye, moving the roots and attaching the leaves. Brahma book leaves. 10,000 leaves returned to their roots. Although there weren't many moves, they were hard to learn and hard to master. It was very difficult to practice to the extreme. Pa, pa, pa. Pa Chuyang struck out with his palm and quickly practiced the entire great thousand-leaf hands. Chuyang repeated the great thousand-leaf hands over and over again. His comprehension of the great thousand-leaf hands kept surging into his mind like a small river. The difference between the speed of comprehension and the speed of comprehension when using the genius martial spirit was like heaven and earth. However, it was still shocking. After his memories were awakened, his comprehension was much stronger than before. To Chuyang, the awakening of his memories was equivalent to an ignorant person being enlightened. Rustle, rustle, rustle. He didn't know how much time had passed. But every time Chuyang struck out with his palm, there would be a rustling sound like the wind blowing through the leaves. Sometimes there would even be a gust of wind. The first practice of the great thousand-leaf hands had now reached a higher level of mastery in the form of 5 arms. He could now form 50 leaves, and they danced like colorful butterflies. Bang! 50 butterfly-like leaves seemed to be fighting to land on a flower. All of them landed on a hard bluestone slab. Immediately, the bluestone slab was torn into pieces. More than half of it was reduced to dust. This power! Chuyang couldn't help but look at his own hands. He exclaimed, "This great thousand-leaf hands is really extraordinary. It's actually so amazing. If I were to cultivate to perfection, and the first type of great thousand-leaf hands had 10 arms, how amazing would that be?" There's also the second type, the great thousand-leaf hands, which can produce 100 arms at full power. Just its aura alone should be able to intimidate people. The great thousand-leaf hands was extremely difficult to cultivate. In such a short period of time, Chuyang had naturally relied on his genius martial spirit's deduction to understand the mysteries behind the great thousand-leaf hands. That was the reason why he was able to cultivate it so quickly. Otherwise, he would be like others who would never be able to cultivate the great thousand-leaf hands, not to mention the perfection stage. That was something that many people couldn't achieve even after cultivating for their entire lives. Crackling sounds came from Chuyang's body. At the same time, black impurities were expelled from his body along with his sweat. His body was clearly stronger by a level. Roar! A phantom image of 5 ferocious tigers appeared behind him, and he punched out, causing the air to explode. The power of 5 tigers. His strength had actually increased by the strength of a tiger. In the primitive martial realm, each layer increased the strength of tiger. 4 layers equated to the strength of 4 tigers. In other words, Chuyang now had the strength of a tiger. The great thousand-leaf hands didn't seem to be a cultivation technique that specialized in tempering the body. He had only cultivated to the 5th arm, but his strength had increased by so much. This was very shocking. Haha, I am now considered a genius. This feeling is not bad. Fighting across realms is not a dream. Chuyang now felt that by relying on the great thousand-leaf hands, he would be able to instantly kill someone at the 5th primitive martial realm. Unknowingly, the sky was already slightly bright. Chuyang didn't know exhaustion as he continued to practice the great thousand-leaf hands for an entire night. The palm technique was round and continuous, as smooth and unobstructed as a stream of water. It could be said to be as natural as moving clouds and flowing water. He was extremely familiar with it. His entire body was already drenched. Steam rose up like clouds and mist. Every time the true qi circulated through his body, his qi and blood would become more vigorous and his strength would increase by a lot. Pa pa pa. For arms. 5 arms. 6 arms. 7 arms, boom. When the 7th arm was about to appear, it suddenly exploded. Although Chuyang could easily form 6 arms and reach the next level, he was still a little lacking in the pure passion realm. However, in just one night, he had made such progress. His cultivation speed was still incomparably shocking. Suddenly, he changed the great thousand-leaf hands to the second mode. 40 arms formed a semicircular divine ring, as if he had become the thousand-hands Buddha. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong wind blew. Chu Yang used his genius martial spirit. Suddenly, the barrier that was hindering his progress was torn apart. He directly formed 50 arms. Next level. The second mode of the great thousand-leaf hands was even more difficult. Now, he had actually reached the next level. This speed was too frightening. A large amount of comprehension and information poured into his mind. Compared to his cultivation speed just now, Chu Yang didn't know how many times faster he was now. However, Chu Yang stopped moving. The consumption was too fast. If he continued, he might faint. Of course, Chu Yang was completely willing to pay such a price for such an effect. He was in dire need of elixirs now. A large amount of elixirs. He didn't consume large amounts of elixirs to accumulate his cultivation. They were all for his genius martial spirit. Therefore, consuming large amounts of elixirs didn't have any side effects. The only problem was, where was he going to find such a large amount of elixirs? His father was a source, but there was no way to explain the reason. Under normal circumstances, the amount of elixirs he gave to Chu Yang was enough for Chu Yang to use for a period of time. If he knew that Chu Yang was consuming elixirs so crazily, it would probably be another lesson for him. I can only go to the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range and use demonic beasts to temper my martial skills. Intense battles can not only temper my martial skills, but also increase my combat experience. At the same time, I can search for herbs and exchange them for elixirs. Demonic beast crystals are also very valuable. Soon enough, Chu Yang made a decision. The Coiling Dragon Martial Institution was named after the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. There were plenty of demonic beasts there, and every year, the Coiling Dragon Town would be attacked by demonic beasts. Naturally, there was no lack of heaven and earth treasures. Not only was the Coiling Dragon Town a source of income for the residents, it was also the best training ground for the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Therefore, when Chu Yunlong returned home, he saw these words. This child is determined to leave the village. If I don't learn, I swear I will not return. My dear father who enjoys immortal blessings forever, you are incomparably wise. Fortunately, you didn't give me any betrothal or fiancé. Otherwise, she would say that your son is a trash. She would be high and mighty, bossing me around and saying things like dragons don't live with snakes. She would say that her husband is a great hero who rode on a rainbow cloud to marry her. Father, if such a thing really happened, your son wouldn't be wandering around the outskirts of the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. Instead, I would be risking my life in the inner regions. Many thanks to the heaven-blessed father. Godlike son, Chu Yang, please do not miss me. Chapter 8. The Coiling Dragon Mountain Range was located in the northeast direction of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. It was about a dozen miles away. This mountain range had 6 main veins and countless branch veins. The 6 main veins were like 6 huge flood dragons, spiraling towards the deepest part of the mountain range before finally forming a towering mountain range. It was like a huge dragon coiling there, hence its name. The 6 main veins had towering ancient trees shrouded in clouds and mist. Ferocious beasts roamed freely. The place where the heaven and earth essence energy was the most abundant was also the most dangerous place. Even the dean of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution didn't dare to step in, as there were many demonic beasts that were comparable to the Ascension Soul Realm. For the people of the Coiling Dragon Town, their main destination was the edge of the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. The demonic beasts, they were much weaker, and there were many different kinds of herbs. At the same time, the demonic beasts could be killed and sold for money. The surroundings were quiet as a surge of cold air rushed over from afar. This is the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range? How magnificent! This was the first time that Chu Yang had entered the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. He looked into the distance and almost couldn't help but become absent-minded. He saw a huge mountain range surrounded by clouds and mist. It looked like a giant beast that was entrenched on the ground. In front of this mountain range, humans were as tiny as ants. Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, here I come. Ha! Chu Yang's body flashed as he laughed and headed towards the coiling Dragon Mountain Range. In the mountain range, the vegetation was so dense that it reached the waist. On an ancient tree that required two people to wrap their arms around, a colorful line suddenly shot down. It was hissing like an arrow shot out from an iron bow. Clang! Chu Yang executed the great thousand-leaf hand and smashed the snake's head, killing it instantly. He looked up and said, "Three-striped snake." Three-striped snake had 3 colored lines on its body and was extremely poisonous. It was a huge number of poisonous snakes in the coiling Dragon Mountain Range. It wasn't strong, but its body was full of treasures. It was one of the demonic beasts that the people of the coiling Dragon Town liked to catch. Three-striped snake blood contains a large amount of spirit energy. It is even better than herbs and is very nourishing. This was known to all. Chu Yang stretched out his hand and tore, and the three-striped snake was immediately torn apart. He raised his neck, and a large amount of blood gushed into his stomach along with a fishy smell. When the snake blood entered his stomach, it was as if a ball of gunpowder had exploded. Dense yuan qi shot into Chu Yang's limbs and bones. So comfortable. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief, his face full of disbelief. Just as I said, the blood of this kind of snake is very nutritious. He also understood why so many people like to come here despite the dangers in the depths of the coiling Dragon Mountain Range. Risks and rewards were proportional. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. However, Chu Yang remembered that before his big brother, Chu Fei, entered the mountain range to train, his father had repeatedly warned him not about demonic beasts, but humans. In this desolate mountain range, it was a completely lawless world. Humans were often more dangerous than demonic beasts. "Father, what you said is right. Who knows if I kill someone in the coiling Dragon Mountain Range? The price of committing a crime is too small. I have to be more careful." Soon, Chu Yang had already ventured deeper into the mountain range, and his harvest was quite bountiful. Along the way, Chu Yang had killed countless large and small ferocious beasts. Steel spike wolves, bramble blood pigs, strangling pythons. Just the beast crystals alone, he had already collected 20. The number of snakes he had killed was more than 100. Demonic beasts that had not reached the Chi Soul realm could only form beast crystals, but not beast cores. In the beginning, Chu Yang still drank the snake blood, but later, he could no longer drink anymore. His entire body was warm, and an abundant amount of yuan qi surged in his body. This won't do. I have to find a place to practice my fist techniques. I have to digest the yuan qi in the snake blood. Chu Yang's face was bright red. That was because he had swallowed too much snake blood, and the yuan qi had not been digested in time. After finding a place, he began to cultivate. Pa! Pa! Chu Yang unfolded the great thousand-leaf hands, and 5 illusory arms appeared around him. Suddenly, it seemed as if countless whips were lashing out. Crackling sounds were heard. At the same time, his strength was also increasing unceasingly. Power of 5 tigers. Power of 5.5 tigers. Power of 6 tigers. Power of 6.5 tigers. Boom! Chu Yang's strength increased by nearly 1.5 tigers. The peak of the 4th level of the origin martial realm was broken through by the torrent of energy, and the 5th 5-colored lotus throne in his body had already condensed. 5th level of the origin martial realm. However, this kind of improvement was not over yet. Instead, it was still rising rapidly. Chu Yang, who had just reached the 5th level of the origin martial realm, was still rising at an astonishing speed until he reached the middle of the 5th level of the origin martial realm. This feeling of rapid breakthrough made Chu Yang addicted. Just as he was about to exert all his strength to attack the late stage of the 5th level of the origin martial realm, he suddenly felt that the originally endless energy flow had disappeared. Power of 7 tigers. With a huge explosion sound, the innumerable energy in Chu Yang's body twisted into one energy. In an instant, Chu Yang's strength increased by half a tiger, reaching the power of 7 tigers, which was comparable to an expert at the 7th level of the origin martial realm. Rumble. With a huge explosion sound, the surrounding boulders were shattered. Chu Yang continued to practice the Great Thousand Leaf Hands, and after the 6th arm appeared, he directly used the genius martial spirit. Pa! The 7th arm had finally appeared. This also indicated that Chu Yang had practiced the first technique of the Great Thousand Leaf Hands to the point of perfection. After the appearance of the 7th arm, the might of the Great Thousand Leaf Hands had instantly increased by a level. He felt that it was completely on par with the martial techniques of the Chi Soul realm. Swish! Chu Yang suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was as bright as a blade. His figure jumped, and with a few swish, he immediately rushed into the night and disappeared. Roar! A moment later, in the forest at the foot of the mountain, the roars of fierce beasts could be heard. But the roars soon turned into wails and screams. After a while, all the beasts' roars were suppressed by the roar of an angry explosive bear. In the dark night, they were scared and fled in all directions. This is truly a land of treasures. Rapid progress in the martial Tao isn't enough to describe it. Chu Yang returned. His whole body was emitting a murderous aura. In such a short time, he had obtained more than 20 vicious beast crystals. However, there were also many scars on his body. In particular, there were 5 bloody scratches on his chest. After my strength sword, killing a 5th level origin martial realm fierce beast is just like killing a chicken. But that 7th level explosive bear, I am still not its opponent for the time being. I will deal with it when my strength increases. Chapter 9. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye, Chu Yang had already spent 3 days in the coiling Dragon Mountain Range. In just 3 days, he had already grown 8 arms from the first cultivation method of the Great Thousand Leaf Hands. The second cultivation method was becoming more and more difficult as he progressed. He couldn't keep up with the first cultivation method at all. Right now, he was still stuck at the initiate realm. When he used the second cultivation method, he only had 50 arms, not 80. This was especially true for the Great Thousand Leaf Hands, which was clearly incomplete. There was no second form for the 4th and 5th form. It's time to deal with that flame bear. The first form of the Great Thousand Leaf Hands allows me to form 8 arms, and with the strength of 1 tiger, it shouldn't be a problem for me to deal with it. Swish! Chu Yang's feet created 3 afterimages, and his speed suddenly increased explosively. In the next moment, the roar of a beast resounded through the entire forest. The flame bear was like a small mountain. It seemed clumsy, but it was extremely nimble. Chu Yang had tried to kill this flame bear several times in the past 3 days, but to no avail. The flame bear's fur was tough and thick, and it was extremely resistant to attacks. Moreover, the explosive bear could go berserk and enter a berserk state. Its eyes would be blood red, and it would put on a desperate stance. Its attack speed would be fast and ruthless. Every time this happened, Chu Yang could only flee in distress. But now, Chu Yang could already control this vicious beast. Indiscernible Chu Yi. 1 leaf blinds the eye. Brahma Book Shell Leaf. Chu Yang's attacks were like a storm. He was using this vicious beast to temper his Great Thousand Leaf Hands. Kachacha. The sound of bones breaking came from the flame bear's body. Every time Chu Yang struck out a palm, it was as if thousands of palms had landed on it. A huge force blasted into its body, breaking its bones. The flame bear's eyes were still blood red, but there was already fear in them. This human was not someone it could contend against. After this battle, most of the bones in its body were broken. Roar! The explosive bear suddenly roared. This ferocious beast that didn't know what fear was ran away. Under Chu Yang's godlike attacks, the ferocious beast finally felt fear. Humph! You only want to run now? Do you think you can escape? Chu Yang's eyes flashed, and he quickly executed the great Kiliakosm leaf steps to catch up. Then he slammed his palm down. 10,000 leaves returned to their roots. Kacha! The explosive bear, which had already run several zhang away, let out a miserable howl as it was drowned out by countless fallen leaves. Every single leaf seemed to be a piece of paper, shattering its skull completely. Even its bones and skin were smashed into its chest. It swayed a little before collapsing with a rumbling sound. The explosive bear had extraordinary strength, but it was never a speed-type beast. Once it tried to escape, it would be a dead end. Chu Yang flipped the explosive bear over, took out the dagger, and immediately began to dissect it. Not long after the dissection began, a sound immediately entered his ears. There's someone here? Chu Yang's ears trembled. He could feel that someone was rushing over. It seems that the explosive bear's roar just now attracted these people over. Chu Yang frowned. He did not wish to meet these people face to face, especially when he obtained the explosive bear's beast crystal that was not cheap. In the coiling Dragon Mountain range, there was nothing strange about killing people for treasures. He increased his speed, and a moment later, he found the beast crystal in the skull of the explosive bear. This beast crystal was sparkling and translucent, like a pearl. It was dazzling and had already begun to evolve into a beast core. The explosive bear was only equivalent to the 7th level of the origin martial realm, but the beast crystal that was dug out was equivalent to the 8th level. This is explosive bear that is about to evolve. Chu Yang was overjoyed. This was an unexpected harvest. It should be here. The sound came from afar. The speed at which the other party was rushing over was far beyond Chu Yang's imagination. So fast. Chu Yang walked quickly, but the other party was even faster. The person in front stopped. Amidst the shout, a powerful aura surged from behind and locked onto Chu Yang from afar, following which the trees rustled as many figures came out from the forest. The Zhao family is hunting here. If you dare to escape, you will be regarded as going against the Zhao family. Your entire family will be killed. Not even a chicken or dog will be spared. A gloomy voice came from behind and was extremely overbearing. The Zhao family seems to be in trouble. Chu Yang squinted his eyes. His Chu family did not have many enemies in the Coiling Dragon Town, but the Zhao family was one of them. Furthermore, the Zhao family was the overlord of the Coiling Dragon Town. If not for the 5 Elements sect behind the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, the institution would not be able to establish itself. Hey, I was wondering who it was. So it is the younger brother of the great prodigy, Chu, of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Why are you in such a hurry to leave after seeing an old acquaintance? A sarcastic voice followed by 8 Zhao family disciples followed by a youth walked out. This youth was wearing a purple gold crown and embroidered clothes, looking extremely wealthy. However, his expression was gloomy, and his lips were harsh, giving off a feminine feeling. At this moment, he was looking down from above and sizing up Chu Yang with a look of ridicule. Zhao Yunhu. Chu Yang had a bad feeling in his heart. Was it truly a narrow road for enemies to meet? This Zhao Yunhu had bullied him in the martial institution and was ruthlessly taught a lesson by his brother, Chu Fei. In the end, it caused a conflict between the Zhao family and the Chu family. However, since his brother had entered the 5 Elements sect, the Zhao family had no choice but to drop the matter. That's right, great prodigy, Chu's younger brother. If your brother is a prodigy, you must be a prodigy as well, right? Your entire family must be prodigies, right? When the word prodigy was mentioned, Zhao Yunhu gritted his teeth. Zhao Yunhu. Chu Yang turned around and stared at this youth with flickering eyes. Zhao Yunhu was the second son of the Zhao family head. He was extremely doted on by the Zhao family head and was spoiled. He would seek revenge for the smallest grievance and had a strong jealousy. Today, it would be hard for him to be kind. Zhao Yunhu, I haven't seen you for a year, but you're still the same. Zhao Yunhu's face immediately sank. Chu Yang, do you think you're a prodigy like your brother? You're just a trash. You actually dared to be so rampant in front of me. Zhao Yunhu, I have no intention of being entangled with you. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Chu Yang's face was gloomy as he spoke coldly. You want to leave? Zhao Yunhu laughed strangely. Leave? Sure. Hand over all the herbs and beast crystals on you, and I'll be merciful and let you go. What did you say? Chapter 10. Are you very dissatisfied? Zhao Yunhu is insolent, overbearing, and lawless. His tone is incomparably ridiculing. Chu Yang, let me tell you, today whatever I say is right. My words are the rules. You have no qualifications to question or resist. At this time, Chu Yang has already sized up Zhao Yunhu's group. The one-armed middle-aged man standing beside Zhao Yunhu is his only threat. 8th level origin martial realm. It seems that if I don't agree, I will die here today. Chu Yang looked at Zhao Yunhu and coldly said, You speak so straightforwardly, as if you were very smart. Zhao Yunhu suddenly became furious. He pointed at Chu Yang and said, I suddenly changed my mind. Chu Yang, you make me feel very uncomfortable. I will now give you one last chance. Come here, kneel down, and kowtow 3 times. Second young master is talking to you. Quickly kneel down and thank him. Young master is not so benevolent every time. The 8th level origin martial realm expert beside Zhao Yunhu took a few steps forward and stared at Chu Yang and sternly said. Chu Yang did not pay attention to him. He only looked at Zhao Yunhu. Many thoughts flashed through his eyes. Today, it seems that Zhao Yunhu will definitely take my life to avenge the enmity from a year ago. Unfortunately, Chu Yang is completely different from a year ago, humiliating me enough and then killing me. Does he really think that I am that stupid? Zhao Yunhu, you are really a waste. You are born to be jealous of people who are stronger than you. Chu Yang opened his mouth and stunned everyone in the Zhao family. He actually dared to talk about the second young master like that. This Chu Yang is courting death. He should not know that the young master hates it the most when people call him a waste. He will die without a doubt. He has violated the young master's taboo. The Zhao family followers stared at Chu Yang as if they were looking at a dead man. As expected, when Zhao Yunhu heard these words, he was like a viper that had been attacked. He suddenly stood up, and a trace of anger flashed across his face as he roared, You're the trash. He was truly flustered and exasperated. He was so choked up that he almost couldn't speak. You actually dare to call me trash? You're dead. Let me tell you, Chu Yang, you're dead meat. Who do you think you are? And who does your brother think he is? You're nothing in my eyes. A single word from me can make you wish you were dead. Zhao Yunhu, are you jealous of my brother? Today, I'll make you jealous until you go crazy. I'll show you what a genius is. You're courting death. I'll skin you alive later. Chu Yang looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. Do you really think that you have me now? If you kill me in this coiling dragon mountain range, no one will know. If I kill you, no one will know. A cold, killing intent burst out from his eyes. What? Kill me? Zhao Yunhu acted as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Chu Yang, do you believe that you'll be begging for mercy in front of me like a dog? You trash, who's begging for mercy? You still don't know? Chu Yang pointed at him. My brother is a genius. I'm a genius. You're trash. Your entire Zhao family is trash. Zhao Yunhu's entire face turned purple with anger. He pointed at Chu Yang and said in a flustered and exasperated manner, Men, kill him for me. Kill him for me now. Ignorant, since you know that this is the coiling dragon mountain range. You actually dare to be so impudent. Do you really think that you're a genius like your brother? Go die. Beside Zhao Yunhu, the 8th level origin martial realm expert sneered and immediately attacked. Boom! Within a radius of 10 zhong, the air suddenly exploded and a gale rose. A figure like an angry elephant broke through the air. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Chu Yang. He raised his arm like a giant hammer and ruthlessly smashed toward Chu Yang. The 8th level origin martial realm experts' internal strength had reached the peak of perfection. Their true chi was endless and their strength was limitless. Their attack speed and reaction far exceeded that of ordinary martial artists. When he attacked, he appeared in front of Chu Yang almost instantly. Chu Yang did not even have time to dodge. Incomparably vigorous true chi, inconceivable speed, coupled with unparalleled strength, life and death were on the line. Chu Yang used his genius martial spirit. His mind was incomparably calm, like a deep pool without any fluctuations. I'll use you to confirm the power of the great thousand leaf hands. It was either life or death. This was not only the time to test the great thousand leaf hands, but also the time to test the results of his cultivation. Boom! A heavy iron fist ruthlessly smashed into Chu Yang's chest in an instant. A trace of a cold smile remained on the Zhao family expert's face. It was as if he had already seen Chu Yang being torn apart under his fist, turning into a pile of minced meat. One leaf, blinding eyes. The second move of the great thousand leaf hands, the second technique. However, in an instant, Chu Yang suddenly formed many arms, as if forming a divine ring. The heavy illusions of the arms made him dizzy. In an instant, he felt dizzy and nauseous. Then, his eyes actually fell into darkness. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Is it evil? He was almost scared out of his wits. Such a martial technique was even more terrifying than a Chi Soul Realm cultivation technique. It might even be an Ascending Soul Realm martial technique. Swish! Chu Yang moved his legs, creating many afterimages. He dodged the attack with the great thousand leaf steps and immediately attacked with thunder without holding back. Bang! 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 The illusions of the arms, a total of 50 arms, completely enveloped the 8th stage martial artist. They all slammed into his body like hitting a wooden dummy. In an instant, loud muffled sounds resounded. Bang! Chu Yang's final attack landed. The expert's eyes were already wide open and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Soon after, with a bang, he exploded like a balloon. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. He was torn apart and directly exploded. Flesh, bones, intestines, and internal organs were all over the ground. Everything within one zhang was blood red. What entered one's eyes were minced meat, broken bones, and broken internal organs. What? Everyone in the Zhao family was dumbfounded. Their faces were pale, and their pupils were trembling. The situation changed too quickly. Even Zhao Yunhu was scared out of his wits. An 8th-stage origin martial realm martial artist dealing with an unknown 4th-stage or 5th-stage martial artist. Who cares? Anyway, shouldn't a guy with a low cultivation be killed in one strike as easy as breathing? How could he be directly blown apart in one exchange, dying without a complete corpse? Their minds couldn't wrap their heads around it. They simply couldn't accept such a result. Zhao Yunhu, now you're all dead. I didn't want to take risks and didn't want to kill anyone. But there is no turning back. None of you can escape. All of you must die. Chu Yang's body erupted with a terrifying aura, causing the surrounding air to distort. Feeling the chilling, killing intent from Chu Yang's body, Zhao Yunhu finally felt fear. He also didn't expect that Chu Yang would be so powerful. Even an 8th-stage origin martial realm expert couldn't withstand one strike from him. This is simply too outrageous. Kill him. Attack together for me and kill him. Zhao Yunhu screamed. Chu Yang in front of him scared him so much that he almost peed in his pants. Kill. One by one, the Zhao family disciples came back to their senses and immediately rushed out to kill Chu Yang. Strong wind whistled in the void. There was a faint smell of blood everywhere, reminding them that if they couldn't kill Chu Yang, they would become dead people. Die! Chu Yang's body leaped. His feet moved in a chain of steps. One after another arms appeared. Layers of palm shadows smashed the top of a Zhao family disciple's head. With another step, another Zhao family disciple appeared, and immediately another Zhao family disciple fell down. Impossible, impossible. Chapter 11. An earth-shattering explosion resounded, and the air within a radius of several zhang exploded. Countless sand and dust rose from the ground and did not disperse. The Zhao family people were no match for him. They would die even faster if they went up. All the Zhao family disciples cried out in fear. I said that no one can escape today. All of you will die. Chu Yang stared at the remaining Zhao family followers and said coldly. His face was slightly pale, but his gaze was still firm and powerful. The second method of the Great Thousand Leaf Hands not only consumed a lot of true qi, but also consumed a lot of mental energy. Wah! The remaining Zhao family followers were completely terrified. They felt that the person in front of them was an inhuman existence that could not be defeated. They cried out and fled in all directions. How could Chu Yang let them escape? From the moment he started killing, everyone here was destined to die. If they did not die, he would be in big trouble and die. This was Zhao Yunhu's choice, and also their choice. Chu Yang used the great thousand-leaf steps, and with a few steps, he caught up with a Zhao family follower and killed him with a palm. He then turned around and caught up with another Zhao family follower and killed him with a palm. Miserable screams resounded. In just a few breaths of time, Chu Yang caught up with the Zhao family followers and killed them one by one. Whoosh! Chu Yang pounced towards the last silhouette with a gust of wind. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Before Chu Yang arrived, Zhao Yunhu's face had already turned pale from fear. He screamed again and again. His body went limp on the ground and kept trembling. Chu Yang's series of decisive killing and thunder methods had already scared him out of his wits. He did not have any intention of resisting because the result was already decided. Although he was usually temperamental and killed people, most of the time it was just talking. He did not have much strength and was only at the 5th level of the origin martial realm. Chu Yang killed people like killing chickens in an instant. In Zhao Yunhu's eyes, he was simply like a killing god. He was already scared to the point of incontinence. What? Didn't you want me to kowtow and kneel? Didn't you want me to be a slave? Didn't you want to kill me? Why aren't you killing me? Where did your arrogance go? Chu Yang stepped forward and kicked him to the ground. Chu Yang, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. You need to be rational. I am the son of Zhang Ba, and my mother is the daughter of the Azure Dragon School's sect master. If you kill me, you will bring about a great disaster, and your Chu clan will definitely be exterminated. Zhao Yunhu knelt on the ground. His eyes seemed to be trembling, and his face was filled with fear. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. His entire family was wiped out. A monstrous killing intent rushed out from Chu Yang's heart. The Azure Dragon School was only a small school. They had their misgivings, but they were still trembling in fear. You seem to have forgotten that this is the coiling Dragon Mountain Range. If you kill me, no one will know. If I kill you, who will know? Then, Zhao Yunhu opened his mouth, but couldn't find a reason. He saw the corpses on the ground and suddenly understood something. He shouted, Chu Yang, you can't do this. Please, I beg you, don't kill me. It's too late. Zhao Yunhu collapsed. He roared and cursed crazily. His eyes were filled with hatred. Chu Yang, you lunatic. If you kill me, you won't be able to live either. My second uncle will be here soon. He is a Chi Soul Realm expert. He will kill you to avenge me. Suddenly, he thought of something. As if he was grabbing onto a life-saving straw, he shouted, I have the Sword Heart Heavenly Fire. His voice stopped abruptly. Chu Yang had already cut his throat. Sword Heart Heavenly Fire, trash. You should have said so earlier. Chu Yang immediately searched Zhao Yunhu's body. His eyes immediately revealed a happy expression. Storage ring. Zhao Yunhu actually had a storage ring. Although this thing wasn't rare, it was still very precious. All the valuables must be in there. After that, he searched the Zhao clan's followers again. His harvest could be said to be quite plentiful. He found a dozen bottles of pills and many martial skills. Let's go. Chu Yang didn't dare to tarry. He was definitely not a Chi Soul Realm expert's opponent. He didn't even have time to look at the spoils of war and immediately left. He ran very far away and immediately hid himself. After about 15 minutes, he heard a shocking roar from the place where the incident happened. It was as if a giant beast had gone mad. There was an explosion. Loud cracking sounds could be heard. The mountain forest was like a controllable hurricane that was moving in all directions. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed. Boom! A burst of explosive sounds came from the direction where Chu Yang was hiding. A tall and thin man, about 37 or 38 years old, appeared. As soon as he appeared in the vicinity, Chu Yang felt that the surrounding temperature had plummeted. His murderous aura was as vast as the ocean. Chu Yang was far away, but he still felt a strong pressure. It was difficult to breathe. It was as if there were thousands of copper needles on his head. What a terrifying, murderous aura. This kind of person was a true expert. Compared to the people around Zhao Yunhu, they couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. For a moment, the strong, murderous aura suddenly disappeared and appeared in another place. Ah! The angry roar resounded through the mountain range. Continuous violent explosions could be heard from afar. You can't escape. No matter who you are, you killed my Zhao clan's people and stole my Zhao clan's divine item. You will die without a doubt. The angry roar was like thunder, shaking the surroundings. Not only Chu Yang, but the other people in the mountain range were also frightened. Chu Yang's heart fiercely twitched. Zhao Yunhu's second uncle was actually strong to this extent. Just by being angry, he let out a roar that was like a landslide or a tsunami. This time, I've really provoked big trouble. It seems that the so-called Sword Heart Heavenly Flame is definitely extraordinary. Chapter 12. The mountain range was filled with a terrifying aura. Zhao Yunhu's second uncle was like a ferocious beast, lingering without dissipating. Only when night arrived did the ferocious beast seem to have calmed down. It should be done. Chu Yang walked out from his hiding place, but he was still very careful. He left this area far away, but he didn't immediately return to the coiling dragon martial institution. He was worried that Zhao Yunhu's second uncle would block him on the way. It's better to properly deal with the stolen goods first. Swish! Chu Yang's body shrunk like a tiger as he gently scuttled into the forest. He only stopped after finding a safe place. Let's take a look at the harvest this time. Chu Yang took out everything and poured them on the ground. With the help of the fire, he looked at them one by one. Azure Dragon Elixir. Chu Yang took out a porcelain bottle from Zhao Yunhu's storage ring and poured out a Longan-sized azure elixir. Immediately, a medicinal fragrance permeated the air. There seemed to be a faint dragon's shadow swimming on the elixir. Good stuff. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. The Azure Dragon School was a school that focused on alchemy. The Azure Dragon Elixir was the foundation of the Azure Dragon School. Outsiders didn't know the alchemy formula, but it was extremely useful. It was said that the Azure Dragon Elixir was extremely miraculous. This is too convenient for me. Chu Yang rejoiced in his heart. Zhao Yunhu had 3 bottles of Azure Dragon Elixir, and each bottle contained 10 elixirs. Suppressing the fluctuation in his heart, Chu Yang continued to check the other harvest. Shortly after, he was startled. Azure Dragon's alchemy secrets. Why didn't I think of alchemy? I have a genius martial spirit. Alchemy should be easy. If I become an alchemist, why would I need to worry about alchemy? I am bewitched. This Zhao Yunhu has shown me a bright path. Chu Yang looked at the Azure Dragon's alchemy secrets in his hand. Wasn't this the most suitable? There is also the Sword Heart Heavenly Flame. If I have it, I will have everything I need for alchemy. After searching for a while, Chu Yang finally found the so-called Sword Heart Heavenly Flame, which was stored in a special container. The core of the flame was in the shape of a sword, a white flame. As the flame danced, it seemed to be unsheathing a sword. Wisps of hot air were emitted, as if a sword was thrusting out. The flame also seemed to be like the light of a sword. As the Sword Heart Heavenly Flame pulsated, the sword martial spirit in Chu Yang's consciousness also pulsated. Vaguely, there was a mysterious sword skill circulating in his heart. This flame is amazing. Chu Yang was shaken. The strange flame heart and the hidden sword art made him certain that this flame was extraordinary. He tried to approach the candle flame with his hand, but it was only an ordinary flame. It was a little hot. I wonder how to use this flame. Chu Yang held the cluster of flames in his hand. It danced gracefully in his palm. Soon after, he activated his genius martial spirit. Xiao! In an instant, the genius martial spirit moved, and the cluster of flames flew directly between Chu Yang's eyebrows. In an instant, he felt a burning sensation between his eyebrows. When Chu Yang tried to perceive it, the cluster of flames was already in the hands of his genius martial spirit. Soon after, there was an explosion in his mind. With a bang, The flame had already wrapped his destiny twin martial spirit and his sword martial spirit, burning them. At the same time, a boundless heat burst out from the flame in an instant. It flowed along his body like a flood. This heat wave flowed from the top of his eyebrows to the bottom of his feet. Chuyang let out a muffled groan. He felt as if he was in a cauldron. Inside the cauldron, a raging fire was burning his body, his martial spirit, his skin, blood, flesh, tendons, and bones. It was burning the real chi in his body. In the blink of an eye, he was like a cooked prawn. His whole body was bright red. However, the miraculous thing was that he didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, he felt warm and comfortable. This heat was only circulating in his body, but it didn't emit any heat. Although his skin was red, it was still only warm. The sword heart heavenly flame washed his body inside and out. After a while, the heat wave receded. Chuyang only felt that his mouth and lips were dry, as if he was dehydrated. At the same time, he found that his whole body was sticky. Many impurities had been burned out. Among these impurities, there was a faint trace of medicinal qi. This is great. Before, I swallowed a large amount of medicinal pills. If I continue to take them, the effects will become smaller and smaller. Moreover, every medicine is 30% poisonous. Although the harm is small, it will accumulate and become a hidden danger. However, after being burned like this, I don't have to worry about it anymore. Chuyang was in a good mood. This sword heart heavenly flame wouldn't harm his body. It could be used to refine his body, chi, spirit, and even refine his martial spirit, especially the latter. After refining his martial spirit, it would definitely be upgraded. This could only be done in the ascending soul realm. However, the sword heart heavenly flame would allow him to upgrade his martial spirit in the origin martial realm. This sword heart heavenly flame is so amazing. The Zhao family will definitely go crazy. The sword heart heavenly flame was definitely a supreme treasure. Losing such a treasure, the Zhao family's reaction could be imagined. Now, Chuyang even believed that the reason why Zhao Yunhu's second uncle was so angry was most likely because of his sword heart heavenly flame. Don't care about him. I'll just be careful of him. Chuyang came back to his senses and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Not only did his cultivation not increase, it instead fell back to the 4th layer from the middle of the 5th layer of the origin martial realm. In his dantian, there were only 4 5-colored lotus platforms. However, on each lotus platform, there was a cluster of flames jumping. This flame was different from the sword heart heavenly flame. It seemed to be the Buddhist flame of anger. Chuyang never expected such a change. However, instead of being surprised, he was happy. His cultivation fell back by 1 layer, which was equivalent to the quality of his true qi increasing by 1 layer. As long as his true qi was completely replenished, he could instantly break through to the middle of the 5th layer. Roar! He punched out. Suddenly, 8 tiger phantoms appear behind him. Among them, 1 tiger collapsed halfway. The strength of 8.5 tigers. Chapter 13. 9 Revolutions Pure Yang Art. Wave Parting Palm. Golden Bell Canopy. Gui Yuan Sutra. Reckless Bull Body Boosting Technique. Reckless Bull Fist Art. Spirit Snake Steps. Wind Chasing Life Stealing Sword. Wind Chasing Life Stealing Sword. After Chuyang clearly understood the marvelousness of the sword heart heavenly flame, he continued to organize his spoils of war. There were many martial techniques, almost like a small martial scripture pavilion. Most of them were obtained from Zhao Yunhu's storage ring. It must be said that Zhao Yunhu was really a nouveau riche. He immediately took a fancy to the wind-chasing life stealing sword. He had been cultivating his inner force mental cultivation technique, so the number of martial skills he had was pitiful. He had a sword martial spirit, but he didn't even have a set of sword techniques. This wind-chasing life stealing sword could be considered his first sword technique. As for biting off more than he could chew, he didn't have to worry about that. In the world of martial arts, there was nothing that couldn't be broken. Only speed could not be broken. In the beginning, the wind-chasing life-stealing sword talked about speed. It was so fast that wind couldn't catch up to it, and light couldn't catch up to it. The wind-chasing life-stealing sword was divided into 9 styles: heart-piercing style, throat-piercing style, eyebrow style, waist-cutting style, head-piercing style, wind-killing style, clone style, and Yama style. Each style had a picture, and each style had 7 to 8 pages. The description was extremely detailed, from every corner, every moment, using the pictures to show the true meaning of the sword technique. Only the last style, Yama style, was the simplest and the most profound. It only had a picture of the Yama king. Chu Yang repeatedly looked at the wind, chasing life, stealing sword. The sword technique was simple and concise. It could be said that every sword took a life. The location of the attack was not the heart, but the throat or the forehead. Especially towards the end, it directly cut the body into 2 and pierced the brain. The last 3 styles were more complicated, and the concept was deeper. Looking at this sword technique, it only attacked and didn't defend. If one wasn't fast enough, they wouldn't be able to kill the enemy in one strike and would fall into a dangerous situation. This seems to be an assassin's sword technique. Chu Yang smelled the smell of blood from these sword techniques, a murderous intent, and an intent to kill without hesitation. This sword technique was created for killing. Chu Yang used his martial spirit and began to analyze and practice. He didn't have a sword, but there was one in Zhao Yunhu's storage ring. Whoosh! The sword pierced through the air like a hidden weapon, fast and swift. Another sword thrust out. It was soundless, strange, and poisonous. Once again, the sword pierced out a blood-red color. The cold air was dense, and the killing intent was almost tangible. It was as if a gate to hell had been opened, and he saw Oxhead and Horseface, the black and white impermanence, and the king of hell. Wind killing style. The wind is the sword to kill. Doppelganger style. One person killing with 2 bodies. King of hell style. If the king of hell wants you to die in the middle of the night, he won't let you live until the middle of the night. This is a killing move, a move that puts one's life on the line. Either you die or I die. Chu Yang recalled all the profound meanings of the wind-chasing, fatal swordsmanship. However, there wasn't much wind in the swordsmanship. It seemed that wind only represented speed and fluttering. However, if that was the case, it shouldn't be the wind-chasing, fatal swordsmanship. Furthermore, there shouldn't be any wind-killing move in the swordsmanship. It seems that the wind-chasing, fatal swordsmanship wasn't created by the creator, but by a learner. He wrote down his own understanding, so it became the wind-chasing, fatal swordsmanship. However, it lacks the most basic and important part. Only when an assassin blended into the wind could he come and go without a trace. His movements were ghostly and unpredictable. Only then could he kill with one strike. Only then could he kill with the wind and create doppelgangers that were as invisible as the wind. It was as if the king of hell couldn't see it, but it was real. There are these traces in the wind-chasing, fatal swordsmanship. Obviously, it was influenced by the original martial technique. However, the last practitioner only pursued speed, but didn't know how to be fast. Chu Yang understood clearly in his heart. He looked for the cut marks in the sword technique and deduced this important part. Then, he immediately stabbed with his sword. The sword rose like the wind. It was unknown where it rose, where it appeared, where it went, when it stopped, and when it disappeared. Then, the sword moved with the wind. The wind was sometimes weak, sometimes strong. Sometimes it was a cool breeze, sometimes it was sharp like a knife. After that, the wind was the sword, and the sword was the wind. When the sword came out, the wind stopped. This is the complete wind-chasing, fatal swordsmanship. After Chu Yang thoroughly comprehended the wind-chasing, fatal swordsmanship, he stopped using the genius martial spirit and fell asleep. In the following days, he focused on the great thousand-leaf hands, the wind-chasing, fatal swordsmanship, as well as the secrets of alchemy. The rest of the time, he also went through many martial techniques. The rest of the time was spent in the mountains looking for medicinal herbs, treasures, and using demon beasts to temper his martial techniques. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. If he didn't have the storage ring, he would have been so full that he wouldn't have anywhere to take it. I should go back. Otherwise, my family will be worried. Immediately, he frowned slightly. He didn't know if the Zhao family had calmed down after 7 days. Was it still crazy? After he was fully prepared, he carried the tiger comparable to the Hotian 5th stage and walked straight out of the coiling Dragon Mountain range. The tiger's body was a treasure, especially the one comparable to the Hotian 5th stage. It was normal for him to carry it out, as long as he had the strength. Arriving at the only way out of the coiling Dragon Mountain range, Chuyang found that there was indeed a checkpoint set up by the Zhao family's people. Sure enough, the Zhao family really went crazy after losing the Sword Heart Heavenly Fire. Chapter 14. At the checkpoint, Chuyang saw a tall and skinny figure from afar. It was Zhao Yunhu's fourth uncle, Zhao Meng. He was slightly nervous, but he didn't stop walking towards the checkpoint. In front of him, there was a group of people hunting in the mountains. Halt! A burly man with a full beard blocked in front of him like a wall. Chuyang raised his head and looked at him before looking at Zhao Meng, who had his eyes down. He then spoke. What is the meaning of your Zhao clan? Everyone entering and exiting the coiling Dragon Mountain range must be checked by you. Could it be that the coiling Dragon Mountain range belongs to your Zhao clan? Or are you planning to kill and rob on the spot? Who is so bold to speak like this? The person who just passed the checkpoint couldn't help but turn around and look. So, it is the second son of the coiling Dragon Martial Institution's Deacon Chu. His eldest son is a genius. I heard that he had entered the 5 Elements sect early on. That should be the one called Little Sheep. Who else could it be other than him? The coiling Dragon Town wasn't big. Chu Yunlong was considered a top figure in the coiling Dragon Town. It wasn't strange for people to recognize Chu Yang. The burly man with a full beard didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Chu Yang. In the coiling Dragon Town, only the coiling Dragon Martial Institution could contend with the Zhao clan. He spoke in a muffled voice. In the coiling Dragon Mountain range, someone killed our second young master and stole something very important to us. Please cooperate. If that is the case, then go ahead and search. Chu Yang suddenly said in a cold voice. However, you'd better not do anything to me. Take something of mine or break something of mine. I clearly saw what you did just now. The burly man's face stiffened, but he didn't dare to do anything. He glanced at Chu Yang and didn't dare to go overboard. Furthermore, Chu Yang's strength was obviously not enough to kill the Zhao clan. Chu Yang passed the checkpoint, but he didn't take more than a few steps. Wait! Zhao Meng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly called out to Chu Yang. When Chu Yang turned around, he saw a pair of fierce eyes that were flashing with radiance. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he discovered something? I have the aura of the Sword Heart Heavenly Fire on my body. His entire body had been tempered by the Sword Heart Heavenly Flame, so this might be possible. Peak of the 5th level of the primitive martial realm. The quality of his Zhen Qi is excellent. Chu Yunlong's son is not bad. In 7 days, not only had Chu Yang recovered, he had also broken through the late stage of the primitive martial realm, the peak of the primitive martial realm, faintly breaking through to the 6th level of the primitive martial realm. Thank you for the compliment. Immediately, Chu Yang felt a strong, killing intent. His voice couldn't help but turn cold. You want to kill me? The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Chu Yang actually dared to be so presumptuous, questioning Zhao Meng in front of his face. The light in Zhao Meng's eyes had already receded. He had discovered that Chu Yang was not ordinary. His killing intent had indeed been aroused, but he had restrained it. At the same time, he had an inexplicable feeling that Chu Yang was the one who killed his nephew and took away Zhao Jiabao. However, Chu Yang's strength was somewhat lacking, so it was impossible for him to kill someone at the 8th level of the primitive martial realm. You have a lot of backbone. Finished speaking, Zhao Meng once again lowered his eyes and instantly entered a meditative state like an old monk. Phew! Chu Yang did not reply and directly left. When he was sufficiently far away and safe, he could not help but let out a long breath. So close. That Zhao Ming is truly astonishing. He must have felt something. This made Chu Yang feel a lot of pressure. A martial artist's intuition was extremely sharp. If he was targeted by him, it would be troublesome. Let's not worry about this for now. If I advance to the Chi Soul realm, why would I need to be afraid of him? After returning to the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, Chu Yang took out Zhao Yunhu's storage ring and hid it on the body of the fierce tiger. Chu Yang took out the storage ring from the fierce tiger's body. Naturally, he couldn't carry all the miscellaneous things back home. He wanted to sell all the things he didn't need in the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. He wanted to exchange them all for medicinal pills in preparation for the upcoming competition. The Coiling Dragon Martial INSTI Tushin's Grand Tournament was held once a year in the Martial INSTI Tushin. Only outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples would participate. The top 10 outer sect disciples would be promoted to inner sect disciples, but only the top 5 inner sect disciples would be promoted to core disciples. The Coiling Dragon Martial Institution was the only martial institution near the Coiling Dragon Town. Regardless of whether it was the disciples of the aristocratic clans or ordinary clans, they were all gathered here. There were at least 1,000 outer disciples, 500 inner disciples, and the core disciples were naturally the least, with no more than 100. The core disciples had a very high status in the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Among the 3 Chu siblings, the eldest brother had already entered the 5-element sect from the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. According to the latest news, the eldest brother had already entered the 5-element sect. The eldest sister, Chu Na, was also a core disciple. Only Chu Yang was still at the bottom of the rankings. Therefore, Chu Yang was very clear about the treatment of a core disciple. Once he was promoted to a core disciple, the treatment he received would be completely different from before. Less than 100 core disciples occupied at least half of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution's resources. If he had the resources of a core disciple, Chu Yang's cultivation speed would be even faster. Even though it was impossible to compare to the windfall that he had just made, it was still a stable source of income. After a long time, it would still be a considerable amount of income. Furthermore, if he wanted to stand out in the martial institution, Chu Yang urgently needed all kinds of resources. He couldn't let go of a single bit. Those core disciples were all extremely talented and had all sorts of fortuitous encounters. If he didn't hurry up, who knew when he would be able to catch up to them? Chu Yang wouldn't be willing to wait for them to leave one by one before he could dominate. In short, no matter what, this grand tournament was extremely important to him. Chapter 15. The Coiling Dragon Martial Institution also had a place that specialized in purchasing items obtained by disciples in the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, the Achievement Hall. The Achievement Hall's purchase price was very low, but if it was sold to others in private, the price would be slightly higher or even completely different. The transactions between disciples gave rise to a special place called the Exchange Plaza, which allowed disciples to trade privately. The Coiling Dragon Martial Institution didn't prohibit it. When Chu Yang rushed to the Exchange Plaza, it was already noon. At this time, there were already a lot of people, even more than the downtown area of the Coiling Dragon Town. These herbs, as well as the exploding bear claw, if you want to exchange for elixir pills, 1 chi-generating pellet, 1 divine accumulation pellet, and 1 body-nourishing pellet. In a small store, a skinny old man slowly said as he faced a pile of items that had been piled up into a small mountain. Deal! Chu Yang smiled bitterly in his heart. If he didn't have a storage ring full of herbs, he wouldn't be able to carry them back. However, elixir pills like the divine accumulation pellet were so expensive, and the price given by the old man was already on the high side. Fortunately, the real deal wasn't here, but those beast crystals. Those beast crystals were the accumulation of the essence of the demonic beasts, and their value was quite high. These are all parts of the ferocious demonic beasts. You should still have a lot of beast crystals. This was the reason why the skinny old man gave such a high price. With one look at the valuable parts of the demonic beasts, he knew that Chu Yang had a lot of beast crystals on him. If you have them, you can sell them to me as well. The price won't let you suffer a loss. This old man was very good at doing business. Chu Yang thought for a moment before taking out all the beast crystals from his storage ring and placing them on the table. The old man looked at Chu Yang with some surprise. He was also surprised that Chu Yang was able to take out more beast crystals than he had imagined. Moreover, the quality of the beast crystals was even better. This showed that the strength of the demonic beasts that Chu Yang had killed was extraordinary. Even an ordinary core disciple would not be able to compare. These beast crystals, 5 bottles of divine accumulation pellet, cheat generating pellet, and body nourishing pellet, how about it? The old man looked at Chu Yang and asked. Very good, many thanks. Chu Yang nodded and said, this was more or less the same. There wasn't much more, and there wasn't much less. After receiving the pills, Chu Yang walked out of shop. Suddenly, the sound of quarreling came from not far away. Nonsense, I didn't even look at your 18 forms of the flood dragon. A slightly anxious voice sounded. This voice was very familiar to Chu Yang. Umph, what a joke. If you haven't read it, how would you know that it's called 18 Styles of the Flood Dragon? If everyone is like you and doesn't buy it after reading it, how am I going to do business in the future? A slightly hoarse voice came from the crowd. It was incomparably rude and unreasonable. In short, whether you want to buy this 18 Styles of the Flood Dragon or not, you have to buy it. You've already seen it, so you have to pay. 10 bottles of chi-generating pills. There was an uproar in the crowd. 10 bottles of chi-generating pills. Perhaps many inner disciples would not be able to earn so much in their lifetime. Chu Yang heard a familiar voice and walked over. The owner of the voice was just as he had imagined. It was Zhang Hao, his childhood friend who grew up with him. However, he was not the robber, but the target of the robbery. The other young man was tall and strong. He was about 20 years old. He was very rough. At this time, his face was filled with arrogance and ruthlessness. It seemed that he could kill at any time. Huang Shan, TSK. This disciple is really unlucky. I didn't expect that he would be cheated by Huang Shan. Who knows how many people Huang Shan has cheated with this 18 Styles of the Flood Dragon. Those who were not honest were all beaten half to death by him. His brother Huang Long is very strong. He is comparable to a core disciple. He will certainly stand out in this competition and become a core disciple. From then on, he will become a dragon. And Huang Shan himself is at the peak of the 5th level of the origin martial realm. He is one of the top inner disciples. Ordinary people can only endure if they suffer a loss. 18 Styles of the Flood Dragon. When Chu Yang heard this, he roughly understood the reason. The competition was about to begin. Everyone was preparing for the competition. At this time, many people were paying attention to martial skills and weapons. Zhang Hao was obviously like this. He was different from Chu Yang. His father was only a hunter, and his mother was a servant of the coiling dragon martial courtyard. Because he had always followed his mother, Zhang Hao had known Chu Yang since he was a child. His family was indeed not rich. The 18 Styles of the Flood Dragon is written on the cover of your book. I'm not blind. How can I not see it? However, I did not read the contents inside. Zhang Hao was very anxious. Just as Chu Yang thought, he was also preparing for the competition. Because he did not have many martial skills, he was very tempted by the 18 Styles of the Flood Dragon. I said you read it, so you read it. Huang Shan sneered and said. He naturally knew that Zhang Hao was a poor ghost. However, he also knew that Zhang Hao was familiar with some of the deacons of the martial courtyard. Zhang Hao did not have money, but he could definitely borrow it. Therefore, he could extort him even though he knew it was risky. Cut the crap and give me the money. Otherwise, I will cripple your inner strength. Huang Shan became even more unreasonable. The surrounding people shivered because there was indeed someone who had their inner strength crippled by him and left the coiling dragon martial courtyard in despair. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Huang Shan's brother was an expert among the inner sect disciples and had connections with the higher-ups of the martial courtyard. That disciple had his cultivation crippled and his life ruined, but the martial courtyard did not do anything to Huang Shan. You're obviously trying to extort me. I'm so easy to bully. Zhang Hao is also angry. You want to fight? I want to see if your fist is harder than mine. Huangshan laughed sinisterly and punched out. The fist force distorted the air and made crackling sounds. Although Huangshan was tyrannical, his martial arts were not weak. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth and raised his martial arts to the highest level. He assumed a fighting stance. Xiao! Bang! Suddenly, a shrill sound came from the crowd. A small stone was like lightning and instantly streaked across the air and ruthlessly struck Huangshan's wrist. Hao Zi, let's go. Chuyang turned around and said to Zhang Hao. The two quickly left the market. Zhang Hao couldn't wait and asked, Yang, how did you become so powerful? He was still very surprised. TCH. Chuyang looked at him with disdain. I've always been this powerful. It's just that you never found out about my coquettish side. Of course, he wouldn't tell him about the Destiny twins. Your coquettish side. Zhang Hao finally returned home with a dumbfounded expression. When Chuyang returned home, Chu Yunlong had also just returned home from outside. Both father and son stepped into the house at almost the same time. When he saw Chu Yang's eyes, his face revealed a surprised expression. However, he didn't ask anything in the end. He only coldly said, finally willing to come back. Chu Yang couldn't help but touch his nose. He didn't mind. His father was always like this. I say, Father, if you find out that I've become more handsome, you won't die if you praise me a few times. Don't be so frivolous. What's the point of smiling mischievously? Chu Yunlong reprimanded. Chu Yang raised both of his hands, indicating that he surrendered. You're reprimanding people as soon as you come back. I see that your son has become more mature after going out for a trip. Mother glared at Chu Yunlong. The things she cared about were always different from her father's. Soon after, Mother Lu Yi began to complain. This time, the Institute summoned you. Why did it take you so long to come back? The Zhao clan wants to interfere with the martial institution's core disciple competition this year. Chu Yunlong frowned and said, they suggested that this year's core disciple competition should be held in the Coiling Dragon Secret Realm. What? The Coiling Dragon Secret Realm? Lu Yi was surprised. Chu Yang was also surprised. Of course, he knew what kind of place the Coiling Dragon Secret Realm was. If this world was a big tree, then the Coiling Dragon Secret Realm was the fruit on the tree. It was a small dimensional space. Naturally, there was more than one fruit on the tree. Therefore, there were many dimensional spaces of different sizes. The Coiling Dragon Secret Realm was such a small world. There were all kinds of mutated beasts and spirit herbs. The entrance was in the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. The qualifications to enter this small world were in the hands of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution and the Zhao clan. It was said that the Coiling Dragon Secret Realm was discovered by the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution and the Zhao clan together. There was a natural passage that led to it. Otherwise, with the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution and the Zhao clan's strength, they wouldn't be able to open a passage. More accurately speaking, the Zhao clan's ancestors were the first to discover the Coiling Dragon Secret Realm. They obtained great benefits from it and established the Zhao clan's current foundation. Chapter 17. There were all kinds of ferocious beasts and strange beasts in the Coiling Dragon Secret Realm, as well as countless heavenly treasures. But at the same time, the danger factor was also very high. Even if an expert of the Chi Soul realm entered, it was absolutely not rare for them to die inside. Every time it opened, the Coiling Dragon Martial NST, Tushin, and the Zhao clan would send their own experts. In the past, there was no precedent of sending their own disciples. Be it the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial NST, Tushin, or the Zhao clan's juniors, they were all relatively weak. The risk of entering was simply too high. It's the Coiling Dragon Mystery Realm. Chu Yunlong said with a frown, when the Coiling Dragon Secret Realm opens this year, it will also be the time when the Coiling Dragon fruit ripens once again. The Zhao family has proposed that the core disciples compete in the Secret Realm. The top 3 will be rewarded with a Coiling Dragon fruit. The Coiling Dragon fruit was a special mutated fruit of the Coiling Dragon Secret Realm. It grew on a coiling dragon tree in the depths of the coiling dragon secret realm. The coiling dragon martial institution and the Zhao clan didn't know the name and origin of this mutated tree. They only knew that it was discovered in the coiling dragon mountain range. Hence they called it the coiling dragon tree or the coiling dragon fruit. If a martial artist in the Chi Soul realm ate the coiling dragon fruit, they would be able to raise their cultivation by at least one level. In addition, this kind of fruit had miraculous effects. After eating it, some people's martial spirits would be upgraded, and some would even gain special abilities. Of course, this type of fruit was very rare and would only ripen once every 100 years. In other words, one would have to wait another 100 years after picking one. Moreover, the coiling dragon tree would only produce 9 coiling dragon fruits every 100 years. In the end, the side with the highest total score will be able to obtain 4 of the remaining 6 coiling dragon fruits, while the losing side will only be able to obtain 2 coiling dragon fruits. Chu Yunlong said. This wasn't a big deal. In the past, they had competed like this as well. The winner would obtain 1 more, while the loser would obtain 1 less. I heard that in the past few years, the Zhao family has 3 extremely powerful geniuses. At such a young age, they are already at the 9th level of the origin martial realm. Lu Yi suddenly mentioned this. The Zhao family is relying on this to seize as many coiling dragon fruits as possible. Chu Yunlong sneered, but they can forget about it. The martial courtyard is a bit lacking, but when Xiao Na comes out of seclusion, she can break through to the 9th level of the primitive martial realm. She can also compete for this coiling dragon fruit. In the end, it's hard to say who will win. Chu Yang knew in his heart that the Zhao clan didn't come with good intentions, but it was obvious that the upper echelons of the coiling dragon martial institution had their own plans. He reckoned that he didn't need to worry too much. I'm not worried about the coiling dragon fruit, but the coiling dragon secret realm is still too dangerous. Lu Yi was already worried. Little Na is a girl. It's better if she doesn't participate. She's at the 9th level of the origin martial realm, so it shouldn't be a problem for her to enter the 5-element sect. Safety is better than anything else. No, Little Na is an outstanding figure among the core disciples of my coiling dragon martial institution. How can she not participate? Chu Yunlong spoke resolutely before his tone softened. As long as she is careful, she should be fine. Suddenly, he caught sight of Chu Yang, who was stuffing his face into his food, and an evil aura surged up. After you finish eating, immediately scram to cultivate. This time, if you don't become a core disciple, I'll break your legs. Yes, yes, yes. Chu Yang agreed repeatedly. His father was furious that a man was inferior to a woman. His father was furious. If he had a bit of potential, he wouldn't have let a girl like his sister take on such a heavy responsibility and risk entering the coiling dragon secret realm without anyone to take care of her. I say, Father, you can put your heart back into your stomach. I will enter the coiling dragon secret realm. This time, not only will I become a core disciple, I will also win the core disciple competition. After the meal, Chu Yang returned to his small courtyard and muttered to himself, Now, I'm a little vexed. The one giving birth to a child is actually in front of the one with a handle. He didn't look down on women, but he was still worried about the sword-heart heavenly flame that he obtained after killing Zhao Yunhu and his group in the coiling dragon mountain range. The 3 geniuses of the Zhao clan must have some extraordinary treasures. If my sister encounters them, she will suffer a great loss and might even lose her life. No, I must enter the coiling dragon's secret realm. He could only enter the coiling dragon secret realm if he won the competition and became a core disciple. Strength was still strength. Immediately, he took out the 18 forms of the flood dragon that he obtained from Huangshan. On the way home, he had skimmed through it. It was a body-tempering cultivation technique. It was probably a Chi Soul realm body-tempering cultivation technique, but it was incomplete. Such a cultivation technique, even if it was incomplete, was priceless. Huang Bin was an idiot who had eyes but failed to see. This 18 forms of the flood dragon was exactly what Chu Yang lacked. The inner force cultivation technique, the Mahamayuri scripture, the martial skills, the great thousand-leaf hands, and the wind-chasing life reaping sword as well as the footwork and movement techniques. He already had the cultivation technique, martial skills, footwork, and movement techniques. He only lacked a body-tempering cultivation technique. Chu Yang used his genius martial spirit to study the 18 forms of the flood dragon. What he saw was a proud flood dragon with a violent aura and an evil temperament. Its eyes were emotionless and looked down on all living things. This kind of indifference made people shudder. The flood dragon in the picture did not have the slightest bit of mystery and elegance. Instead, it displayed its strength, brutality, and violence, as well as the nobleness of a higher life form. It looked down on everything, looked down on all living things, and was above all other living things. The rest of the picture dissected the flood dragon from the inside out. Its internal organs, bones, tendons, flesh, skin, scales, and then its entire body. After that was the flood dragon's spirit, temperament, and aura. Seeing this, Chu Yang knew why Huangbin gave up on the 18 forms of the flood dragon. It was not only because it was incomplete, but it was also to refine a living person into a flood dragon. His skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and spirit had to be transformed into a flood dragon. A person was a person, and a flood dragon was a flood dragon. How could a person be refined into a flood dragon? If he turned into a demon, he would be neither a human nor a beast. In addition, it was incomplete. Huangbin was obviously afraid that the most important part was missing. If he made a mistake, he would be doomed eternally. Buddha said that the body is just a bag of rotten skin. Don't be confused by the appearance. You have to understand its essence. Chu Yang still could not understand what he had learned from the great thousand-leaf hands, but he immediately understood. Every existence in the world was unique and had its own merits. The flood dragon was an 18-year-old creator, so what he wanted to learn was to use as a reference, not to turn into a demon. Why was the flood dragon so strong? What could he learn from it? That should be it. I'll know after I try. If there's something wrong, I'll stop immediately. Chu Yang quickly went through the 18 forms of the flood dragon. Claw reaching out, abyss emerging, tail swaying, flying sky, crashing, swallowing the sky, seizing the pearl, strangling, scissoring. Each form was more powerful than the previous one, and more ferocious than the previous one. Flood dragon's claw. Chu Yang stretched out his hand like a claw. Jinqi surged into his hand and covered it. In an instant, dragon scales seemed to grow on his hand like the claws of a dragon. However, there was also a weapon on his hand that looked like a flood dragon's claw. Chi. With a swipe of the claw, a rock was cut open like a piece of tofu. This. Chu Yang could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. It was so terrifying. At the same time, the Jinqi in his body surged out, as if it was about to turn into a flood dragon. However, the Jinqi collapsed in the end, leaving only a stream of Jinqi flowing around his body. The origin martial realm Jinqi is unable to form a flood dragon. Even if it is formed, it's just an empty form. I have to reach the Qi soul realm. Right now, I can only strengthen my body as if I'm wearing a flood dragon's shell. Chu Yang understood. The 18 forms of the flood dragon ran through the origin martial realm and the Qi soul realm. However, the focus was on the Qi soul realm. Only at the Qi soul realm could its true power be unleashed. Roar. A dragon's roar came from his body. Flood dragon leaving abyss. Flood dragon swinging tail. Flood dragon flying sky. Chapter 18. Time passed by minute. Chu Yang had been practicing day and night during this period of time. Apart from the Mumyuri scripture, great thousand-leaf hands, wind-chasing fatal 9 swords, and 18 forms of flood dragon, he had also practiced many martial techniques that he had obtained from Zhao Yunhu. For example, spirit snake steps, wave-pushing palm, barbarian bull body, strengthening fist, and golden bell shield. Inciting wind and waves, Chu Yang's hand moved like a cloud, causing a gust of wind. The air in front of him was like the sea as a huge wave surged up, inciting wind and beating waves. Another palm strike was executed, causing a violent gust of wind. There was a whooshing sound as another wave was set off. Rear waves drive the front waves. Another wave surged up. 3 waves, one after another. The wind was stronger and the waves were more rapid. Raging waves, howling waves through the 9 heavens. The wave parting palm had 5 moves. Each move had 1 wave and 1 stack force. 5 waves were executed with 5 stack forces. The entire courtyard was filled with raging waves. The violent gust of wind whistled with an astonishing aura. Chu Yang executed the final move, windless 3-feet wave. After 5 stack forces, he executed 3 stack forces and exploded with 8 stacked forces, causing the air to explode. The wave-parting palm was something that Chu Yang had cultivated to perfection in a short period of time. He had reached the pinnacle of this martial skill. There was a pair of eyes in the dark that saw everything. It was Li Yu from the library. Recently, the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution's library had been closed. Li Yu's reason was simple and crude. The grand tournament was approaching. It was too late to learn internal cultivation techniques and martial skills. It was better to go back and polish the martial skills on hand. This reason was approved by the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution's disciples. They felt that Li Yu's words were reasonable. However, they didn't know that Li Yu didn't have the time to stay in a library and was just casually finding an excuse. Ever since Chu Yang returned from the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range, Li Yu had been secretly observing Chu Yang. Chu Yang had noticed it, but Li Yu used all sorts of excuses to brush him off. He couldn't say the reason because it was embarrassing. He just wanted to learn the Great Thousand Leaf Hands from Chu Yang. After Chu Yang had deciphered the Great Thousand Leaf Hands in the library, Li Yu hadn't been able to forget about it. He had combined the insights he had gained from Chu Yang and calmed down to cultivate the second cultivation method of the Great Thousand Leaf Hands. The more he cultivated, the more he felt that the Great Thousand Leaf Hands was extraordinary. That was why he had made such a move. Little sheep? What dogs hit little sheep? I think we should just call you little evildoer from now on. At this time, Li Yu saw that Chu Yang had instantly cultivated the wave, deflecting palm to the acme of perfection. She could not help but feel jealous. The wave-pushing palm was not an extraordinary martial skill. It was only a middle-level martial skill of the origin martial realm. There were many people who had such a martial skill. Li Yu had also learned it when he was young, but when he compared it, he wanted to die. Chu Yang had only learned the wave-pushing palm 2 or 3 times, and he had already reached the end of his training. As for him, he had used an entire 3 months to cultivate the wave-pushing palm to the acme of perfection. Just like that, people were praising him. In addition, these days, after observing Chu Yang's 18 forms of Flood Dragon, he felt that his 9 forms of Green Flood Dragon in the Chi Soul realm had made great progress. Unimaginable, and the past was truly unbearable to recall. Under the bright moon, Li Yu felt that he was like the front wave of the wave-pushing palm. He had already been beaten to death by the back wave. Roar, roar, roar. Fierce tigers appeared one after another behind Chu Yang. A total of 9 fierce tigers had appeared. His strength had increased by half a tiger, reaching the strength of 9 tigers. This wave-pushing palm is not bad. It can be used in a large competition. The Great Kiliacosm Leaf Palms was his trump card, so he wouldn't use it easily. The Wind-Chasing Life-Taking Sword was a killing move, so he wouldn't use it easily either. The 18 styles of the Flood Dragon and the Wind-Chasing Life-Taking Sword were the same. Every move was ruthless and hurt, so the Wave-Parrying Palm was the most suitable. Finally, it was the Mama Yuri scripture. It could be said that it was the engine. These days, Chu Yang had been stuck at the peak of the 5th layer of the Mama Yuri scripture. The reason was that his cultivation progress was too fast. He had to stabilize it. Now that the large competition was about to begin, he finally planned to break through to ensure that he would win in the large competition. Boom! As soon as he released the suppression, the true Qi in Chu Yang's Dantian surged and began to condense the 6th 5-color Lotus platform. Early 6th level Origin Martial Realm. Middle 6th level Origin Martial Realm. Late 6th level Origin Martial Realm. Peak 6th level origin martial realm. In an instant, he had reached the peak 6th level. It was very amazing. If his father knew about it, he would probably jump. His father was not here, but Liu was. Peak 6th level origin martial realm in an instant. Liu's eyes were about to fall to the ground. He unconsciously pulled out a handful of his beard and did not feel the slightest pain. Let's try this Azure Dragon Dan and see what kind of effect it has. During the large competition, there would be various situations, such as excessive consumption of spirit, true chi, and physical strength. At this time, one would have to rely on medicinal pills. Therefore, Chu Yang needed to understand the medicinal properties of the Azure Dragon Dan. Roar. As soon as the Azure Dragon Dan entered his stomach, a sudden change occurred. The 18 flood dragon styles automatically operated as if he was using the full martial spirit. At the same time, the medicinal power transformed into power and suddenly rushed into his consciousness. A faint image of a flood dragon was formed in his consciousness, but it was extremely vague. What is this? Why did it appear in my consciousness with my 3 martial spirits? Flood dragon martial spirit. No way. Chu Yang was shocked and said in his heart, the Azure Dragon Dan actually has such an effect, forming a martial spirit. Impossible. He immediately denied it and asked in his heart, could it be because of the 18 flood dragon styles? Suddenly, his whole body shook as he thought of a possibility. Could it be that the Azure Dragon Dan of the Zhao family was refined from the coiling dragon fruit? That's why it's so magical. The coiling dragon fruit could nourish and strengthen the martial spirit. He was very clear about this, which was why the coiling dragon fruit was so precious. After all, only the ascending soul realm could strengthen the martial spirit. Therefore, if the martial spirit could be strengthened in the origin martial realm, it would be shocking. Not everyone could be like Chu Yang, who had the tempering of the sword heart heavenly fire and could slowly strengthen the martial spirit. If that's the case, then the coiling dragon fruit and the 18 flood dragon styles are interacting to form such an unimaginable result. The Azure Dragon Dan's medicinal power took effect, and the true chi in Chu Yang's body surged out. The true chi was about to evolve into a flood dragon, but in the end, it collapsed. This was the reason why Chu Yang came to this conclusion. I don't care. For the flood dragon martial spirit, I'll go all out. The Azure Dragon Dan was obviously extremely extraordinary. Chu Yang was not sure if the vague flood dragon phantom in his consciousness was the flood dragon martial spirit, but he absolutely could not miss it. Chu Yang poured all the Azure Dragon Dan into his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Boom! In an instant, the true chi in Chu Yang's body violently erupted. Countless true chi was born and was extremely rich. The dragon roared in his body, and in the blink of an eye, an Azure Dragon was condensed in his dantian. Soon, the 2nd flood dragon, the 3rd flood dragon, the 4th flood dragon, the 5th and 6th flood dragon, the 18 flood dragon styles seem to have become an internal cultivation method similar to the Mahamayuri scripture. Moreover, it instantly reached the peak of the 6th level of the origin martial realm. At the same time, a 3 feet long Azure Dragon was circling around his body. Bang! Chapter 19. In order to condense a flood dragon's form and spirit, one must at least reach the Chi Soul realm. True Chi and martial spirit fused together, and the true Chi was like a spirit in spirit. Chu Yang was able to do it now. Li Yu's heart was turned upside down, as if the end of the world had arrived. He could not believe it. How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. He is only at the 6th level of the origin martial realm. If he can do it, how can he condense a flood dragon? Is it because of the elixir? This little sheep will explode when it eats the elixir, just like in the library. Li Yu's thoughts were in a mess. He found such a ridiculous reason, and now he could only understand it from the elixir. Chu Yang naturally did not have such ability, but it was caused by the formation of the flood dragon martial spirit. The azure dragon elixir in his body transformed into a strange power and surged into his conscissness. The vague flood dragon in his consciousness became more and more condensed and clear. It had turned from an illusion into a real existence, similar to a martial spirit, but it was still a little bit lacking. There is no more azure dragon elixir. Failure at the last minute. Chuyang was somewhat anxious and shouted, "Azure dragon elixir!" Li was startled and quickly searched in his storage ring, but immediately gave up. Azure Dragon Elixir was something that only the Zhao family had. Besides the Azure Dragon School, only the direct descendants of the Zhao family could have the Azure Dragon Elixir. Moreover, the direct descendants of the family were forbidden to give the Azure Dragon Elixir to others. So, how could he have the Azure Dragon Elixir? Li wanted to help, but could not. Genius Martial Spirit. Chuyang used the Genius Martial Spirit to find a solution. He immediately thought of a possibility. The Sword Heart Heavenly Flame fell into the hands of the Genius Martial Spirit, while the Sword Spirit fell into the hands of the Idiot Martial Spirit. They became the Yin and Yang points. The unformed Flood Dragon was between the two of them. It looked like the shape of a dragon that separated the Yin and Yang. The Genius Martial Spirit moved, while the Fool Martial Spirit was affected. The two were like Yin and Yang colliding. Black and white chi appeared and shrouded the Fool Martial Spirit. Soon after, nothing could be seen clearly. Soon after, a dragon's roar was heard. When Chuyang saw it, he saw a Tai Chi diagram with 4 martial spirits. The Flood Dragon Martial Spirit had already been born. Haha, it's done. It's actually done. Chuyang laughed in ecstasy. I'll take part in the Academy tournament. If I don't take first place, there's no justice in this world. Suddenly, his laughter stopped abruptly. He jumped up as if he had been caught peeking at the Annie next door, taking a shower. Uncle Li, can you make some noise when you walk? Pa. Liu slapped him on the head and asked angrily, Little sheep, you shouted so loudly just now. Where did the green dragon pill come from? I picked it up. Chuyang was sweating profusely. Now that the matter had been exposed, there was a huge problem. Little sheep, it's time for you to return my pills. Liu stretched out her hand in front of Chuyang. Uncle Li, what do you think we need to share? I don't think so. Liu snatched the 18 styles of the Flood Dragon from Chuyang's hands. This was his purpose. He wanted to see what was so strange about this 18 styles of the Flood Dragon. Uncle Li, you can't do this. Liu squinted his eyes. Didn't you just say that what's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours? Chuyang was speechless. Liu laughed in his heart. He took the 18 styles of the Flood Dragon and walked away. Uncle Li, you should be able to guess that I killed Zhao Yunhu. Killing Zhao Yunhu. The Zhao clan had made such a big deal out of it. It was impossible for Li Yu to not know. But why didn't he say anything? His meaning was very obvious. Just now, he was reminding himself, don't be complacent and let others get hold of your weakness. Before I reach the Chi Soul realm, I should be more cautious. Roar. Chuyang suppressed these distracting thoughts and started to cultivate again. A dragon's roar burst out from his body as soon as he moved. The real Chi surged out of his body and condensed into a flood dragon. It drilled out of his body and coiled around his body. Pa! He stretched out his hand, and the air made a chi-chi sound as if a piece of rag was cut open. Chuyang couldn't help but reveal a smile. He had actually cultivated the 18 styles of the Flood Dragon to such an extent. If the 18 styles of the Flood Dragon was only a martial art of the origin martial realm, then he would have at least cultivated it to the pure passion realm. Beginner's door, small success, higher attainment, pure passion, and great acme. Although there were only 5 realms in martial techniques, the difference between each realm was very big. It would take a very long time to practice a martial technique to the higher attainment level, let alone a martial technique of the Chi Soul level. However, Chuyang was different. With the help of the Destiny Twins martial spirit, he could practice for a day as much as others who practiced for 100 days or more. Similarly, many people were worried about biting off more than they could chew when cultivating multiple martial arts. But he didn't have such worries. However, the more he knew, The more he felt weak and the more unsatisfied he felt. The day passed, and the night descended. The next day, when the sun broke through the clouds and shone on the ground, the coiling dragon martial institution welcomed a new day. The entire coiling dragon martial institution was filled with a tense atmosphere. Many of the martial institution's disciples were eager to give it a try, but they were also extremely nervous. On this day, the coiling dragon martial institution's grand tournament had officially begun. The coiling dragon martial institution's grand tournament was attended by all the disciples. There were at least 1,000 of them. Even the weaker disciples had signed up to accumulate experience and prepare for the upcoming grand tournament. Chapter 20. The crowd was bustling as they rubbed shoulders with each other. The disciples of the coiling dragon martial INSTI Tushin were already discussing who would be the final victor of this tournament. Chu Yang heard Huang Long's name. Chu Yang and Zhang Hao arrived at the arena together. When Zhang Hao heard the discussion, he couldn't help but frown. Huang Bin relied on his brother Huang Long to be so arrogant. Many people in the coiling dragon martial INSTI Tushin knew that Huang Long's strength wasn't weak. Wolf Cub, you have to be careful. I also heard that Huang Long is going to deal with you. Zhang Hao said worriedly. Huang Long has already spread the word that he's going to cripple you to avenge his brother. Wolf Cub was Chu Yang's mandatory requirement. Little Sheep was too much. Cripple me? Don't worry, Huang Long doesn't have that ability. Chu Yang patted Zhang Hao's shoulder. For this tournament, the first place will be mine. Zhang Hao is actually unfamiliar with this Chu Yang. There was a sea of people in the martial arts arena. The two of them rushed to the scene and first want to draw their own numbers, 5 and 168. The number in front represented the number of Thunderclap number 5, and the number in the back was the number. Two numbers were the same. Like Chu Yang, the one who drew number 168 would be his opponent. When the time was up, the upper echelons of the coiling dragon martial INSTI Tushin arrived one after another. They stepped on the void and flew to the high stage. All the disciples' eyes flashed with a trace of envy. Although stepping on the void wasn't flying, it wasn't something that could be done by origin martial experts and below. Everyone held their breaths and wanted to show their best side because these were the upper echelons of the coiling dragon martial INSTI Tushin. They were the true pillars and pillars of the coiling dragon martial INSTI Tushin. If they performed well, they might be accepted as a deacon's disciple. That would truly be a meteoric rise. There was no lack of such examples in the past. Chu Yang saw his father, Chu Yunlong's figure among these people. He didn't seem to stand out among the deacons. The entire martial arena occupied a large area. There were almost 100 stages where the martial competition could start at the same time. Chu Yang and Zhang Hao arrived at the 5th stage. You're the other person from number 168. Chu Yang had just walked over when he saw a burly disciple walking towards him. He laughed and said, "You're really unlucky. You actually met senior brother Li Jinghui. You should just admit defeat." Senior brother Li Jinghui is an expert in the late 5th layer of the primitive martial realm. He has a very good chance of getting into the top 50. That burly disciple continued. If you don't admit defeat now, it's hard to say what parts you'll lose. Zhang Hao's expression also changed as he said in shock, "I didn't expect it to be Li Jinghui. Oh, and it's not good. Your first opponent is actually Li Jinghui. This Li Jinghui is extremely ruthless. A year ago, during the inter-academy competition, several disciples admitted defeat a little too slowly and had their bones broken by him. It took them more than half a year to recover from their injuries. How vicious." Chu Yang frowned. He didn't have a good impression of this kind of person. Vicious, haha. It's been a long time since someone called me vicious. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from the stage. "You're very unlucky. Someone wants me to break one of your legs." Chu Yang looked up and saw a young man as tall as an iron tower. He was looking at Chu Yang with a grim smile on his face. "It should be Li Jinghui." "Boy, don't tell me you don't dare to come up." Li Jinghui grinned. "As long as you kowtow 100 times, I'll consider letting you go." "You?" Chu Yang sneered and jumped up. Since you want to break my leg, I will break yours. You won't be wronged. Chapter 21. Martial Arts Competition Number 5, Start. The referee on the side saw that both of them had stood up and said. He turned a deaf ear to their previous conversation, as if he had not heard anything. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jinghui shot out like a cannonball. Although he was tall, his speed was extremely fast. He rushed towards Chu Yang. Although this person was arrogant, his strength was real. Although his movement technique was not advanced, his explosive power was extremely strong. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed in front of Chu Yang. Li Jinghui grinned and opened his big hand to twist Chu Yang's head directly. Deacon Chu, the one on the 5th arena, is your son. A deacon in the deacon's seat said to Chu Yunlong. It was Deacon Li. It is my son. Chu Yunlong smiled and nodded. He has met an opponent who is a bit difficult to talk to. Do you want to intervene later? Deacon Li said. That's not necessary. We can't let it be a little sheep all the time. Ha, little sheep. He is indeed very obedient. Deacon Li laughed a few times, and then his eyes fell on the arena. However, the little sheep's opponent this time is really difficult to deal with. He is born with divine strength, and is much stronger than ordinary disciples. It doesn't matter. Let him see how powerful we are. Otherwise, he won't know how to make progress. Chu Yunlong smiled slightly, as if he did not care. However, his eyes were tightly locked on the arena with some worry. Bang! Chu Yang stretched out his palm and fiercely met Li Jinghui's big hand. The collision of the genuine qi of both sides directly made a huge explosion sound. Chu Yang did not move. Li Jinghui was born with divine strength. Although he was only at the late stage of the 5th level of the origin martial realm, the strength in his hand was definitely more than the strength of 6 tigers. He was a bit stronger than ordinary 6th level of the origin martial realm. However, he could not move Chu Yang at all. How was it possible? Li Jinghui's pair of cowbell-like eyes looked at Chu Yang in disbelief. Even if he was an expert of the 6th level of the origin martial realm, his strength was not inferior. However, Chu Yang did not move at all. Rumble. Accompanied by the sound of crashing waves, Chu Yang slapped out with his palm, and a huge wave surged out, one after another, majestic and mighty. In the blink of an eye, it directly rushed towards Li Jinghui. Bang! Li Jinghui's tower-like body was like a small boat being overturned by a huge wave. He was sent flying by Chu Yang's palm. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and more than half of the bones in his body were broken. He directly fell off the stage. What? How is this possible? The audience was in an uproar. Everyone who was paying attention to this battle couldn't believe their eyes. Li Jinghui, who was originally favored by them, was actually unable to block Chu Yang's move and was sent flying. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Cheating, he must have cheated. Several disciples who were close to Li Jinghui immediately shouted in disbelief. He must have plotted against senior brother Li Jinghui. How is it possible that Li Jinghui was sent flying in a single exchange? Shut up, the referee on the side coldly said. He could see clearly what was right and wrong. Could it be that he still needed these juniors to teach him? This battle, Chu Yang wins and enters the 2nd round. Idiot! Chu Yang glanced at those disciples who were close to Li Jinghui. Li Jinghui was just a small pawn. The real mastermind behind this must be Huang Long. However, there was no hurry. Huang Long was the favorite to win the championship. They would meet sooner or later. Chapter 22. Among more than 100 arenas, only the 5th arena had an instant winner, which immediately attracted many people from the martial courtyard. One move to defeat the opponent. That's an instant kill. You're talking about that little sheep. Is that possible? If that's the case, then that little sheep is not a little sheep. Yes, I think you must be seeing things, huh? The people who came over could not help but burst into laughter. But the people who were originally below the 5th arena could not laugh. They saw it with their own eyes, and they did not even see what martial skill Chu Yang used. It seemed to be a mid-level origin martial realm cultivation technique, wave pushing palm. On the deacon's seat, Deacon Lee heard the discussion below and could not help but tease. "Brother Chu, your youngest son is about to cause a commotion. Not bad. At least he's a bit like that." Chu Yunlong's face did not smile, but his face overflowed with a smile from time to time. It could be seen that he was in a very good mood. In fact, he was very shocked in his heart. Recently, Chu Yang seemed to have been enlightened, but he never thought that Chu Yang would be able to defeat his opponent in one move. Moreover, he was at the late stage of the 5th level of the origin martial realm. Crisp, simple, easy. He won too easily. Who knows? He might really be able to become a core disciple like what he said. According to Chu Yang's imposing manner, Chu Yunlong felt that this time his son might explode and amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, giving him face. After the first round, Chu Yang did not have to wait too long for the second round to begin. The opponent of the second round was a teenager who was about the same age as Chu Yang. He had delicate skin, wore luxurious clothes, and had an arrogant look on his face. Chu Yang introduced himself. "Little sheep, who doesn't know you in the martial courtyard?" The teenager looked at Chu Yang and sneered. "I heard that you defeated your opponent in one move. You must have stepped on dog shit. However, it's your bad luck to meet me. You should surrender as soon as possible, lest I accidentally beat you until you call me father." Huh. The disciples below the arena laughed. Naturally, they knew the origin of this teenager. After all, there were only 2,000 people in the martial courtyard. Yi Tianhao, don't get killed in one move. If you lose to a little sheep in one move, you won't be able to raise your head in the future. This was just a joke, but more people were discussing and exclaiming, "It is Yi Tianhao." This Yi Tianhao had a fortuitous encounter in the past and learned a set of astonishing blade techniques. It is at least a high-level martial skill and has already reached the peak of perfection. He just entered the martial courtyard, and in the first large competition, he relied on this set of blade skills to beat many former intersect disciples and directly broke into the top 50. Then he was accepted as a disciple by Deacon Zhang. It is said that he is now at the peak of the 5th level of the origin martial realm. Ordinary 6th level of the origin martial realm may not be his opponent. Is that so? Then we'll see what happens later. This little sheep doesn't seem to be simple either. No matter what, Li Jinghui couldn't block a single move from him. He was instantly killed. Yi Qianhao heard all the discussions of the martial courtyard disciples below and immediately sneered. "Little sheep, don't think that you are my opponent just because you defeated Li Jinghui. I'm not that kind of idiot like Li Jinghui." Cut the crap. Yi Tianhao's arrogance made Chu Yang somewhat unhappy. Yi Tianhao was only at the 5th level of the origin martial realm, and he was already so arrogant. Chu Yang could deal with him with a raise of his hand. "Don't think that because your father is a deacon, I won't dare to show you my strength." Yi Tianhao was furious. His figure flashed out like a ferocious viper hunting for its prey, ready to launch a fatal attack at any time. A high-level origin martial realm footwork. 9 revolving spirit snake steps. A knowledgeable disciple recognized the footwork used by Yi Tianhao. 9 revolving spirit snake steps is extremely difficult to cultivate. One must train the body to be very flexible. Only one knows the pain involved, but once mastered, it is extremely astonishing. This Yi Tianhao is really not simple. Indeed, he is one of the top figures in the martial courtyard. An ordinary peak 6th level origin martial realm martial artist would not dare to say that they could win against him. Below, people were exclaiming again and again. Chu Yang only smiled. Because of his previous memories, his soul was much stronger than an ordinary person's. His perception and insight were much stronger than before. Coupled with the Destiny Twins' martial spirits, his eyesight was not bad. With just a glance, he could see that the so-called 9 revolving spirit snake steps was not practiced correctly. It could be said that it was full of flaws. Snakes move without a trace. This 9 revolving spirit snake steps should at least be untraceable. Yi Tianhao's footwork seemed fast and agile, but there were too many traces. Moreover, it seemed that at the so-called 9 revolutions, there would be a momentary pause after every revolution. It was either that he did not practice it well, or that he had practiced it incorrectly. Chuyang only had one word to describe it: useless. In the deacon's seats, Deacon Zhang looked at Yi Tianhao's 9 revolving spirit snake steps and could not help but feel proud. A deacon beside him said with a smile, "Last time, Yi Tianhao entered the martial courtyard and almost broke into the top 30, setting a record for the martial courtyard. This 9 revolving spirit snake steps is enough to guarantee that he will at least break into the top 20. AI Howard is still too young. He still has a long way to go. We will only let him see the experts of the courtyard, so that he won't know the immensity of heaven and earth," Deacon Zhang said in a serious tone. However, he could not hide the smile and pride on his face. However, ordinary people are not Hao Er's opponent. Chapter 23. Shu. Just as Yi Tianhao's footwork showed a flaw again, Chuyang moved. His figure flashed as his palm shot out the first 3 moves of the wave palm. Raising the wind and waves. Raising the wind and waves. The waves behind drive the waves in front. The first and second palm respectively knocked away Yi Tianhao's arms, while the third palm heavily landed on his chest, producing a crisp cracking sound. In an instant, Yi Tianhao's entire body was blown away, flying out of the arena and landing on the ground a dozen meters away. He could not get up for a while. Instant kill again. How is this possible? The 9 spirit snake steps was so weak. What kind of bullshit martial skill was that? This Yi Tianhao looked stronger than Li Jinghui, but he lost even faster than Li Jinghui. Instant kill again. Yi Tianhao's reputation is not in vain, right? Puff. Below the arena, Yi Tianhao heard such discussions and directly spat out a mouthful of blood before fainting, which completely shocked the crowd. What? How is this possible? How can this little sheep be so powerful? He sent Yi Tianhao flying with one move. Yi Tianhao was not his opponent at all. I saw it clearly. Just like the first round, he used the wave palm, a mid-level origin martial realm martial skill. It was only the wave palm. Hiss. Many people could not help but take a deep breath. There were many disciples who knew this wave palm martial skill, but none of them seemed to have such power. Many people did not expect the result of this battle. It was not even as intense as they had imagined. Yi Tianhao was also a genius among the inner disciples. He had shocked everyone when he had just entered the martial courtyard. This time, his goal was to enter the top 20 or even the top 10. He was a popular candidate for the future core disciple position. He had obtained many fortuitous encounters and was even accepted as a disciple by Deacon Zhang. However, such a powerful genius was actually defeated by the little sheep that everyone in the martial courtyard knew. Moreover, he was instantly killed by the most ordinary wave palm. It was simply unimaginable. Deacon Zhang's blood quickly rushed to his face. His face was as red as a pig's liver. Although his words were very modest, everyone could see that he was very proud of himself. However, before he could even finish his words, Yi Tianhao was killed by Chuyang. This was equivalent to him being forced back into his stomach. Congratulations, Deacon Chu. This time, Ling Zi is really in the limelight. Even the second round is so easy. I'm afraid it won't be a problem for him to enter the top 10. That's right. Deacon Chu's 3 children are all outstanding talents. A series of congratulatory voices came from the deacon's seat, making Deacon Zhang's face turn ugly. Chu Yunlong could only say that his son was still far from being able to reach that level. He was extremely humble. Chu Yang's amazement in his heart was no less than that of the others. He did not expect that Chu Yang would improve so much in just one trip to the Coiling Dragon mountain range. Moreover, Chu Yang had not even used his full strength. He had definitely gained face for him. A prodigal son turning over a new leaf was worth more than gold. He couldn't help but look forward to seeing how far his youngest son could go. Deacon Zhang coldly snorted with an ugly expression He was just opportunistic. He saw through the flaws of the 9 revolutions spiritual snake. He won't be so lucky next time. Chu Yunlong pretended not to hear him. He was just saying that the grapes were sour. The deacon's seat immediately became lively. This little sheep is amazing. Looking at his posture, he didn't even use his full strength. Who knows when someone will force him to use his full strength? Deacon Yang and Deacon Liu, who were on good terms with Deacon Zhang, spoke up for him. Who doesn't know about Brother Chu's youngest son? His talent is mediocre, but he suddenly advanced by leaps and bounds. He must have swallowed some heavenly treasure. The short-term effect is remarkable, but his realm is not stable. If he meets a true expert, I'm afraid he won't be able to withstand a single blow. The martial path is long and slow. He is only in the origin martial realm. He relied on heavenly treasures to advance. His achievements are probably limited. Liu listened from the side and smiled. Limited? Did you bring your glasses when you went out today? Chapter 24. Chuyang naturally didn't know that he had already become the topic of discussion among the deacons. Even if he knew, he just laughed it off. He hadn't even used his great 1,000-leaf hands yet. Because it ended early, Chuyang had a lot of time to watch other people's matches. After the first round, there were only 200 people left in the second round. Compared to the first round, the second round quality was a lot higher. The worst of them were at the late 4th level of the origin martial realm. Huingbua, Ji Jingsheng, Jun Shuang. Chuyang saw a lot of extremely powerful senior disciples. They displayed their invincible might and instantly defeated their opponents with ease. These people were all experts of the 6th level of the origin martial realm. They were all well-known elites of the inner sect. Chuyang's opponent in the 3rd round was far inferior to Yi Tianhao. He had just cultivated to the 5th level of the origin martial realm. He was slapped down by Chuyang's palm. Chuyang easily passed the 3rd round. This made the higher-ups of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institute pay attention to him. Many deacons began to pay special attention to Chuyang. Even the dean of the Martial Institute, Nangong Ying, came over. After passing the 3rd round, he easily squeezed into the top 50. After passing the 4th round, he squeezed into the top 30. Deacon Zhang's complexion became more and more ugly. He said that Chuyang would absolutely not be able to enter the top 50. Chuyang easily passed the 3rd round. If he let Chuyang pass the 4th round, then what face would he have left? This was a naked slap to his face. Moreover, it wasn't difficult to pass the first 3 rounds. All of them were insta-killed. It was insta-killed. Deacon Zhang felt a stabbing pain in his heart. Looking at Chuyang's carefree and calm appearance, he felt that Yi Tianhao was worse than a dog's fart. Yi Tianhao couldn't even learn from such an appearance. It was not that Chu Yunlong was not arrogant. It was just that he regarded everyone as nothing. He was like a crane in a flock of chickens. No one could force him to use the second move. He used the ordinary wave, pushing palm again and again. With one palm strike, his opponent was sent flying. Chuyang defeated his opponents in one move and easily advanced to the next round. It was very amazing. It suddenly made him famous among many disciples. Many people were paying attention to his battle. This Chuyang's strength is simply unfathomable. Right now, there is actually no one who can truly force him to make a move. I wonder what kind of martial skill he cultivates. It can't be the wave parrying palm. The wave parting palm is only an intermediate level martial skill. How can it be so powerful? I can't even force him to use his martial skill. How terrifying. But I'm afraid he won't be so relaxed next time. His opponent in the next round should be at the same level as Huingbua. Those at Huingbua's level also easily advanced through all obstacles. It's really going to be a fierce battle. Chuyang also heard these discussions, but he didn't take them to heart. I didn't expect you to make it here, but you better pray that you don't meet me. While Chuyang was deep in thought, a strong gust of wind blew in his face. A young man in his 20s with a stocky waist and a strong back like a sledgehammer came over. He stood still and continued in a cold voice. Otherwise, I will let you have a taste of the pain my little brother suffered. You are Huang Long? Chu Yang immediately reacted and smiled faintly. Your coiling dragon martial institution isn't run by your Huang clan. This time, your little brother has hit the nail on the head. You should be more careful. You think you are so great just because your father is a deacon? If you meet me, you better kneel down immediately. I will give your father some face. Huang Long was infuriated by the fact that Jiang Yi was lecturing him. He sneered sinisterly. Chu Yang suddenly sneered. He knew that his father was a deacon and still dared to be so arrogant. It seemed like he wasn't an idiot. Otherwise, he must have some backing. With such confidence, it was most likely the Zhao clan. The Zhao clan's influence had already infiltrated the coiling dragon martial institution. Otherwise, the Zhao clan wouldn't be able to do whatever they wanted in the coiling dragon secret domain. Chapter 25. Many disciples of the martial courtyard were watching and were discussing spiritedly at this time. I didn't expect that Huang Long would have a grudge against Xiao Mianyan. TSK. I'm afraid this is going to be fun to watch. Hey, I heard that Chu Yang beat Huang Bin and broke his arm. With Huang Long's arrogant character, how could he endure such humiliation? In the martial courtyard, it has always been him and his brother who bullies others. No one has ever bullied him. Interesting, the little sheep has met the big wolf. This Huang Long can break into the top 5. I don't know if the little sheep can perform a miracle of a sheep defeating a wolf. Little sheep, hurry up and change your words. This Chu Yang is not someone to be trifled with. If he's a little sheep, then we'll be little soft worms. Little sheep, you seem to be very unconvinced, but to be honest, I am very worried that you won't be able to pass the next round. I will collect some interest first. Huang Long grinned and suddenly attacked. With a loud buzzing sound, his fist suddenly turned into a huge boulder and fiercely smashed towards Chu Yang with a whistling sound. Being arrogant naturally had a reason to be arrogant, and being overbearing naturally had a reason to be overbearing. Huang Long's strength was extremely strong. His cultivation was definitely at the peak of 6th origin martial realm. He was second to none among the inner disciples. A terrifying, imposing aura firmly locked on a Chu Yang. His fist was like a huge boulder rolling down from the top of a mountain. His strength alone was incomparably terrifying. How was this a test of Chu Yang's strength? It was clear that he was looking for an excuse to cripple Chu Yang. He really thought that Huang Long was a wolf, and he was a sheep that could be trampled on at will. Humph! Chu Yang coldly snorted as if he was facing a huge boulder from the top of a mountain. He took a step forward, and his footsteps became illusory, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. He took a step forward and dodged Huang Long's attack. He was relaxed and confident, making people exclaim in surprise. Huang Long's face was burning. He suddenly exerted strength from his feet, and like an angry bear, he pounced forward. His whole body revealed the ferocity of a wild beast, explosive power, and a sense of power. Boom! Chu Yang once again casually dodged the attack. The yellow dragon was like a raging bear that missed its target. When it landed, the ground shook violently. How is this possible? You're a well-known piece of trash. How could you dodge 2 of my attacks? Huang Long was in disbelief. Chu Yang had actually dodged his 2 attacks so easily. It was as if he was toying with a stupid bear, making him look like a clown. You think you're qualified to be so arrogant in front of me? You're just a dog, yet you dare bare your teeth at me. Chu Yang mocked. You are courting death. Huang Long's face flushed red. Then, he flew into a rage. He was completely filled with killing intent. His aura surged to its peak. He was extremely violent. He was much more powerful than Yi Tianhao. Yi Tianhao was only able to contend against an expert of the early 6th level of the origin martial realm, but Huang Long was one of the top 5 experts of this year's intersect disciples. He had broken through all the obstacles and was almost invincible. Die! Huang Long's aura locked onto Chu Yang. His monstrous aura covered the sky. He was like a raging bear. His fists were like a raging bear. He lifted a huge boulder and smashed it towards Chu Yang like 2 small mountains. Chu Yang could clearly feel a few tyrannical gazes sweeping over him. Among them, there were quite a few who harbored ill intentions. Among them, there was no lack of experts at the Chi Soul realm. Just their gazes alone made his nerves immediately tense up. He understood that as a deacon of the coiling dragon martial institution, he had friends but also enemies, who knew how many enemies were hiding in the dark, waiting to see him make a fool of himself, especially the Zhao family. Since you want to see, then I'll let you see to your heart's content. Whatever schemes and tricks, in front of true strength, they were all fleeting clouds. What's the use of barking like a dog? I'll let your master see if a dog like you can still bite. Boom! Chu Yang completely broke out his hidden strength. The air around his body exploded. There was even a burst of aura that soared to the sky, directly reaching the peak of 6th level origin martial realm. Chapter 26. How is this possible? Everyone who saw this scene felt as if their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Huang Long was one of the top 5 inner disciples. His strength was extremely tyrannical. Since the start of the large competition, he had been rampaging all the way until now. However, no one had expected that Chu Yang was actually hiding his strength. It was actually comparable to the top 5 inner disciples. Roar! Chu Yang finally revealed his true strength. A dragon roar came from his body and resounded throughout the entire arena, raising wind and waves, raising wind and beating waves. Behind waves driving ahead, stormy waves. The 6 moves of the wave dispersing palm were instantly used. Chu Yang's speed was extremely fast. It was as if each of his 6 arms were using each move. This was based on the comprehension of the Great Thousand Leaf Hands. Using the Great Thousand Leaf Hands, he felt that he was overestimating Huang Long suddenly. There were layers upon layers of illusions. The air surged like waves, and a fierce wind blew. Chu Yang seemed to have become the center of a storm in the ocean at this moment. You actually dare to use a mere wave dispersing palm to deal with me. Huang Long's heart seemed to be gnawed by worms. Blood rushed his head. Chu Yang was clearly strong, but he was underestimating him. This made him feel extremely humiliated. Die for me! It roared furiously and directly pressed down like the bear Chu Yang had encountered in the coiling Dragon Mountain range. It blocked all the space in front of Chu Yang. It used its power to oppress people and broke 10,000 techniques with one force. In an instant, everyone seemed to see an enraged, exploding bear that had gone completely berserk. Exploding Bear 18 Strikes. Exploding Bear 18 Strikes was a high-level origin martial realm technique. Some disciples in the martial courtyard cried out. This Exploding Bear 18 Strikes was extremely terrifying. After going completely berserk, not only would one's strength increase, one's defense would also increase by a lot. One would not even feel any pain, but one would completely lose their mind. Huang Long wanted to kill Chu Yang. Many people in the martial courtyard could not help but feel nervous. Huang Long actually wanted to kill someone. Even if he killed someone on the stage, he would be severely punished. He actually wanted to kill someone off the stage. At this moment, Huang Long's eyes were scarlet red. He had gone completely berserk. However, his strength was too weak compared to the Exploding Bear in the coiling Dragon Mountain range. Humph! Chu Yang only snorted coldly. The wave-deflecting palm still fell, setting off a huge wave of chi, and the wind whistled. Chu Yang is courting death by meeting force with force. He's dead for sure. He's at the peak of the 6th stage of the Yellow Dragon realm and has the strength of 6 tigers. The berserk state of the Exploding Bear's 18 Strikes increases the strength of at least 2 tigers and 8 tigers. Such a terrifying power, even the 8th level of the primitive martial realm would fear it. Boom! However, in an instant, everyone was stunned. Chu Yang was directly smacked to death by a huge force. This did not happen at all. On the contrary, Chu Yang's hands were like the hands of a giant. When he smacked down, Huang Long immediately screamed and was sent flying. What strength of 8 tigers? Bullshit. What explosive bear? Paper paste. The yellow dragon was directly smashed apart by Chu Yang. It was no different from an instant kill. Chu Yang was still in the coiling Dragon Mountain range. Even the real explosive bear, which was comparable to the 7th level of the primitive martial realm, was killed by him. Especially now that Chu Yang's strength had reached the strength of 9 tigers. So, Huang Long wanted to use his power to suppress others. He wanted to use his strength to suppress others. He wanted to use his strength to suppress others. Raising the wind and waves. Wave deflecting palm again. Chu Yang took a step forward and slapped Huang Long again. Huang Long directly retreated from the berserk state. Stop! Suddenly, from a place in the crowd, a loud shout was heard. Chu Yang ignored it and arrived in front of Huang Long in one step. His hands were like shadows, and the sky was filled with palm shadows. Raising the wind and waves, waves behind the waves in front, stormy waves. Bang, bang, bang. Huang Long's body continued to explode like a sandbag being hit by a huge force. The sand in the sandbag burst out. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Bloody holes appeared all over his body. Ka-ka sounds were heard. All the bones in his body had been broken. There was not a single place on his body that was unharmed. His Qi was also directly smashed by Chu Yang. The Qi was the foundation of a martial artist's cultivation. It was also the place where true Qi was stored. Breaking the Qi, even if Huang Long did not die, he would be completely crippled in the future. It would be impossible for him to continue cultivating. Since Huang Long dared to kill him in front of so many people, how could Chu Yang be polite? He directly crippled this mad dog. Chapter 27. A deacon in a green robe glared at Chu Yang with his eyes wide open. Douantai was the punishment deacon of the Coiling Dragon Martial Courtyard. He was in charge of punishing the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Courtyard. Douantai had been won over by the Zhao family. He was in charge of the Zhao family. Recalling Huang Long's actions, as well as the person who was secretly staring at him like a poisonous snake, Chu Yang completely understood. This should be premeditated. Huang Long's original goal was to kill him. His younger brother was just an excuse. Zhao Meng, you really did it. After leaving the Coiling Dragon Mountain range, Zhao Meng wanted to kill him. Now he just changed to a sinister and despicable method. You killed your fellow disciples in front of everyone. Do you still have the friendship of your fellow disciples? Letting a person like you grow up is definitely a disaster. Today I will kill you as a warning to all the disciples. Sure enough, one after another, he found such a blind excuse. I will make you. Zhao Meng, unable to sleep and eat in peace. However, the strength of the old dog and the little dog you sent are a bit weaker. The old dog is only at the 9th level of the primitive martial realm. Chu Yang coldly said, Deacon Do, are you blind? Douantai's eyes flickered. The scene just now was very clear. His excuse was too far-fetched. Huang Long, you waste. He was secretly angry. Fortunately, he was already prepared to fight to the death with Chu Yunlong. He immediately shouted, Impudent! Injuring a fellow disciple and still not repenting. Your crime is even worse. Crippling a genius of the martial courtyard and being jealous of a virtuous person. Your crime is unforgivable. Die. Chu Yang couldn't help but curl his lips into a mocking smile. A dignified deacon, yet you find such a lousy excuse. I feel ashamed for you. He couldn't even block one of my moves. He's just a waste, and you actually have the face to call him a genius in front of me. What is your face made of, a city wall? The disciples of the martial courtyard were shocked. Chu Yang actually dared to ridicule Deacon Do. Douantai's face was hot, but he did not care. The terrifying aura of the peak 9th level of the primitive martial realm instantly burst out. A big hand stretched out like an eagle's claw and grabbed Chu Yang's shoulder. If he grabbed it, Chu Yang's shoulder blade would be crushed. Old dog. Chu Yang stomped his foot, using the great 1,000-leaf steps to retreat. Douantai chased after him like a maggot. His claw almost tore through the air. It was incomparably terrifying. "Old dog, do you really think you can kill me for Xiaomeng?" The disciples of the martial courtyard were shocked, and Douan Tai's expression couldn't help but flash with a trace of surprise. At the same time, he suddenly realized that Chu Yang had become cruel and brutal, but his aura was also extremely noble and noble. He considered everything beneath his notice and was incomparably cold. He looked at him like an enraged emperor looking at a rebellious subject. At this moment, the surrounding people were suddenly frightened by this aura. Their hearts couldn't help but tremble. In a trance, they felt as if a flood dragon was right in front of them. It was too terrifying. Only now did everyone understand that Huang Long was nothing in front of Chu Yang. He wasn't even fit to carry his shoes. How is this possible? Douan Tai's eyes flashed with a trace of horror. He didn't expect Chu Yang to be so terrifying. His aura seemed to be faintly suppressing him and even shaking his mind. Douan Tai was intimidated by Chu Yang's spirit. His attack just now had failed. Just as he was about to launch another attack, suddenly a loud shout came from the sky. "Old man, you dare to kill my son? I don't dare to kill your son. I'll kill your whole family." A big hand covered the sky and blasted towards Douan Tai. It formed a several meters big palm made of qi and covered him. Douan Tai stretched out his hands and met the attack. Chapter 28. Thump, thump, thump. Douan Tai retreated a dozen steps, each step leaving a deep footprint on the ground. Only then did he manage to dissipate all the force. His face was flushed red and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He was clearly injured. A figure stood there like a mountain with an extraordinary aura. It was Chu Yunlong. That's good. If I had blocked it, Zhao Meng would have been even more restless. Chu Yang looked at his father's back and his eyes flickered. The disciples of the martial courtyard were watching intently. This was a battle between two deacons of the martial courtyard. There was no suspense, as Chu Yunlong was a Qi Soul Realm expert, while Douan Tai was only at the peak of the 9th level of the Origin Martial Realm. The difference between the Qi Soul Realm and the Origin Martial Realm was not something that could be seen casually. Perhaps the disciples of the martial courtyard would be able to see it clearly. "Chu Yunlong, are you planning to cover up for your son?" Douan Tai said fiercely. "Douan Tai, this is the Coiling Dragon Martial Courtyard. You better restrain yourself. In my son's words, are you blind?" Chu Yunlong's expression was gloomy and cold. There was actually someone in the martial courtyard who wanted to kill his son. "I am the punishment deacon. Chu Yunlong, your son's actions, according to the rules of the martial courtyard, should be abolished of his martial arts and expelled from the martial courtyard." Douan Tai argued. "Is that so? Then let's go to the dean and talk about it." Chu Yunlong's killing intent surged as if he could not restrain it. Douan Tai's complexion greatly changed. He was not Chu Yunlong's opponent. Even if he was killed, the martial courtyard would not do anything to Chu Yunlong. Just like when he killed Chu Yang, he had the secret support of the Zhao family. As for Chu Yunlong's revenge, this was exactly what the Zhao family needed. He would be the bait. Once Chu Yunlong took the bait, he would be killed. Unfortunately, although the plan was good, he was a waste. Even the entire martial courtyard knew that he was a little sheep. He could not kill him even after several attempts. He was even scared just now. "Humph! Chu Yunlong, today you are protecting your son in front of everyone. Let's see how you will convince others in the future." Douan Tai desperately said this sentence. Like a cat seeing a mouse, he fled with a whoosh. As for Huang Long, he did not even glance. He did not even have time to look at a waist. Chu Yunlong's face was cold and gloomy. He remained silent for a long time. Chu Yang is actually so terrifying. I never thought that there would be such an expert hibernating in our martial courtyard. If it wasn't for just now, who would have thought that even Deacon Do, who is at the peak of the 9th level of the Origin Martial Realm, would not be able to take him down after several attempts. Just now, his aura was simply terrifying. Not to mention us, even Deacon Do was frightened. What kind of monster is he? He hasn't even made a move yet, but he's already so shocking. Chu Yang's aura from a moment ago was extremely terrifying. The disciples of the martial courtyard couldn't help but be shocked. If Chu Yang didn't make a move, Do Hantai wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Only after hearing the discussions of the martial academy's disciples did Chu Yunlong's expression become slightly better. This son of his was truly amazing and had even shocked him. Your response just now was not bad. Chu Yunlong praised Chu Yang in front of others. This was very rare. Chu Yang rubbed his nose. It seemed that even his dad didn't expect him to be so awesome. If they weren't in front of others, he would definitely tease his younger brother. It's okay, but it was exposed. Chu Yunlong staggered and almost fell down. Such shameless words were actually spoken by his precious son in such a matter-of-fact manner. Perhaps his son had always been concealing his talent and had even deceived his own father. Impossible. He denied and then confirmed Chu Yang's shamelessness. This is also good. Too honest will always be bullied. Chu Yunlong suddenly felt a bit of toothache. He found such an excuse to comfort himself. When he saw the shocked expressions of the disciples of the martial courtyard looking at Chu Yang, he instantly felt all the pores on his body open up. In the future, who would dare to look down on my son and call him a little sheep? My son can't be bad. Chapter 29. This unforeseen event caused a commotion. After calming down, the fourth round of the competition began again. This time, Chu Yang's opponent was Lu Dong, who was at the late 6th level of the Origin Martial Realm. Lu Dong's expression was somewhat complicated. Just now, Chu Yang had almost instantly defeated Huang Long and dared to fight with Do Tai. He knew that he was definitely not Chu Yang's opponent. Originally, with his strength, he was at the late 6th level of the Origin Martial Realm. He could definitely break into the top 10 and enter the ranks of the core disciples. However, he did not expect that he would actually meet Chu Yang. He could not even enter the 5th round. After struggling for a while, Lu Dong cupped his hands and said, "Brother Chu, I admit that I am not your opponent. I admit defeat." Lu Dong's admission of defeat surprised everyone in the martial courtyard, but they didn't find it strange. Although Lu Dong was strong enough to squeeze into the top 10, Chu Yang's confrontation with Do Tai had thoroughly displayed his might and prestige. After Lu Dong admitted defeat, the disciple behind him was also at the 6th level of the Origin Martial Realm. He was still unwilling, but he was also knocked off the stage by Chu Yang. After passing 2 rounds, Chu Yang easily broke into the top 6. In addition to Chu Yang, the original 5 great inner sect experts, except for Huang Long, were all on the list. The person who replaced Huang Long was also at the late 6th level of the Origin Martial Realm. He was also not weak. Chu Yang also finally met a true expert, Hu Yingbo, who was ranked 3rd among the 5 great experts. As long as he defeated him, he could enter the top 3. "Chu Yang, please advise me." Chu Yang said, "Huang Long was defeated by you. Junior brother Chu can be said to be amazing." Hu Yingbo said, "However, Huang Long is only the weakest among the 5 great intersect disciples. I don't know if he could defeat me or not." Chu Yang also knew that Hu Yingbo had many fortuitous encounters at such a young age. A long time ago, he was already one of the 5 great intersect disciples. Hu Yingbo unreservedly released his imposing aura. He was actually an expert of the middle 7th level of the primitive martial realm. No wonder he had said that Huang Long was the weakest among them. Many onlookers exclaimed in surprise. An intersect disciple could actually reach 7th level of Origin Martial Realm. Weren't 7th level of Origin Martial Realm disciples already part of the core? Falling Stone Fist. Hu Yingbo shouted, and his eyes suddenly became fierce. His body burst out, and his fists were wrapped with a layer of light yellow genuine chi. This was a fist skill recorded in an incomplete fist scripture that he had obtained by chance, and it was extremely powerful. Hu Yingbo instantly attacked in front of Chu Yang, his fists smashing down like 2 small mountains. Rippling wave palm. Chu Yang lightly shouted and struck out with his palm. Immediately, The sound of crashing waves resounded as 5 forms were instantly displayed. Bang, bang, bang. Both sides exchanged blows, and their shadows intertwined. Chu Yang was fast to the extreme. Hu Yingbo also wanted to be like Huang Long, oppressing him with his strength. However, Chu Yang was not afraid and directly confronted him. Boom! Victory and defeat were decided in an instant. The palm wind directly broke through Hu Yingbo's fists, and a palm directly imprinted on Hu Yingbo's chest. Hu Yingbo was defeated, although Chu Yang was only at the peak of 6th level of the primitive martial realm. When he was at the 5th level of the primitive martial realm, he was able to kill Exploding Bear, who was at the 8th level of the primitive martial realm. Naturally, Hu Yingbo was not a problem. The quality of his genuine qi made Zhao Meng of the Zhao family want to kill him. Chu Yang wins. Chapter 30. It's still the wave dispersing palm. Oh my god. Chu Yang used a mere wave dispersing palm to enter the top 3. This is too incredible. Deacon Chu's youngest son is actually so strong. He seems to be comparable to the former genius Chu Fei. Until now, no disciple can force him to reveal his strength. In the competition, Chu Yang had only used one martial skill to enter the top 3. This immediately made countless people exclaim in surprise. Compared to the other disciples who had squeezed into the top 10, Chu Yang's name was really beyond everyone's expectations. Especially his nickname, Little Sheep, made people feel that it was somewhat inconceivable. It was as if a sheep of the martial courtyard had suddenly transformed into a real dragon. This result made many people surprised, but only a few people were happy. Zhang Hao excitedly surrounded Chu Yang and said, "Ha, Wolf Cub, I am convinced by your name change. You are awesome, really. In the future, I will walk sideways. If anyone dares to bully me, you'll help me beat them up." Chu Yang smiled and didn't take it seriously. It was still far away. His eyes were no longer on the martial institution's disciples. His current opponents were Dou Antai and Zhao Meng. You think you can walk sideways just because you have a father? Do you really think you're some kind of genius? You don't know what you're talking about. A sharp voice suddenly pierced from his side. It sounded like someone was gnashing their teeth. Everyone looked over. A handsome young man in a luxurious robe was around the same age as Chu Yang. At this moment, his handsome face was filled with disdain and ridicule. Oh, Jun Shuang. The youth was immediately recognized. The Coiling Dragon Martial Institution was one of the 5 great inner disciples. Oh, Jun Shuang. He was ranked 2nd among the 5 great inner disciples and was very impressive. Chu Yang was too lazy to pay attention to him. In the future, there would be many people who would be envious and jealous of him. What? Am I wrong? You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. You're looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Walking sideways? What kind of place do you think the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution is? You are only fit to be in the same group as trash. Extremely sarcastic and unkind, Jun Shuang could be said to have fully displayed his ability to ridicule Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was directly implicated, becoming the trash in his mouth. The stench was unbearable. Chu Yang's eyes slightly narrowed. That indifferent expression and confident posture made Jun Shuang's heart simply jealous to death. At this time, he should be the one in the limelight, enjoying all the attention, not this little sheep that made people laugh. Who did he think he was? Why did everyone have to look at him? He had also made it into the top 3, but he did not receive the attention that he had imagined. Everyone was paying attention to this new force that had suddenly appeared. Chu Yang. I'm the genius. Who does he think he is? Jun Shuang's heart was already twisted. At this time, he clenched his teeth and once again said sarcastically, "What I said just now was wrong. You were originally also trash. It's just that you had a good father who picked up trash like you and used you a second time. Jun Shuang, come on stage. I'll teach you how to behave." This was too much. Chu Yang turned and jumped on stage 5. He crossed his arms and looked at Jun Shuang with cold eyes. Instantly, everyone's eyes looked at Jun Shuang. This was a comparison between the top 3 of this tournament. Who was stronger? Jun Shuang might know that Chu Yang was not to be trifled with, but since he had already said it, it was impossible for him to take it back. Moreover, he also felt that Chu Yang was just a dark horse. How could Chu Yang possibly contend with a veteran expert like him? Humph. I will teach you a lesson and let you know the immensity of heaven and earth. Jun Shuang sneered and jumped up. Ji Jingcheng is here. Ji Jingcheng is here. Chapter 31. Everyone knew that this was the first of the 5 great inner disciples, Ji Jingcheng. It was rumored that Ji Jingcheng had been practicing swordsmanship since he was a child, and his swordsmanship was the best among the inner disciples. A year ago, he had challenged a core disciple. Although he did not win, he did not lose either. It was clear that he was the first of the 5 great inner disciples. Ji Jingcheng only looked at the two of them with a calm and unperturbed expression. This time, the top 3 inner disciples had gathered here, and it seemed that there would be a fierce battle. Soon, the Sushur group made a decision to bring forward the champion battle. Chu Yang, now no one can save you. Jun Shuang sneered and said, 3 moves? If I can't beat you in 3 moves, I will turn around and leave. Chu Yang showed 3 fingers. Jun Shuang's face suddenly turned ashen. Chu Yang was clearly humiliating him. Yes, that's right, beat him up. What's so great about the 5 great inner disciples? Zhang Hao shouted from below. You are courting death. Jun Shuang coldly said, Today I will break all your bones and let you know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Jun Shuang was burning with anger. His whole body's true qi was boiling, and the friction in the air made hissing sounds. His strength was at the late 7th level of the primitive martial realm. He punched, and suddenly, the temperature of the entire arena seemed to drop by several degrees. This was Jun Shuang's famous cold ice fist. Once it was used, it could even directly freeze a person. Endless cold wind instantly wrapped Chu Yang in it and wanted to freeze him. Chu Yang shouted loudly. He stamped his foot, and his figure rushed towards Jun Shuang. He chopped out a move of stormy waves. The cold ice fist was casually scattered by him and rushed straight ahead. How high the sky is and how deep the earth is. You want to teach me a lesson? Chu Yang sneered and shot out his palm. Bang! An ordinary palm directly hit Jun Shuang's face. PFFF. Jun Shuang spat out a mouthful of blood. Several of his teeth had been pulled out by Chu Yang. Jun Shuang looked at Chu Yang in disbelief, but Chu Yang didn't have any intention of stopping and fiercely kicked out. Bang! Jun Shuang was sent flying into the air by Chu Yang's kick. The instant he landed, Chu Yang's palm brought along the sound of billowing waves, as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Bringing along an unparalleled, terrifying power, it ruthlessly bombarded Jun Shuang's body. Hong! Jun Shuang fiercely fell out of the stage. Several of his ribs were broken, and he fainted. Many of the surrounding disciples couldn't help but shiver as they swallowed their saliva. Another one of the 5 great inner disciples had been seriously injured. Including the previous 2, Chu Yang had already defeated 3 of the 5 great inner disciples using only the rippling wave palm. Except for the head of the 5 great inner disciples, Ji Jingcheng and another female disciple, Qinglian, the rest were not Chu Yang's match. Now that Jun Shuang had been seriously injured and fainted, it was clear that the champion would only be Chu Yang and Ji Jingcheng. Chu Yang is actually so powerful. Jun Shuang, who is at the late 7th level of the origin martial realm, was actually easily defeated by him. It's a pity that he is too ruthless. I don't know if it will be a blessing or a curse when he grows up in the future. For such a disciple to appear in our coiling dragon martial institution, of course, it is our coiling dragon martial institution's fortune. The more geniuses we have, the stronger our coiling dragon martial institution will be. The deacons in the deacons' seating area were also discussing. I won't take advantage of you. I'll wait for you to rest well. Ji Jingcheng indifferently said. The strength that Chu Yang had displayed made him restless and eager to compete with him. Chapter 32. Good, straightforward. Ji Jingqing nodded his head and flew onto the stage. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the two of them. This was the most important fight in the inter-college tournament. Whoever won would be the champion and would immediately become a core disciple. Then I won't be polite. Ji Jingqing brandished his sword and pointed at Chu Yang. Show me your sword. I know your martial spirit is a sword martial spirit. Let me see how amazing the younger brother of the legendary Chu Fei of the martial institution is. Chu Yang's elder brother, Chu Fei, was a legend of the coiling dragon martial institution. Sword martial spirit. Right? Chu Yang's martial spirit is a sword martial spirit. Many of the disciples of the martial courtyard suddenly remembered this. Sword martial spirit. He should be the most proficient in sword arts. He is proficient in sword arts, but just now, he used the wave palm to sweep all his opponents and enter the finals. It is truly unimaginable. Strong, too strong. Not only were the disciples of the martial institution amazed, even the deacons at the deacons' table were astonished. They had just remembered this. Deacon Zhang's eyes flashed with a trace of horror. His disciple, Yi Tianhao, was far from Chu Yang's level. His previous words and actions were simply ridiculous. Now that he recalled it, he could not help but blush. Douan Tai's face also flashed with a trace of fear. Previously, when he wanted to kill Chu Yang, Chu Yang's aura suddenly burst out. It should be an extremely terrifying sword art. Perhaps he would have died under Chu Yang's sword. He finally understood why Zhao Meng did not hesitate to bully the weak. He was determined to kill Chu Yang. This kid was indeed too amazing. Brother Chu, your son is not simple. I can't see through him. Nan Gong-ying, the dean of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, was at the center of the deacon's table. His eyes were shining as he looked at Chu Yang. His eyes revealed a trace of horror. Li Yu, who was beside him, curled her lips and said, "See through him? Nan Gong-ying, you think too highly of yourself. He is not someone you can measure." Boom! Because of Li Yu's words, the entire honor guard area was shaken. Many of the honor guards were shaken, and their auras surged, causing the air to tremble. With a swoosh, all eyes fell on Li Yu. Even Nan Gonging looked at Li Yu in shock, because Li Yu's words were too shocking. Li Yu was a proud person, but his opinions had always hit the nail on the head. Furthermore, he was extremely vicious and accurate, and no one in the martial courtyard could compare to him. Between Nan Gong-ying and Li Yu is actually stronger. Don't look at me like that. I'm just telling the truth. Li Yu crossed his arms and closed his eyes. When this little sheep came to the martial scripture pavilion last month, he comprehended the great thousand-leaf hands in an instant. I'm not too sure if he had cultivated it to the minor accomplishment stage or the ascension stage. Great thousand-leaf hands. The great thousand-leaf hands had achieved a small success in the blink of an eye. In fact, it might even have reached the next level. It exploded. In an instant, the entire honor guard area was in an uproar. Great thousand-leaf hands, how is this possible? The Great Thousand-Leaf Hands was the only copy of the Coiling Dragon Martial Courtyard, and it was extremely profound. All the honor guards in the Coiling Dragon Martial Courtyard had tried to cultivate it, but they didn't comprehend much. The Great Thousand-Leaf Hands that they cultivated didn't have much power. Let alone minor accomplishment, they couldn't even reach the initial glimpse of the door. But now, Li Yu actually said that the little sheep that everyone in the martial courtyard knew, Chu Yang, had actually cultivated it to minor accomplishment in an instant. If this was the case, what kind of shocking talent was this? Could this little sheep be another Chu Fei? Perhaps he was even more shocking. The Great Thousand-Leaf Hands Chu Fei might not be able to achieve this, but how is this possible? Chapter 33. Brotherly, did you see it with your own eyes? Nan Gonging couldn't believe it. He couldn't help but look at Li Yu. Li Yu curled her lips again and thought to herself, "You guys are reacting like this now. if I tell you what happened that day, I'm afraid you guys will go crazy. What do you think? Liu suddenly laughed. Nan Gonging, why do you think I bet with you? His gaze fell on Chu Yang, but he continued, Deacon Zhang, Deacon Do, and Deacon Zhao, don't forget about the bet, especially Deacon Zhao. You said you'll get 3 Azure Dragon pills. Don't forget. This bastard. No wonder he dared to make such a big bet with me and try to provoke me. Nangong Xiao instantly understood, but he felt a toothache. However, the one with the biggest reaction was Deacon Zhao, Zhao Du, whom you mentioned. Zhao Du's expression had already changed. The Azure Dragon pellet couldn't be passed down to outsiders, but he was greedy for Liu's treasure, and he was certain that the little sheep would lose without a doubt. On top of that, Liu had chosen the perfect time to implicate him when she was gambling with the deacons. If this Chu Yang becomes the next Chu Fei, he'll definitely become a great enemy of the Zhao family, a hidden danger. Zhao Du's killing intent surged, but he was afraid of being discovered. So he closed his eyes. Deacon Li, rest assured, the Zhao family still has the courage to do so. As for what he was thinking, the deacons could more or less guess. Their hearts were probably dripping blood, although Zhao Du restrained himself well. Brother Chu, don't forget that little sheep is your son. As soon as Liu opened her mouth, Chu Yunlong's mouth twitched. His expression was very interesting, and his eyes seemed to shoot fire, especially when the deacons looked at him strangely. You don't even know your own son? Are you still a father? That damn brat. He even dares to trick me. Chu Yunlong gnashed his teeth. For the first time, he felt that his son was extremely hateful. Brother Chu, don't look like that. Liu teased. Little sheep didn't tell you for your own good. Otherwise, you'll end up like me, feeling like you're nothing and doubting your life. You'll feel like you've been living like a dog all your life. You want to find a piece of tofu and kill yourself immediately. As he spoke, he couldn't help but recall Chu Yang's shocking scenes. He suddenly cursed, Motherfucker, this damned little sheep. Now every time I see him, I want to take a detour. It makes me feel so inferior. Inferiority. Nangong Ying and the others were speechless for a while. Such words actually came out from Liu's mouth. One must know that this old brat's eyes were usually very high, and even there were nothing in his eyes. He simply looked down on them, not to mention the martial courtyard's disciples. None of them could enter his eyes. But today was really a rare occasion. He felt inferior. However, they were even more shocked than speechless. Chu Yang had actually received such an evaluation from Liu and felt that he was nothing. This was too fucking frightening. Suddenly, they heard Liu say indifferently, Deacon Do, watch your teeth. Don't bite people, or I'll cut off your head as well. These words came out of nowhere, causing almost everyone to look at Do Ontai. Suddenly, Do Ontai almost went limp, and the atmosphere instantly became strange. Many deacons couldn't help but look at Zhao Du and Do Ontai. Previously, Do Ontai wanted to kill Chu Yang, causing a big commotion. How could they not know? But now that they thought about it, it really wasn't that simple. Nangong Ying and Chu Yunlong's reactions were more or less the same. Their eyes couldn't help but turn cold. The enemy had discovered it faster than them. If not, Liu probably wouldn't have said these words today. Knock, knock, knock. Nangong Ying's finger tapped on the table, producing a crisp sound. Suddenly, all the deacons became nervous. Would he directly fall out with the Zhao family? Chapter 34. The crisp sound stopped, and Nangong finally opened his mouth. Everyone from now on, Chu Yang will be a core disciple of our martial courtyard. Everyone should treat him with caution. His words were neither salty nor light, but every deacon understood what he meant. This was a warning from Nangong. He was warning Zhao clan. Who? The tense atmosphere instantly disappeared, and the deacons heaved a sigh of relief. If they were to shed all pretense of cordiality, it would be a fierce battle, and they all knew what this meant. Perhaps many of them would lose their lives. As for Zhao clan and Coiling Dragon Martial Courtyard, it was hard to say who would win in the end. Zhao Du's tense heartstrings suddenly loosened. So what if their Zhao clan won against the entire coiling dragon martial courtyard? Behind the coiling dragon martial courtyard was a colossus, the Five Elements sect. Douantai was already paralyzed in his chair. If Nangong Ing had decided to make things difficult for Zhao clan, the first one to die would have been him. Chu Yunlong didn't say anything, but the killing intent in his heart couldn't be restrained. He should have killed Douantai earlier. No father would let go of such an enemy for plotting to kill his son. Trash. I was looking forward to it in vain. Liu closed his eyes and opened his mouth, making everyone's mouth twitch. Only he dared to call Nangong Ing a trash. Well, let me see if elderly is a trash, and if the little sheep he spoke of is really that amazing. Nangong Ing made the final decision. The matter was settled like this. In an instant, the gazes of the deacons couldn't help but turn towards the arena. They also wanted to know if Chu Yang was really that amazing. Chu Yang and Ji Jingsheng naturally didn't know what was going on in the upper echelons of the coiling dragon martial courtyard. Ji Jingsheng had a sword martial spirit and was famous for his sword skills in the coiling dragon martial courtyard. His cultivation was very good, reaching the peak of Hotian 7 stage and could reach Hotian 8 stage anytime. He was already considered a core disciple. You probably won't be too disappointed. After Ji Jingsheng's challenge, the sword martial spirit in Chu Yang's consciousness became extremely active, and his battle intense soared at this moment. Chu Yang had a feeling that the battle with Ji Jingsheng would make a huge breakthrough in his swordsmanship. With a clang, Chu Yang took out a sword from his storage ring and pulled it out. The blade of the 3-foot cyan steel sword glowed with a cold light. It was a very ordinary sword, but in the eyes of the crowd, it was so different. They felt that at this moment, Chu Yang was like an unsheathed sword, revealing its sharpness. Ji Jingsheng's pupils shrank. At that moment, his sword spirit started to tremble as if it was facing a great enemy. Such a situation had never happened before. Clang! Ji Jingsheng also pulled out his own sword. It was also 3 feet long. Its entire body was as white as jade. Wisps of cold air were emitted from it, and when the sun shone on it, it shone with a dazzling, cold light. His sword was obviously a treasured sword. It was much better than Chu Yang's. Martial techniques in the primitive martial realm were divided into low, middle, and high grades. Weapons in the primitive martial realm were also divided into high, middle, and low grades. This was a high-grade treasure sword. I don't think I'm bullying others with my sword. Ji Jingsheng's words shocked everyone. He completely regarded Chu Yang as an extremely powerful opponent and would not let go of any advantage. Below the stage, the disciples of the Martial Arts Institute could not help but widen their eyes. This was the first time Chu Yang had pulled out his sword. Even when facing the punishment deacon, Douantai, he did not pull out his sword. As for how good Chu Yang's swordsmanship was, they could tell from Ji Jingsheng's attitude. However, no one could imagine how amazing it was. Their minds were filled with images of Chu Yang using a mere wave-parting palm to instantly kill his opponent. Sword out. Chu Yang moved. Ji Jingsheng also moved. The two swords clashed and lightly touched. The aura suddenly changed, and the spectators below the stage suddenly felt the air become suffocating. Their souls were oppressed to the point that they could not breathe. They were completely intimidated by the aura and sharp sword chi of the two people. Shua! Ji Jingsheng let out a long whistle and took the initiative to attack. His sword moved like a nimble snake, leaving no trace. It was as if every direction was possible. The sword light enveloped Chu Yang's face, throat, chest, and many other vital points. With a hissing sound, the sword was like a huge snake, but also like a shooting arrow, splitting the air. Especially when he was exerting his strength, the tendons on his body were also like bowstrings, making wong-wong sounds. This sword, what the disciples of the Martial Arts Institute saw was not a sword, but hundreds of archers shooting at the same time, and arrows piercing the heart. Good. Chu Yang could not help but praise. When the sword pierced over, he suddenly felt an iron-blooded aura. It was as if the iron hooves of an army were trampling over. Wherever they went, heads would roll, and they did not fear life or death. Go to the spring terrace to recruit old subordinates. Banners and banners will slay the king of hell. Such a poem could not help but appear in Chu Yang's mind, and it amazed him. A good opponent was hard to come by. Only with a good opponent could one continue to improve and stimulate one's potential. Chapter 35. Chu Yang also let out a long whistle. His sword flew out, and a fierce wind blew. The sleeves of the disciples of the martial arts institute fluttered, and the fierce wind blew against their faces. Soon, the sound of waves could be heard incessantly. When Chu Yang stabbed out with his sword, there were 3 waves of energy at the tip of the sword. They were like 3 waves, and each wave pushed the other forward, raising the wind in waves, raising the wind and beating the waves. The rear waves drive the front waves. Wave palm. It was actually the wave palm, and it was still the wave palm. Chu Yang had actually turned a palm technique into a sword technique and used it to deal with Ji Jingsheng. He's crazy. Someone cried out in alarm. Ji Jingsheng is using the spirit snake sword and the 1,000 soldiers sword technique, which he's most proficient in. The combination of the 2 techniques has an astonishing power. The sword is sometimes like a spirit snake, and sometimes like an army of millions. It's unfathomable. Chu Yang actually dared to use a palm technique as a sword technique against a mere wave repelling palm. The disciples of the Martial Arts Academy were shocked because they knew Chu Yang very well. They knew what kind of sword technique he was practicing, and with a single glance, not only did they immediately understand its mysteries, but they also knew how powerful it was. In their eyes, Chu Yang was simply courting death. Even if it was the true wave palm, Ji Jingsheng would definitely stab him to death, let alone the so-called wave sword technique that had been changed from a palm technique to a sword technique. In fact, this was not the case. Chu Yang had already completely mixed the wind of the life-chasing sword technique into it. The waves were the sword, and the man was the wind. The wind and waves were one, and the man was one with the sword. The wind controlled the waves, and the man controlled the sword. When the sword met the attack, it immediately blocked all of Ji Jingsheng's sword paths and all of the directions of his attacks. Boom! The energy collided and exploded, and the stage seemed to shake. The clash of the 2 swords was like countless sharp arrows shooting into the water, and it was more like a flood drowning 3 armies. Ji Jingsheng was at a disadvantage. How is this possible? The wave-deflecting sword evolved from a mere wave-deflecting palm had completely suppressed the perfect fusion of Ji Jingsheng's spirit snake sword and 1,000 soldier sword. The snake's agility, swiftness, venom, and craftiness coincided with the path of the military. The combination of the 2 sword techniques was not as simple as 1 + 1. The power of the 2 techniques was even greater. However, such a perfect sword technique was completely suppressed by the snake. Oh my God, this can't be real, right? Is the wave palm really that powerful? Is this the wave palm that I know? Wave parting palm. I'm going to repeat it 100 times today. 100 times and 100 times. I don't believe that the wave parting palm is so powerful. The disciples of the martial courtyard were completely enraged, and some of them couldn't help but curse. That's ridiculous. That crossed a mind. Below the stage, it was like a pot of boiling water. Nan Gongying, Chu Yunlong, and the others were also extremely shocked. This child is indeed extraordinary. The wave-parting sword evolved from the wave-parting palm is actually more powerful than the original wave-parting palm. Nan Gongying couldn't help but nod. Generally, when a palm technique was changed into a sword technique, or a sword technique into a palm technique, the original mystery would be lost, and the power would be weakened by a lot. This was known to all. Moreover, if one couldn't grasp the essence of the wave-parting palm, it would have no power at all. It was obvious that Chu Yang had not only completely comprehended the wave-parting palm, but also added his own thoughts into it. It could be said that the wave-parting sword was already a new martial technique. This was indeed very shocking. It was as if he had created his own martial technique. I didn't expect this little sheep to be so powerful. Indeed, I didn't expect this at all. With such a perception, no amount of dawn would be able to produce it. Shocking, it seems that after Chu Fei, our martial courtyard will have another genius. The various deacons exclaimed again and again, especially those who denied that Chu Yang had relied on dawn. The two deacons who fought with Deacon Zhang felt their cheeks burning, as if they had been slapped in the face. Previously, they had ridiculed Chu Yang for relying on dawn to increase his cultivation. How short-sighted and stupid he was. Zhao Du's expression also changed greatly. Chu Yang was even more shocking than he had imagined. Now, he no longer doubtedly used words. This scene fell into Chu Yunlong's eyes, making him sigh. Was this still his child who had given up on himself? How could a golden carp be a fish in a pond? Once the wind and clouds came, it would transform into a dragon. The wind and clouds hadn't come yet, but he had already transformed into a dragon. Chapter 36. Ji Jingqing suddenly retracted his aura like a snake in hibernation. With a slide of his feet, he moved like an agile snake. As his body twisted, his entire person seemed to become faintly discernible, appearing and disappearing like a ghost as he attacked from the side. Strange peak rising, thousand soldier sword technique. This sword was like the path of the military, winning by surprise. Soldiers were impermanent, just as water was impermanent. There was no desperate momentum, only a strange angle, incomparably swift, sharp, and vicious attack. If his previous sword was said to be right in the art of war, then this sword was strange. The combination of right and strange had reached perfection. This kind of ghostly footwork was similar to the footwork of the assassin in the wind-chasing, life-stealing sword. Chu Yang's body slightly turned and caught Ji Jingqing in an instant. He faced Ji Jingqing's sword and chopped it down. This sword was very dangerous. Chu Yang suddenly erupted, exerting force and infusing his jinqi. The sword in his hand suddenly became abnormally heavy. At this moment, the sword seemed to have turned into a knife, slashing down as if it was splitting a mountain to save its mother. Splitting Mount Hua, breaking the strait with horizontal. Ji Jingqing's expression changed slightly. Chu Yang had actually caught the trajectory of his sword in an instant. He immediately changed his move, his sword rising up like a dragon rising into the sky. This change was very exquisite. His sword seemed to be suppressing the dragon at the foot of Mount Hua. Chu Yang splitting the mountains saved him, allowing him to break free and walk in the sky, summoning clouds and summoning rain. The sword rose like a dragon, suddenly transforming from a dragon into a snake, viciously pouncing to bite Chu Yang's vital points. Chu Yang did not retreat. Instead, he took half a step forward, his other hand holding the scabbard to meet the attack. Like a snakeman holding a snake in a bag, he wanted to put the snake back in. This move was very exquisite and unimaginable. With a clang, Ji Jingqing's sword pierced into the scabbard. However, he reacted quickly withdrawing his sword and retreating. Otherwise, if he lost his sword, he would be at a disadvantage. Like the wind, Ji Jingqing hurriedly retreated, while Chu Yang hurriedly advanced. The former was like a huge wave, while the latter was like the wind. The two of them chased after each other endlessly. Their heads and tails were connected, and they were like the wind. Where there was a wave, there would be a wind. They sped through the arena, their feet not touching the dust. In just a few moments, the two of them had both fallen into a crisis, and each of them had resolved the crisis in a stunning manner, causing everyone watching to almost forget to breathe. Whoosh! All of a sudden, Ji Jingqing seemed to have fallen into a waterfall. His body suddenly shrank, and he seemed to have disappeared. Like a spirit snake suddenly slithering into the underbrush, he suddenly disappeared without a trace. Fast, inconceivably fast. In that instant, the people below the stage couldn't understand the profoundness within. It was as if Ji Jingqing had suddenly become invisible. It was inconceivable, and it caused people to be repeatedly astonished. Xu Yang didn't know how he did it. It was as if he was Xiang Yu who had fallen into Han Ximing's trap. His original advantage instantly disappeared without a trace, and even became a disadvantage. It was as if he had fallen into the trap of luring the enemy in, and had been cut off from his way back. In the blink of an eye, the situation had changed. Swish, swish, quick sword, crafty sword, poisonous sword, quick, crafty, and poisonous. It was as if thousands of hibernating venomous snakes had formed a swarm. It was as if a schemer's long-planned plan had been completely unleashed, and it couldn't be stopped. At this moment, Xu Yang seemed to have no other choice but to retreat again. He retreated, and retreated again, and again. Xu Yang dodged the attacks 3 times in a row. Then, he let out a long and loud roar. It sounded like the roar of a tiger or the cry of a dragon. His aura became extremely heroic as he inhaled and exhaled. Then, he unleashed his sword attacks one after another like a violent storm. The Great Thousand Leaf Hands was fully utilized in his sword technique. Sword shadows appeared one after another, forming a sword screen that collided with Ji Jingqing's sword. Ding! Ding! Chapter 37. The disciples of the martial courtyard below the arena were completely unable to understand the sword techniques of these two people. They even discovered a strange scene. It seemed that Xu Yang and Ji Jingqing's swords were clashing on the right side, but the crisp sounds of swords clashing were actually coming from the left side. This was definitely not the first time such a situation had happened. The two swords were extremely fast and extremely strange. The disciples of the martial institution were flabbergasted. Xu Yang and Ji Jingqing were probing each other at the beginning, but now it was a real head-on clash. This kind of fight was based on whose true qi was more vigorous and long-lasting, whose physical strength was more powerful and abundant. Sword against sword, speed against speed, craftiness against craftiness, wonder against wonder, and ruthlessness against ruthlessness. In the midst of a battle, inner breath, genuine qi, and strength collided. No matter whose genuine qi or strength was weaker, if they couldn't connect, their defense would be breached, and they would lose without a doubt. Fast, fast, fast. Both of them attacked at high speed, each strike accurately intercepting the other's attacks. This kind of speed left behind a series of afterimages. This kind of fighting style didn't have the slightest bit of trickery. It was a competition of strength. Excluding all other factors, whoever was stronger would win. Xu Yang had actually withstood it. Although he was only at the peak of the 6th level of the Origin Martial Realm, he didn't fall into a disadvantage when facing Ji Jingqing, who was at the 7th level of the Origin Martial Realm. He even faintly suppressed Ji Jingqing in terms of strength. The strength of 9 tigers, while Ji Jingqing only had the strength of 8.5 tigers. The disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution were speechless. What Huang Long or O Junshuang? Their defeat wasn't unjust at all. In front of Xu Yang, they were all trash. They weren't worthy of Xu Yang using his full strength. Using the wave-pushing palm was already polite. Only someone like Ji Jingqing could compete with Xu Yang. The others didn't have this qualification. Brother Chu's son is indeed amazing. The peak of the 6th level of the Origin Martial Realm is 1 level lower, but he's not inferior to the 7th level of the Origin Martial Realm. Clearly, the quality of his true qi is superior. The power of 9 tigers also completely broke through the 1st level of the Origin Martial Realm's limit of 1 tiger. His swordsmanship is even more exquisite. Not only is his sword fast, strange, unlike Ji Jingqing's, his sword is sometimes bold and unrestrained. It's very ethereal, and it makes people sigh in admiration. Not to mention Ji Jingqing's cultivation base. His sword technique should be one of the best in our academy. Even the core disciples are far inferior to him. The steward's table was also filled with astonishment. Not only were they astonished by Ji Jingqing, but they were even more astonished by Xu Yang. The clash of sword techniques between the two was extremely tit-for-tat. If Chu Yang had any disadvantage, it would be the sword in his hand. The sword in his hand wasn't a treasure sword, but a mere cyan steel sword. After continuously clashing with Ji Jingqing's sword for hundreds of times, it was as if his opponent's sword was a large hammer tempering the sword in his hand, tempering all the impurities in his sword. From the tip of the sword, Chu Yang's sword was pierced until it was broken bit by bit. At the same time, Ji Jingqing's swordsmanship was also transmitted to his body. His spirit, body, flesh, and soul seemed to be like his swordsmanship. They were continuously shaken and refined by Ji Jingqing's swordsmanship, becoming purer and purer. His heart of the sword was awakened, and it became firmer and firmer. After being tempered by the sword technique, it became more and more crystal clear. Chapter 38. Ho! Suddenly, as Chu Yang inhaled and exhaled, a whirlpool and a blast of air was formed. A strong wind blew, and with Chu Yang as the center, a cyclone was formed that could be seen with the naked eye. Boom! At the moment when the two sword techniques were at their most intense, Chu Yang's physical strength seemed to have been raised to the limit. His life force had also been raised to the highest level. Suddenly, at this moment, his sword martial spirit suddenly resonated with his heart and his body. At this moment, everyone seemed to feel that Chu Yang's body seemed to have suddenly collapsed inwards, and everything in the world seemed to have been swallowed up. Immediately, his body bloomed with astonishing sword light, and his entire body seemed to have turned into a sword. Everyone seemed to have heard the sound of a sword ringing in their hearts. This was the sound of the soul, heart of the sword, body of the sword. At the deacon's table, all the deacons, Nangong Ying and even Liu jumped up from their seats at the same time. Their pupils seemed to be trembling. They were terrified to the extreme. Sword cultivators were also called swordsmen. Their attack power was the sharpest and most terrifying. They could crush anyone of the same level. It was extremely shocking. Many people longed to become a sword cultivator, but very few people could cultivate the heart of the sword and the body of the sword. For a sword martial spirit, there was only 1 out of 10,000 people. Out of 10,000 people, only one would be able to cultivate a sword Dao heart and a sword Dao body. Even with the sword martial spirit, the difficulty of cultivating without the sword martial spirit was even greater. It was almost impossible. Therefore, cultivating the heart of the sword and the body of the sword could be said to be extremely difficult. Those who could cultivate them were peerless geniuses in the sword Dao. This was the beginning of a sword cultivator. There was a huge difference between heaven and earth. Only those who could cultivate them could become a true sword cultivator. It was like a crown prince ascending the throne to become an emperor. Chu Yang actually managed to cultivate the heart of the sword and the body of the sword during the competition. At this moment, Chu Yang's aura suddenly dropped. From the peak of the 6th level of the Origin Martial Realm, he directly dropped to the 4th level of the Origin Martial Realm. His strength of 9 tigers also dropped to the strength of 3 tigers, leaving him with the strength of 6 tigers. But at this time, traces of sword chi rushed out from his body like a divine sword, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Ji Jingqing's eyes also shone brightly. He knew that Chu Yang needed an even fiercer sword technique at this moment. So he suddenly used all his strength to maintain his sword technique at its most blazing state. The entire arena was filled with sword shadows. But at this moment, everyone at the steward's table felt their hearts tighten. Ji Jingqing's actions could make Chu Yang's heart of the sword and body of the sword even purer, but it also entailed an extremely great risk. Chu Yang's heart of the sword and body of the sword had just reached the initial stage, so his strength suddenly dropped drastically. If he couldn't resist Ji Jingqing's sword technique, it was very likely that he would be killed in one strike. This was Chu Yang's crisis, but also Chu Yang's opportunity. His martial Dao, sword Dao, and opportunity couldn't be stopped. Everything could only depend on Chu Yang's ability. If he died, he would become a pile of soil. His heart of the sword and body of the sword would be useless. If he could succeed, his heart of the sword and body of the sword would be extremely pure. Clang, 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 clang. Sparks flew everywhere, and the sword in Chu Yang's hand finally completely broke apart, leaving only the sword hilt. Ji Jingqing's sword directly pierced towards the hilt. A trace of loneliness flashed in his eyes. In the end, it's still not enough? But at this moment, he realized that he had stabbed nothing. Soon after, he felt a sharp energy stop at his throat, and a cold light flickered. Ji Jingqing was startled when he saw Chu Yang. "Junior brother Chu, congratulations, congratulations." The last sword strike couldn't be distinguished from the real one, so Ji Jingqing's loss wasn't unjust at all. It was just that such a loss made him feel frustrated. He naturally didn't know that this was the real one from the Great Thousand Leaf Hands, so his loss couldn't be more normal. "Senior brother Ji, congratulations, congratulations." Ji Jingqing suddenly froze. What was there to be happy about? But soon after, Chu Yang pointed at his chest, and a stream of energy blasted into his body. In an instant, his entire body became sluggish, as if he had been killed by Chu Yang. Chu Yang left to comprehend the heart of the sword and body of the sword. Just as he disappeared from everyone's sight, countless sword cries suddenly rang out from Ji Jingqing's body. At the same time, his cultivation level dropped to the 5th tier, and his strength dropped from 8.5 tigers to 5 tigers. The sword light around him blazed. "Huh." Ji Jingqing also laughed heartily. With a whoosh, he left like a beam of sword light, disappearing without a trace. The scene was deathly silent. After a while, there was an explosion of astonishment. Heart of the sword and body of the sword. Heavens, doesn't this mean that our martial institution will have 2 swordsmen in the future? This is too shocking. Ordinary sects aren't as terrifying and bizarre as our martial institution. The crowd below the stage was shocked. Apart from Zhao Du and the others, the deacon's stand were also filled with joy. "Brother Chu, congratulations, congratulations." Chu Yunlong was grinning from ear to ear. At this time, he couldn't be modest. He cupped his fists and said, "Congratulations, congratulations." Chu Yang was Chu Yunlong's son, but he was also a disciple of the martial institution. There was nothing wrong with his words. "Huh." After everyone laughed, Nangong Ying announced the end of the competition. The champion was Chu Yang. Chapter 39. If you have my life, then you will be able to plant a golden lotus in the fire. When Chu Yang returned home, he inexplicably said such a sentence. It was as if the excited sword martial spirit had cut off the string of fate. The formation of the sword heart and the sword body made the sword martial spirit look like a beggar who had entered the palace and become the emperor. He took a deep breath and spat it out. A white streak of light flashed past. It was 3 feet long and looked like a Taoist flying sword. The chi was in his dantian, and he spat it out. The chi was condensed into a sword. It was like the immortal sword in Chu Yang's mind. At this moment, the chi in his body was like 9 beads, moving through his 5 viscera and rumbling thunder. Although the Mahmuri scripture had dropped to the 4th level of the origin martial realm, it was already at perfection and extraordinary. The intent was like a heavenly blade that could cut off the flow of water. A martial artist's pursuit of the Tao required the intent to be like Vajra. The sword could cut through everything, but it could not cut off the flow of water. Only the heart of the Tao, the unfathomable heavenly blade, could cut off the flow of water. Chu Yang used the full martial spirit. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. His breath was very distant, and the passage of time seemed to slow down. His heartbeat also seemed to slow down by half a beat. It was about 8 or 9 beats per minute. However, every time his heart beat, it would produce a sword cry. The blood in his body was like a waterproof gate that was opened. His blood was like a flying sword that flew out at an extreme speed, cutting through all the obstacles and transmitted to every corner of his body, all the way to the tip of his hair. Bang! Suddenly, A flame came out from Chu Yang's body. It was raging, and his whole body was floating, becoming the heart of the flame. His whole body was like a sword. The heart of the flame was the sword. The heart of the sword was the heavenly flame. At this moment, the sword heart heavenly flame acted on its own and showed its miraculous ability. Chu Yang, who was in deep sleep, suddenly opened his eyes. Two balls of flames appeared in his eyes, and two beams of light shot out like two heavenly swords. Bang! It burned everything in its way, and then the sound of the swords resounded. Xiao! The sword heart heavenly flame suddenly rushed out from Chu Yang's body. The flames outside the sword heart heavenly flame were retracted into the flame heart heavenly flame. Shortly after, the flames completely disappeared and a divine sword appeared. It instantly became like a black hole, crazily swallowing the energy in the world. This was a heavenly sword nurtured in the flames. It was born from the world and was full of spirituality. It accompanied Chu Yang's heart of the sword and the formation of his body of the sword. It was like a chick breaking out of its shell. Whoosh! A gale blew, and in an instant, there was a gale everywhere between heaven and earth. The energy of heaven and earth that swept and dyed the entire small courtyard into a colorful world. If someone saw this at this moment, they would definitely be alarmed by such a miraculous sight. The coiling dragon martial INSTI. Tushin's tournament might have just ended, but most of the people were still at the venue. Their focus was on the tournament, and even Chu Yang's mother was an exception. After a period of time, all the miraculous sights disappeared, leaving only Chu Yang in a deep slumber in the courtyard. 3 days later, Chu Yang was awakened by hunger. He might still be sleeping in the courtyard, but he was already sleeping on a simple bed. There was a porcelain bottle beside him, and there was a silver elixir in it. Chu Yang was now extremely hungry. He was very aware of his own body and could even sense the degree of hunger. He knew how much energy he had to consume in order to eliminate this feeling of hunger. This was the manifestation of the Sword Tao body after evolution and transformation. It was obvious that his father knew what would happen after the Sword Tao body was formed, and had specially placed such an elixir beside him. He directly swallowed the elixir into his stomach. His stomach squirmed as he digested it. Chapter 40. Chu Yang's digestion speed was at least 10 times faster than an ordinary person's. An ordinary person would need an entire afternoon to digest a meal, but when he circulated his internal organs, he could digest everything within a few minutes. He could also seal his qi and blood and enter a state of suspended animation. Even if he did not eat or drink for 10 days, he could still survive and maintain a strong physical strength. This silver pill contained an extremely shocking amount of energy. The medicinal properties within seemed to be related to swords. At this moment, Chu Yang was even more certain that his father had specially prepared this for him. The medicinal effects of the pill were instantly released. It was as if a world of swords had opened up. Countless flying swords flew out and were absorbed by his body and transformed. In a trance, Chu Yang seemed to have become a monster that ate swords. At the same time, he felt that the hunger in his body had completely disappeared. Chu Yang swallowed the silver pill. Then, he lay down on the bed and began to sleep. He entered the deepest level of meditation. Clang, clang, clang. In his deep sleep, Chu Yang seemed to be breathing out streams of sword qi from his mouth and nose. The blood in his body flowed faster and faster. Suddenly, the sound of swords clanging could be heard. The blood in his veins was surging like a raging river or a waterfall. Every river seemed to be swords, and the waterfall that poured down was also a curtain of swords. The sound of swords could be heard from his body. If one closed their eyes, they would feel that it was not a person in front of them, but countless flying swords. Countless flying swords were flying, forming a formation, a river, and a sea. Another 3 days later. Little sheep, you slept for 6 days and 6 nights before waking up. I thought you were already dead. Chu Na's first sentence after Chu Yang's was full of concern and concern. His mother, Lu Yi, and Chu Na had been waiting for a long time. If not for Chu Yang's long and steady breathing, they would have thought that Chu Yang was already dead. Moreover, they did not dare to get close to him. With his body as the center, there seemed to be an extremely majestic and terrifying aura. It was as if there was a mountain of swords there, and one would be injured with a single touch. It made people feel both reverence and fear. A person who had slept for 6 days should be covered in dust. However, Chu Yang was as clean as new, without a speck of dust. Clang, clang, clang. When he sat up and opened his eyes, 2 beams of light pierced out like 2 sharp swords. The sound of swords clanging rang out continuously, and his gaze made Chu Na unable to look at him. She could not help but slide away, fear in her heart. At this moment, Chu Yang didn't seem to be a human. He didn't seem to have a trace of human aura. It was as if he was a god born from heaven and earth. But soon, all the mystical aura disappeared. It seemed as if nothing had ever happened. Little sheep, how dare you frighten your sister? Bang, bang, bang. Chu Na went up and habitually trampled on Chu Yang. Sister, it's you who is timid. How could your brother have the ability to scare you? You are a heroine. Chu Yang complained. He had just woken up, and he already deserved to be scolded. You are still so stubborn. Chu Na recalled that feeling. She had already learned about the sword Dao body from her father. It was not as terrifying as this. How could her brother be so shocking? At that moment, she felt that he was not human. Chapter 41. In the coiling Dragon Martial Arts Institution, the annual Inter Academy competition had already come to an end. Chu Yang's unexpected victory as a dark horse became the biggest news. No one had thought that it would be Chu Yang, the little sheep that everyone knew. However, from now on, they could only keep this name in their hearts. They didn't dare to rashly say it out loud. Who would dare to? After Chu Yang woke up, the Chu family finally gathered together to eat. The family was jubilant, and at the same time began to interrogate Chu Yang. He had actually become the champion of the Inter Academy competition. Furthermore, he had been unstoppable all the way and had even cultivated a sword Dao body. Although no matter if it was Chu Fei or Chu Na, they had both been promoted to core disciples as champions of the Inter Academy competition, but the two had been geniuses since childhood. It wasn't strange for them to have such results. But Chu Yang's performance had been very mediocre. This time, he had suddenly erupted without a sound, and had also won the championship. This made the Chu family very surprised and astonished. Yang, didn't you just break through to the Hotian 4th stage? In just a short month, you actually reached the peak of the Hotian 6th stage. Even the deacons of the martial arts institution couldn't learn the great thousand-leaf hands, but you also learned it. Lu Yi was really curious. She was naturally very familiar with this son of hers. Also, how did you cultivate a sword heart and a sword body? Honestly, tell me, or else I'll punish you. Chu Na faced Chu Yang and raised her fist. Chu Yanlong also wanted to know the reason. He wouldn't ask, but now that he had ears, he immediately revealed an attentive expression. You ask me, but who should I ask? Chu Yang spread out his hands and shamelessly said, I was originally a genius, but I didn't want to attack my sister's young heart, so I deliberately pretended to be stupid. Not long ago, I enlightened myself, but I wasn't careful and became like this. Enlightened? Lu Yi was slightly surprised, but immediately felt relieved. It seemed that this explanation was the most suitable. She had watched Chu Yang grow up, so she knew that Chu Yang had a few roundworms in his stomach. Enlightenment was not without precedent. There were many ignorant people like Chu Yang who suddenly became enlightened one day. Chu Yanlong had also accepted such a saying. Chu Yang was like a muddle-headed person who suddenly became enlightened one day. People were completely different from before. Little sheep, Chu Na patted Chu Yang's shoulder. TSK, TSK, you're amazing. Even that arrogant brat Ji Jingsheng was beaten down by you. Later, let me teach you what modesty is. Sis, don't tell me you like that Ji Jingsheng and want to avenge him. In an instant, Chu Na's face turned red. She wanted to tear apart Chu Yang's mouth. In the end, Chu Yunlong violently intervened and made a decision. Pride needs to be guarded. Chu Yang needs to be taught a lesson. 2 hours after dinner, the moonlight was like silver, and the night sky was dotted with stars. In the spacious courtyard of the Chu family, a few torches were lit, so it did not seem dark. Apart from the 3 people of the Chu family, there was another person present, and that was Zhang Hao. After dinner, he came to find Chu Yang. Yang, you're careful now? Chu Yunlong wanted to know what level Chu Yang had reached. To be honest, he could not see through Chu Yang at all. The moonlight and starlight sprinkled on Chu Yang, but he was like a rock, unmoving. For him, it was best to personally experience the power of the Chi Soul realm. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely dangerous signal rose up in Chu Yang's heart. A blue Zhen Yuan suddenly rose up from the top of Chu Yunlong's head. It was dense like a tide, and it seemed like a real wave, letting out a surging sound. Huge waves washing away the sand, stormy waves beating the shore. Compared to Chu Yang's wave-pushing palm, it was as different as clouds and mud. Chu Yang's wave-pushing palm only had sound and power, but everything was fake. On the other hand, Chu Yunlong's waves formed by his true essence seemed to be real ocean water, real waves, as if they were real and could be passed off as real. Zhen Yuan materialization. This is the difference between Zhen Qi and martial spirit fusion. True Qi and martial spirit fused together to form true essence. It was as if Qi had a spirit and a soul. True essence seemed to be one's own thoughts. Not only could it be used as one's own arm, but it could also be used to display one's own intentions. Its power was greatly increased, and one could even construct things according to one's own thoughts. That dark blue true essence suddenly condensed and turned into a huge palm print. With a boom, it appeared above Chu Yang's head like a mountain and pressed down on his head. Chapter 42. Although the gap between the Chi Soul realm and the Origin Martial realm is only one realm, the difference is like heaven and earth. True Yuan is the limitless extension of the Chi Soul realm martial artist's hands and feet. Inconceivable, since there was no way to avoid it. He could only face it head-on and shatter the palm formed by his True Yuan. Great Thousand Leaf Hands! Chu Yang's eyes flashed as he erupted with all his strength. His arms suddenly shook, and 8 more arms appeared on each arm. For a moment, there were layers upon layers of illusions. Great Thousand Leaf Hands, perfection! When Chu Yunlong saw this, his eyes widened, almost popping out of their sockets. Although he had heard from Li Yu that Chu Yang had learned the Great Thousand Leaf Hands, he had never imagined that in such a short time, Chu Yang would actually be able to practice the Great Thousand Leaf Hands to the perfection realm. This was an unheard of speed, especially when this was the Great Thousand Leaf Hands. Chu Yunlong had never learned it. Lu Yi, Chu Na, and Chu Yang's childhood friend, Zhang Hao, could not help but fall into a daze when they saw this scene. At this moment, Chu Yang's illusionary arms seemed to have turned into a divine ring, as if he was a deity with a divine ring behind his head. Boom! One by one, the arms slammed into the giant palm and instantly exploded, turning into pieces of leaves. 1 arm, 10 leaves. 16 arms, 160 leaves. In an instant, the leaves fell down and danced around Chu Yang like palm prints. It was as if there were green butterflies flying around him. It was extremely beautiful. Although these butterfly-like leaves looked weak and harmless, they were actually extremely powerful. Each leaf was like a glaring vajra, fully displaying the Buddhist profundity of the great Kiliakosm leaf hands. In fact, it was as if the flames of Buddha's wrath were about to erupt from them. This is the Great Thousand Leaf Hands, the only copy that no one in the martial scripture pavilion can learn. Too beautiful. Chu Na's eyes were about to form a heart shape. Unlike Chu Na, Lu Yi, and Zhang Hao, even though they had not cultivated it to the highest realm, when they saw Chu Yang use it, the illusionary arms turned into countless leaves that instantly drowned them out. This made them feel that they had no way of blocking it. And this method was all-pervasive and impossible to guard against. It was extremely powerful. 10,000 leaves returned to their roots. Bang, bang, bang. More than 100 leaves, like moths flying into a flame, collided with Chu Yunlong's true essence giant hand one after another, producing a series of muffled bangs, exploding waves of chi waves hitting the ground. Suddenly, the bluestone laid on the ground shattered, and dust flew everywhere. Chu Yunlong's true essence giant palm contained a terrifying amount of power. Chu Yang's great thousand-leaf palms struck the palm imprint, but it was still unable to neutralize all of its power. Flood Dragon's Claw. Chu Yang's body issued a dragon's roar. His hand grabbed downwards like a dragon's claw and pierced through the palm print. 5 bloody holes appeared on the palm print. It looked like a real big hand. The palm print was on the verge of collapse, but it was still a bit off. Flood Dragon's Claw was not enough to crush it. Chu Yunlong could not help but exclaim in surprise. Chu Yang's attack was not inferior to the great thousand-leaf hand, which made him even more surprised. But what happened next was even more unexpected. Wave Parting Palm. Chu Yang was using the Wave Parting Palm at this time. He was using the Wave Parting Palm, a mid-level origin martial technique, to resist Chu Yunlong's great thousand-leaf hand. The Wave Parting Palm was only a mid-level origin martial technique of the Martial Academy. Many disciples of the Martial Academy knew it. Especially after this academy competition, the Wave Parting Palm had become even more famous. Bang! Chu Yang instantly used all 6 moves of the Wave Deflecting Palm. With a loud boom, Chu Yunlong's quintessential essence hand was actually shattered by the Wave Deflecting Palm, which was only a mid-level primordial martial technique. Chu Yunlong was stunned. Lu Yi and Chu Na were also stunned. Zhang Hao was also stunned. Chu Yang naturally had his reasons for being able to do so. The great thousand-leaf palms had blocked the power of Bo Cheng's attack, and then the Flood Dragon's Claw had destroyed more than 45% of the attack. The huge palm, made of true essence, was on the verge of collapse. The Wave Parting Palm was just the last straw. It seemed easy, but it was not simple. Not every martial technique could become such a straw, so Chu Yunlong was still very surprised. Chu Yang was like leading a flock of sheep to defeat a wolf. No matter how many sheep there were, could they hurt a wolf? Chapter 43. My God, Ayang, you're amazing. You can even do this. Can you be a bit more exaggerated? Chu Yunlong gave Zhang Hao full marks. If Zhang Hao didn't stand up and shout, he really wouldn't know how to praise his son. After all, he didn't want Chu Yang to be blindly arrogant and have his tail raised. Immediately, Zhang Hao beamed with joy and said in high spirits, "Hurry up, genius, take a look at my fragrant elephant vigorous technique for me. This little brother has practiced for many years and has never been able to find the right path. Today, I finally caught a genius. How can I let him go?" This was the reason why Zhang Hao had come. He had heard that Chu Yang had learned the great thousand-leaf hands, and his talent was astonishing. However, he still couldn't learn the fragrant elephant vigorous technique, so he immediately found Chu Yang. Fragrant elephant vigorous technique. When Chu Yang heard it, he felt that it was extraordinary. The heavenly spirit continent divided the strength of tigers, elephants, and dragons. A tiger's strength was 1,000 jin and could draw an 8-stone bow. An elephant's strength was 10,000 jin, and a dragon's strength was 100,000 jin. It was very difficult for a primitive martial realm martial artist to have the strength of an elephant. Normally, only after cultivating to the chi spirit realm could they have the strength of an elephant. The fragrant elephant vigorous technique was named after an elephant. This kind of martial technique seemed to have the meaning of reaching the strength of an elephant in the primitive martial realm. There was also the fragrant elephant, which was related to Buddhism. The fragrant elephant crossed the river, cutting off the flow of people. It meant that the Buddhist Dharma was profound and could cut off thousands of strands of worry. Just like the fragrant elephant crossing the river, the front thought stopped and the back thought stopped. Although my cultivation level has dropped and my strength has dropped, if I recover, I estimate that I can break through the strength of 9 tigers and reach the strength of an elephant. Chu Yang thought in his heart. However, with the fragrant elephant vigorous technique, not only did he have one more martial technique, he also estimated that he would have one more method to increase his strength. Only a childhood friend like Zhang Hao would share this kind of martial technique with him, so this kind of request was not something he couldn't refuse. Zhang Hao spoke excitedly and immediately demonstrated the fragrant elephant vigorous technique he had comprehended. Just as he said, his learning was very shallow. Many of the moves, he only had scaly claws. After using half of them, he couldn't continue, and the amazing parts of the moves were not revealed. In particular, although his punches and kicks contained genuine qi and explosive power, they did not touch upon the meaning of the Buddhist incense elephant. He could not display the true power of the incense elephant. However, even so, when he displayed it, it gave off an extremely imposing feeling. It was as if he possessed the might of a divine elephant, the might of a barbarian elephant. Zhang Hao had practiced the following moves for the elephant fragrance great strength formula. Fragrant elephant fetch water. Xiang Xiao Mai Tian. Xiang Xiang was released. Fragrant elephant camel mountain. Incense elephant crossing the river. Chu Yang let out a soft cry of surprise. These intermittent movements made the genuine energy that was brewing in his body from the Mahamyuri scripture to resonate with Zhang Hao's movements. The genuine energy started to stir along with Zhang Hao's movements. In his eyes, it was no longer Zhang Hao's every move or Xiang Xiang's every move and every encounter. Instead, it was like the process of a Buddha's enlightenment. The exquisite transformations that Zhang Hao had not displayed naturally appeared in his mind. In an instant, he seemed to have completely memorized the fragrant elephant great strength formula. It was extremely magical. Although the few moves that Zhang Hao had practiced were not so exquisite, and Chu Yang did not obtain the specific mental cultivation method, at this moment, the 5-colored lotus in his body was vibrating continuously. Various scenes emerged, and one by one, fragrant elephants appeared. It was like the process of enlightenment of the Mahamyuri Sutra. The genuine qi of the Mahamyuri Sutra in his body flowed in a strange way, urging the rising power in his body, allowing him to clearly grasp the mystery of the elephant vigorous technique. Xiang Xiang fetch water. Xiang Xiang Mai Tian. Xiang Xiang was released. Chapter 44. The more Chu Yang pondered over the changes of the vigorous elephant formula dragon, the deeper his understanding of the vigorous elephant formula dragon became. This was the effect of the Mahamyuri Sutra. It seemed like this cultivation technique was much more profound than he had imagined. It was as if he was lying on the shoulder of the giant, Mahamyuri, to comprehend everything. The reason was probably that the vigorous elephant formula dragon was related to Buddhism. It had the same origin as the Mahamyuri Sutra and was not related to Buddhism. Therefore, the profoundness of the vigorous elephant formula dragon was naturally deduced by his Mahamyuri Sutra. His true qi circulated like a surging river. Ayang, how is it? This vigorous elephant formula dragon was accidentally obtained by my uncle. My uncle didn't understand the profoundness within it. Originally, he asked Uncle Chu to help him study it. What Zhang Hao said about the vigorous elephant formula dragon was naturally false. Zhang Hao's uncle, Chu Yang, naturally knew about it. He was also a martial artist, but his strength was weak. As Zhang Hao and Chu Yang had a good relationship, Chu Yanlong had given him some pointers. After that, Zhang Hao's uncle seemed to have been enlightened. His strength increased by leaps and bounds, and he was now doing well. Zhang Hao's family situation had improved because of his uncle. However, he and his mother still stayed in the Coiling Dragon Martial Arts Institution as they were grateful for it. This was also considered a form of protection, and it was related to the Coiling Dragon Martial Arts Institution. When Zhang Hao's uncle was outside, the people outside had to give him some face. Chu Yang didn't make a sound. He was still immersed in deducing the profoundness of the vigorous elephant formula dragon. The precise changes of every move and style were all under his control. This feeling was really wonderful. In the past, he couldn't even comprehend the Mamayuri Sutra. But now, without using his genius martial spirit, he could deduce everything just by looking at some moves without any mental cultivation method. The difficulty was undoubtedly much more difficult than comprehending the Mahamayuri Sutra according to the scripture. But now he felt that it was extremely easy. Is it because of the genius martial spirit, or because of the awakening of my previous memories? It seems like I've been enlightened, just like the one who was lying. Maybe it's also because after practicing so many martial skills, my horizons have completely increased. Chu Yang's mind surged as he thought to himself, no matter what, I'm very amazing right now. The vigorous, fragrant elephant formula is obvious at a glance. How does he watch carefully? Chu Yang said, incense is related to Buddha. What you just did is completely wrong. Have you ever heard of incense crossing the river, cutting off the flow of the masses? The true qi in Chu Yang's body began to circulate. His body moved, and an incomparably wild aura erupted from his body. It was as if a ferocious statue had suddenly rushed out from the jungle. Zhang Hao was startled. He had never expected that such a brutal aura would suddenly erupt from Chu Yang's thin and weak body. Pa! Chu Yang's hand moved, and soon after, there was a crisp pa sound. His skin, flesh, tendons, and bones were incomparably coordinated. His body was like a statue of the god of berserkers. His true qi circulated to his arm, and in an instant, it was as soft as an elephant's trunk. From his chest came the sound of an elephant's trumpet. Although the sound was low, it shook Zhang Hao's blood and qi to the point of churning. His chest felt as if there was a large stone pressing down on it, and he was almost bleeding from the pressure. Incense elephant fetches water. Chu Yang's hand swung out like an elephant's trunk. His true qi surged violently. In a trance, it was like a statue of the god of berserkers fetching water. It was more like a statue of the god of berserkers using its trunk to fetch a Buddhist scripture and obtain the true essence of Buddha from within. Suddenly, there was a joyful trumpet. The trumpet was mixed with the joy of enlightenment. It constantly emitted from his body, and the sound was deafening. It shook and tempered the skin, flesh, tendons, and bones of his entire body. Incense elephant my Tion. The elephant steps were big, and people called it the elephant walking on the field. Chu Yang took a step forward, and in an instant, he covered a distance of 3 feet. He was like a statue of the god of berserkers who was joyful after gaining enlightenment. His body was as light as the clouds. Chu Yang's body was also as light as a swallow, as if there was no trace of weight, and he was extremely agile. Incense elephant camel mountain. Chu Yang used the third style. He moved his feet, and with a dong, a loud sound came from the ground. In an instant, his body became abnormally heavy, as if a mountain was moving. With every step he took, a piece of bluestone with a radius of 2 to 3 feet would be crushed by his feet. Dong, dong, dong. As he moved his feet, the crushed stones were shaken and floated in the air. They were about 1 foot high, and then they were shattered by the violent force. At the same time, his arms were like an elephant's trunk, and he kept swinging them forward, causing the air to crackle. His strength was fierce and overbearing. It was as if the statue of the god of berserkers had gone through the initial enlightenment and immediately went on to further enlightenment. It realized the vastness and profoundness of Buddhism. Every step of enlightenment was like moving a mountain. It was even difficult for it to move an inch forward. It was as if it was trapped in a cage, and all of this had evolved into a heavy weight. Chapter 45. Fragrant Elephant Crossing the River. Shua. Immediately, in the eyes of Zhang Hao, Chu Yunlong, and the Chu family, they lost sight of Chu Yang. Immediately after, they heard a crisp sound. The wall of the courtyard was like a piece of paper pierced through by Chu Yang, leaving behind only a human-shaped hole. Looking through that hole, they saw Chu Yang nearly a kilometer away. Hiss! Chu Yunlong and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this heaven-defying? With one step, he was 100 meters away. Their feelings were not as deep as Chu Yang's. He also did not expect this fragrant elephant crossing the river to be so shocking. Just now, when he moved, all the true qi in his body was sucked dry. Immediately after, his body uncontrollably rushed out. At that moment, he felt like he could cross the river of stars and travel through time and space. Not only does this move contain a shocking movement technique, like the Buddhist divine feat, like shrinking the ground into an inch, but it is also an extremely brutal attack. No matter how many enemies you have, no matter how many attacks you have, even if they form a river, once you cross it, they will all be knocked over and all attacks will be blown away. Fragrant elephant crossing the river, cutting off the flow of people. It is indeed shocking. Chu Yang's entire body was completely exhausted. His entire body was soft and fluffy. The consumption of this move was too terrifying, and if one's comprehension was deeper and the Buddhist doctrine was deeper, he felt that this fragrant elephant crossing the river could continuously cut off the flow of people, cut off the 3,000 strands of worry, and even cut off everything. It could completely transform into a divine ability, a supreme technique. The space of this technique was definitely not limited to the origin martial realm, but could be limitless. The Great Thousand Leaf Hands and the 18 Flood Dragon styles could probably be like this too. Chu Yang returned in an extremely weak state. Hearing his coarse and heavy breathing like a cow's bellows, Chu Yunlong and the other two came back to their senses. Yang, this is still a origin martial realm technique. Zhang Hao screamed, as if a girl's first time had been violently snatched away. He jumped 3 feet into the air and said, "This is practically a Chi Soul Realm cultivation technique, an ascending Soul Realm cultivation technique. No, it's even higher than the heavens." Chu Yunlong agreed with this statement. The way he looked at Chu Yang had changed. It was just a cultivation method of the origin martial realm. Yet Chu Yang was able to display such astonishing power. It was simply unimaginable. It was enough to scare people to death. "Howsy, you can keep screaming like a ghost. I can't take it anymore. This damn thing, I didn't expect it to be so shocking. I'm completely drained. I don't care about you guys. I'm going to sleep first." The 3 of them looked at each other in dismay as they watched Chu Yang's extremely exhausted figure leave. This little sheep is still complaining. How many people want to be like you? They beg their grandfathers and grandmothers, but they still can't get what they want. You still despise them. "Father, mother, are you sure you gave birth to him? Your son, my little brother, that little lamb?" Chu Na's eyes and mouth opened into an O shape. What did she see just now? Usually, when Chu Na said this, she would have been hit in the head. However, Lu Yi was also stunned at this moment. She looked at Chu Yunlong and asked foolishly, "Is this really my son? Is he really our son?" Chu Yunlong was also very doubtful. Was this really his son? "How's he?" Seeing that they didn't answer, Chu Na vented her shock on Zhang Hao and said, "Are you sure this is your childhood friend? When did your childhood friend become so scary?" "Childhood friend." Suddenly, Zhang Hao laughed loudly and said, my childhood friend, it's actually my childhood friend. Haha, in the future, I, Zhang Hao, can do whatever I want. I'll beat up whoever doesn't accept it. If you can't beat me, then ask my childhood friend." His loud laughter came to an abrupt end. He was knocked unconscious by Chu Yunlong's blade. Looking at Lu Yi and Chu Na's gaze, Chu Yunlong explained his actions. "I'm afraid he's gone crazy, so it's better to knock him unconscious." Chu Na's eyes turned, but she didn't say anything. Otherwise, when her father did that to her, she would faint. Chapter 46. The next day, Chiang was pulled by the ear by Chu Na as he woke up. His realm was still at the 4th level of the origin martial realm and had not recovered to the 6th level. His strength also did not increase and remained at the power of 9 tigers. With the formation of the Sword Dao body, the meridians in his body have been widened by at least 10 times. The capacity and quantity of his true qi had also increased by 10 times, and the toughness of his meridians had also increased by 10 times. However, his Sword Dao body was like a newborn baby. His body had not yet grown, and his strength had not increased. I estimate that I will have to wait until I recover to the 6th level of the origin martial realm before the increase in strength can be seen. Chu Yang was very clear about everything that had happened to his body. On this day, Zhang Hao also came early in the morning. After seeing Chu Yang's astonishing performance last night, he had other ideas. Yang, go out for a stroll. 1,000 crystals, do you want or not? Zhang Hao tempted as soon as he came up. Crystals were the currency of the Tianhun world. Silver and gold rank martial artists did not attach importance to them. Naturally, they were unable to become the mainstream currency of the martial artists. Crystals contained a large amount of energy and were extremely easy to absorb. Even if one did not have a martial spirit, they could still absorb the energy. The general value of crystals was 2 qi-generating pills. Above crystals, there were spirit crystals and magic crystals. Spirit crystals contained a higher level of energy called spirit qi. Spirit qi came from the ascending soul realm. After the martial spirit was upgraded, the true qi would be refined, and the true qi in the body would become spirit qi. The reward for the first place of the Coiling Dragon Martial Academy was 3,000 crystals, a low-grade qi soul realm treasure sword, and the silver pill that Chu Yang had swallowed. The reward was the highest in all of history. Therefore, it could be said that 1,000 crystals was a bit shocking. Chu Yang was tempted. However, what he needed was not only true qi, but also spirit-accumulating pills and spirit-nourishing pills that could replenish his mental power and physical strength. His next goal was to refine pills. This was the way of the king. How Z speak? What does this have to do with you? Otherwise, this genius will be unable to help. Zhang Hao laughed sinisterly. Little sheep genius, the little sheep genius that I saw last night. 7 times in one night you are still standing. Isn't it because I want to invite such a genius to Fallen Dragon City for a round? Chu Yang said directly, tell me the details. 1,000 origin crystals, even if you were to be sold like a duck, you wouldn't be worth that much. What exactly is going on? Zhang Hao immediately frowned and slowly said, my uncle is a bodyguard who travels between Coiling Dragon Town and Fallen Dragon City. This time, he has received a mission to transport a batch of medicinal materials for the City Lord Mansion of Fallen Dragon City. I am afraid it will be somewhat dangerous. The Li Family Escort Agency. Zhang Hao nodded. The City Lord's Manor offered a reward of 5,000 origin crystals. My uncle was moved and agreed, but when he thought about it, he regretted it a little. He thought about it for a moment and felt that there was something strange about this matter. I'm afraid it's not that simple. What kind of medicinal materials are so important that the City Lord's Manor actually attaches so much importance to it? Chu Yang also frowned. Coiling Dragon Town and Fallen Dragon City were not far from each other. Fallen Dragon City was a city in the border area of Coiling Dragon Town that was connected to the Great Way State. It was only a small city in the Great Way State. It couldn't be compared to those big cities in the hinterland of the Great Way State. However, it was still a city with a population of more than 200,000. Including some subsidiary towns, the total population was more than 500,000 people. The life and death of these 500,000 people were in the hands of the City Lord's Manor. With the City Lord's Manor's strength, what kind of medicinal materials were actually so important? Chapter 47. Chu Yang naturally knew that Zhang Hao's uncle's family wasn't very harmonious. Although Zhang Hao's uncle, Li Jiaxing, was the first to make a name for himself and established a decent business, Li Jiaxing still had 3 younger brothers who were all ambitious. However, if Li Jiaxing didn't have contact with Chu Yunlong, Li Jiaxing's three younger brothers wouldn't have the backing of the Zhao family and the ability to go against Li Jiaxing. It's related to the Zhao family, right? Then let's go. Chu Yang couldn't ignore this and understood that Li Jiaxing was on his side. All right, I knew this trip wouldn't be in vain. Zhang Hao laughed. As long as Chu Yang agreed, he would be relieved. Now, he only had respect for Chu Yang. Especially after last night, he was extremely shocked. He felt that Chu Yang had the ability to fight against a Qi Soul Realm opponent. As the two of them chatted and laughed, they arrived at the Li family's escort agency. In the Li family's escort agency, there were already dozens of martial artists standing in groups of 3 to 5, each of them talking. These were the experts that the Li family's escort agency had invited this time. Oh, isn't this Zhang Hao? Suddenly, among the dozens of martial artists, a young man in luxurious clothes walked over. Zhang Hao's expression was slightly ugly as he explained to Chu Yang in a low voice. This was his third cousin brother, the eldest son of his second uncle, Li Jiarong. His name was Li Yongfu, and he had always been at odds with him. TSK, don't tell me that the one beside you is a martial artist that you found? He hasn't even shed his hair yet. Haven't he weaned yet? Li Yongfu laughed unscrupulously. Ha ha! Li Yongfu's words made the martial artists burst into laughter. You guys have eyes but can't see. This is the champion of our Coiling Dragon Martial Arts Academy's grand competition this time. Zhang Hao's face was flushed red as he shouted in anger. Ha! I have heard of the Coiling Dragon Martial Arts Academy's grand competition. The champion is just the champion of the intersect disciples. They're just a bunch of inexperienced kids. Have you seen blood? I can beat 5 of them by myself. A 30-year-old martial artist said with a laugh. The rest of the martial artists had a look of approval as well. The Coiling Dragon Martial Institution might have an illustrious reputation in the Coiling Dragon Town, but compared to these lone martial artists who had traversed the north and south, this Coiling Dragon Fate disciple was merely a flower in a greenhouse. Each of these warriors was at least at the 6th level of the primitive martial realm. Among them, there was even a warrior at the early 8th level of the primitive martial realm. Their auras were intrepid. They had all seen blood and killed people before. Suddenly, Chu Yang moved. His figure flickered like a furious Vajra and instantly appeared in front of that arrogant big man, sending a palm strike towards him. Bang! That martial artist was solidly slapped and several of his teeth were broken. His body was like a kite with a broken string as he flew out and fiercely crashed into the wall. Dense fine lines like a spider web appeared on the wall as he rolled down. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. I will set a rule for you. You can voice your opinions, but you have to be careful of your cynicism and ridicule, especially in front of me. Chu Yang was expressionless. He wanted to establish his prestige and support Zhang Hao. Silence. The hall was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. A martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the primitive martial realm was actually slapped by Chu Yang to the point where it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Many of the martial artists were stunned. Then, a few of them suddenly became angry. He actually dared to hit someone. Don't think that we won't dare to kill you because you are from the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Cripple him. Break all the bones in his body. A few of the martial artists were angry. They instantly attacked and rushed towards Chu Yang. Each of them was at the peak of the 6th level of the primitive martial realm. Some of them were even at the 7th level of the primitive martial realm. It was just right. One against a group. 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 He had experienced this feeling once in the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. It was very good. He didn't mind doing it again and trampling this group of people under his feet. Bang! A martial artist was slapped by Chu Yang and screamed miserably as he fell out of the window. Bang! Another martial artist was kicked by Chu Yang and fiercely crashed into a pillar. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.